chance, and I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to Saudi Arabia for the 2026 Last Chance Kickoff Qualifier Weekend. We got 4 days of Last Chance qualifiers covering 4 different regions here in the Rocket League world. 4 spots remain in the World Championship play-ins. 4 teams will qualify, 1 from every region, and today it is Middle East, North Africa's opportunity. Here I got Gibbs, I got Fear, I got Shogun. Shogun, it's gonna be a crazy weekend. 4 new teams hitting the decks today.
Yeah, and it was the same thing as we had last time around, where we think we know coming into this, but last time we did this, what was it? Every single third seed team went. Somebody
I think 3 out of 4. Yeah, I think it was 3 out of 4, something like that. Yeah,
it was a little bit wacky. It was a little bit wild, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited. Fear, we've got the Saudi Arabians are on the board today. It's going to be a wild one. We've got some favorite teams, but I don't know. You feel like if we're going to have a third place team win, is this the place is going to happen here in these last chance qualifiers?
You know, third is definitely the cutoff. DOS is probably that number 3 team, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it. They might have some of the tougher chances than some other 3 seeds in other regions, just because these 1 and 2 are so good.
We'll see if they can get it done. We're in those last chance qualifiers, bottom left corner, folks. The very last stop before the World Championship. I know I've said that. I think I said that in Paris. I think I said it during the 2v2s and the 1v1s. This is the real last stop. I promise you. No, the last stop of the season, the very beginning. No, we've got the World Championship coming up right after this, folks. The last chance qualifiers are the final online event, and we got 4 days of action. We've got Middle East, North Africa kicking things off here today. Tomorrow, we'll have South America. Then North America will be on Saturday. We'll see an OCE tiebreaker following the European Last Chance qualifier on July 26th. And at that point, all online play for the 2026 Rocket League Championship Series will be concluded. And the only thing left to do will be crown a World Championship in September. We're almost there, Gibbs.
Yeah, we have 41 teams technically alive to win the World Championship, but we're going to send another 21 home in just these 4 days and be left with our 20 for that World Championship.
It'll be a wild one, folks. If you have the chance to be in the building when history is made, I'd highly encourage you to do so. Scan the QR code that's about to pop up on your screen. You could be there when we crown a new World Championship in Dickey's Arena. It'll be exciting. First time ever, Fear, we're crowning a 2v2 World Championship as the Rlcs here continues to expand.
Yeah, I'm excited to see 2s. I'm excited to see 1s as well in Dallas. When I was there for the first time, I think we saw some 1v1s on a Friday. It was 1 quick match, not even best of sets. So there's 1 game between all those players.
Show match. Finally going to get the NA South America versus Europe.
Yes.
Thing, wasn't it?
Yes. And NA was able to win. And I don't know if NA is going to be able to win this time around. I think the NA, crew, Diaz representing NA is going to be a little bit tougher, but it's going to be fun to see 2s, 1s, all of it. Not just as a quick, sideshow at the end of the day, but as part of the World Championship.
3s, though, has always been the standard mode in Rocket League. It is the most played here in our competitive world as well. And we have 4 more teams to qualify for this World's Play-In. This little bracket will be run first thing at the World Championship, and the 4 teams that emerge from it will be put into the group stage, the main event of the World Championship. So Virtus Pro, the 5 Fears, Team Falcons, and TSM going to be competing against the Last Chance qualifier teams here from our brackets that we'll be running this weekend. So the Mena LCQ winner, the winner we crown today, will take on TSM first thing. Win that, you go to the upper semifinals. Lose that, you drop to the lower quarters. So no one's being eliminated by Falcons right out the gate, whoever comes out of North America. But you still do got to get through Falcons at some point if you want to be crowned world champion. What a spot to do it if they were able to take on those boys there. We'll find out, though. We've got lots of fun teams to talk about, and it's been a big bracket as we've been kind of in the Rocket League space over the last few weeks. People have been talking about how all these teams, I've had people coming in to the Twitch chats talking about their runs through these LCQs. We had 2 groups. We'll pick up the action here in the groups for Mena and talk through kind of the top 16 teams a little bit here. But Group A, Fear, I think went about as expected. Road to Texas, my heart goes out to them. I wish that they had made it there, but the Road to Texas ended a little bit short for them.
Yeah, unfortunate for Road to Texas, but I think you see RA and NMT. Those guys were long-standing top talents in Mena, getting through quite easily. I think Clean is another team we expect to see here in this top 8, and that's made it all the way to the top 6. But lots of mix-ups, maybe a little bit more towards the bottom end of Mena trying to figure stuff out. But some of the top dogs, more of what we've seen in the past, and that's what we had in Group A.
Group A left us with 2 competitors there from the uppers, 2 from the lowers. Same thing with Group B. Team Stallions here, Gibbs, making it through very cleanly. One of the 2 big favorites in the region.
Yeah, it's them and R8 Esports. They were in different groups, and they topped both their groups pretty comfortably. Team Stallions with a 3-0 win versus HWS. But HWS did make it out into the top 8, but they fell a little bit short as we look into those playoff brackets. They've already played the lower bracket round 1, so we won't see those teams here, and that's HWS and Robert De Niro. Both of those teams came out of Group B. They both fell short, so Clean and Saren have advanced into that lower quarterfinals to go up against NMT and DOS.
Yeah, Clean versus DOS going to be, I believe, our first match of the day here. Fear and DOS giving R8 a bit of a run for their money in that upper bracket. We'll talk about it in a second, though. Let's talk about Stallions. NMT have earned themselves a fantastic opportunity here with these quarterfinals, but going through the uppers there, they had an extra life. Did not make much of it, though. 8-20, the score differential here as the Stallions walked through them yesterday.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the MENA region before, it might be a little higher scoring than you're used to. These guys love offense left and right. Maybe the defense a little bit lacking, but you're going to see a lot of goals and a lot of fun goals at that. And this Stallions team is, one of the people who are going to make you really pop off, especially Nush. If you've seen him before, he's had highlight reels that go insanely viral, the kind of stuff he's able to do in this game. That's what makes MENA so exciting, and it's what makes Stallions, have that high ceiling that maybe could make them, a potential favorite or be able to take down an R8s.
Stallions do make it through very cleanly here. One of the favorites of our tournament, but the dark horse that could potentially shake things up here, you were talking about it a little bit earlier, and the only team that's been able to take any games off of R8 and Stallions is DOS. They got another shot at R8 yesterday on the 11th when they ran these upper brackets a few weeks ago. Went to game 6, a bit of a closer series, but still here, Shogun, we see R8 coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're playing close on game 6. I think DOS won't mind this, though. I mean, yes, they are going to have to play an extra round, but they're playing that extra round on the side of the bracket that R8 are now not. If they're going to run this one back, it's going to have to be in the grand finals. I think if you're going to avoid a team for as long as possible, this is certainly the one. So DOS won't feel too aggrieved by this whatsoever. It's just this is the standard that they've now got to hit. But for R8, I mean, the level that they set last time we saw them out just sort of, I think, reminded everybody that MENA's not a 1-team region, it's not a 2-team region. This is a very, very difficult region to try and come out on, and they are the team to beat this weekend.
They are incredibly talented. They've actually won the LCQ last year as well, like 2/3 of that team. So R8 Esports, like, you might be like, oh, the nerves might get to them. But Abdullah and Ghazi have been here before, and they did it last year with Rock Esports. So they should be pretty big favorites here.
We'll see. I mean, DOS now on Stallions side of the bracket. They have managed to beat Stallions already on this season. I think that is where they do want to be. So we might have an exciting day ahead of us, folks. Clean going to be trying to play spoiler, though, in that first matchup coming up here in 10 minutes. Let's talk through the best moments of the LCQ so far. These are your top plays presented by Progressive. Gibbs, take it away.
Yeah, one of the most popular MENA players outside of Falcons and Twist Minds is Dark, and we see him with the little Zen touch into the flip reset, aerial dribble, and this is what you should expect out of MENA. When they are in the air, they are so mechanical. We see it here by Dark. Look at this brilliant catch, and then right into a flip reset, and no boost on the defensive side, so no dunk opportunity, but he had it lined up anyway.
At number 4, we've got a pair of the top dogs in MENA. It's Ghazi, who finds Abdullah into the corner, and a nice double read. Had that red from the very first touch. Anyone can cook, you could say. And these guys definitely know how to, as they'll be finding each other a lot today on their way to try and make top dog.
Then we go over to the third best play of the day. Truck straight over to Twiz. Everybody thinks that there's got a chance. They always go towards the backboard. Surely we've got him. Nah, not whatsoever. You're just gonna have to be spectators, lads, because when you've got plays like this, when you've got teammates that can do something like this, then guess what? I'd be finding the pass to midfield as well.
At number 2, we have got somebody you may not have known before, but you're going to know him now. It's Dr. Known, who has a PhD in redirects, as Ops finds him, and Dr. Known slams it perfectly, crossbar down and in. It does not get better than that placement, and it comes off with power as well. He's out ahead of everybody. Muhammad might make it back if this isn't perfect, but it is.
But it does get a little bit better because we got play number 1, and it's the full team play by R8 Esports off the kickoff. They use everyone. Ghazi will finish it off with the corner double read, top left corner, and we'll see it again with the fake kickoff to begin. And this is versus DOS as well. Pass, into a corner double. Brilliant play by R8. And again, heavy favorites going into this LCQ. Can they pull it off?
That's the stuff that makes me come back to watch Rocket League. Just saying, the passive plays are the thing for me. Here's the playoff bracket. We are going to play all of these matches today. We will crown an LCQ champion and send them to the World Championship play-ins today. Here from Mena, Clean will be taking on DOS. Saren will be taking on NMT. The winners of those advance to take on R8 and Team Stallions. Let's talk about Stallions and R8, though, because I think there are many people watching our show right now who keep track of RLCS via this channel, which doesn't cover a lot of the MENA region. And when it does, we're almost always talking about Twisted Minds. We're almost always talking about Falcons. R8 and Stallions, though, here, Gibbs, have been huge contenders in this region this season.
Oh, absolutely. Like R8 Esports, obviously, we saw them at the Paris Major as that 2 seed. They had a fantastic Paris split. They only went 22-2, but the most important thing to look at for both these teams, we got R8 and Stallions, is excluding Twisted Minds and Falcons. We see R8, they went 17-0. Team Stallions went 15-3, but 2 of those losses were to R8. So these teams combined versus the entire field that is here today went 32-1 throughout the Paris split. These guys are both heavy favorites to meet in that grand final. We'll see if it happens, but the only other interesting note is they don't do it in dominant fashion. Their goals per game, like you expect if these 2 teams are so dominant, they should at least be 3rd and 4th in every single category. Well, we see R8 in offense and defense. They are in 4th, but Team Stallions, 6th, 7th isn't perfect. So they do give up a lot of goals. There is a little bit of breathing room for a team like DOS, who did take out Stallions in a 3-0 sweep back in open number 5, I believe it was. So there is some room for another team to win, but very likely these 2 should meet in that grand final.
They are and we were talking about that one loss. You said they're 32-1. I think is what you said here.
Yeah.
That one was to DOS taking down Stallions during the regular season. So definitely keep your eye on DOS. But when they're this dominant, maybe open this up to the panel. Gibbs, come to you first on this. Like, when you think that in a situation where you haven't beaten either of these teams other than one time across a field, like all of the teams are looking up at these teams going, man, we've never beaten these guys. And even DOS is like, we've only beaten them one time. You would expect there to be roster moves, and yet we didn't see any. We saw one maybe.
Yeah, top 6. Team Saren is the only team that actually made roster moves. 3 different players from 3 different teams. Everyone else is just running it back. When you go into an LCQ, there is another roster transfer window, but it seems like there's some loyalty in MENA where these guys just want to run it back with the same teams. But I find it a little bit puzzling outside of DOS that I would expect these teams to try and mix it up, to try and catch up.
Yeah, Fear Shogun, theory crafting here. Why are we not seeing roster moves in MENA? Is there a reason?
No one set it off. It's always a domino effect. You've got to have somebody, go first time, and then everybody has to move. And clearly, just nobody bit this time around. So you just end up getting absolutely nothing going on. But everyone's got to feel like they've got an improvement available. Clearly, nobody thought there was anybody around because they're probably saying, hey, do you want to come and join us? Nah, actually, I'm running it back, lads. Where do you go? You just sort of a complete puzzle.
It's probably on DOS, right? DOS is the team that maybe needed to take one level step up. I think Stallions was close enough that they shouldn't have made a change. Maybe DOS felt like they could improve, and if they saw someone that they wanted,
would you go?
They'd take it. Yeah, I don't think they should have. But if they did, that could have started the domino that could have led to every team being different, right? Because they steal from somebody, they need to steal from somebody else, and it goes all the way down. But I think DOS just feel good about the players they're playing with. They don't feel like they can really upgrade with anybody, so the dominoes never fell, and everybody just stuck it out.
Guys, we think we're pretty confident it's going to be R8 versus Stallions in the grand finals. Obviously, anything can happen. If we do get those grand finals, quickly, Gibbs, Who's got it? All right, Stallions.
I feel like R8's already done it once before. I think they run it back and they win the LCQ.
Fear?
You know what? I made a promise to Nush to gas him up. I think the Stallions could do it. I'll take that
Okay.
opportunity now. I'll pick Stallions.
I love it. Shogun?
Okay, well, thank goodness he did it, because I wasn't ever going to do it. All right, the whole way.
Listen. We have lots of fun and
I'm
drama
listening.
out here on the LCQs. Anything can happen. You said the third seed won 3 out of the 4 last time.
Yeah. No, I agree. But you didn't give me the third seed as an option there. You didn't tell me DOS, so I had to go for something else. So I can put for the first seed.
That is on me. That is on me. Folks, we are 3 minutes and 40 seconds until kickoff between DOS and Clean. Let's start talking about them here. If you have family and friends at home who you want to get to watch Rocket League, but who maybe don't play the video game and would be a little bit disoriented or nauseated watching the first-person perspective we are often watching this broadcast, check out the RLCS Crowd Cam. Twitch.tv/RLesports. It's a sideline viewing experience similar to watching a traditional sport on your television. Might be a great way to introduce people to the greatest esport known to man. RLCS continues here with these 5 matches. We will crown our LCQ champion at the end of the day in that grand finals. The Stallions and R8 Esports wait for the winners of our quarterfinal matchups. Let's get into it. DOS, the third team, the distinct third team in the region, the Dark Horse, taking on Clean. Some fun drama here. Lots of names you're maybe familiar with if you watched the Mena 1v1s here on this Clean roster. FBI and Ops ran into each other in that bracket, and they'll be doing it again here. Excuse me, Ops and Willie ran into each other in that bracket, and now here facing off against each other in 3v3s. We'll see if those mechanical skills they put on display in the 1v1s can carry over to the more tactical strategic mode here of 3v3 Sphere.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some player cams. This is not something we see super often in Mena, so it's fun to see the players that we haven't seen before. Here's Rez. I get to know what Rez looks like. That's always exciting, and that's one of the fun things about LAN too. But you get to see everybody out there on LAN, and you get to see the person behind the gamer. So now we get to see. Well, this is FBI. It might be somebody different. I've seen 2 different names, but that's the thing. That's what's fun about getting to see these cameras for the first time.
Yeah, we can barely see Rez there, but he is there, so we get that. But Fear, where's the face cams in your show matches, man? Like I think it's time to up your game. You gotta add that.
You've got to stop finding them.
No, it's an RLCS
Fine.
special. An RLCS feature. You can't have it there. Which I want to say, I'm just gonna say, there's a lot of players across RLCS that don't turn on their cameras, and I would rather have Rez's camera than the no cameras. Thank you so much to these players for letting us get to know them a little bit here in these moments and get to see them in the moment of competition. Shogun, I'm very excited to watch these players compete.
We need a camera from you. You haven't quite figured out that was going to be a thing this weekend. You've thrown the camera onto your phone and you send us that, and you know
Props.
what? We will take it.
Props.
Absolutely.
As the teams getting locked in for what is, I hesitate to say biggest matches of their career, because they have definitely had opportunities throughout the regular season to not have to be in this spot. But still, the pressure is on. They feel themselves 3 matches away from playing at the World Championship. They have to win here, win one more, and they get those tickets punched to Fort Worth in September. For both these teams, so much on the line here. I feel like we've not really talked about Clean very much here, but it is time for predictions. Shogun, thoughts on this matchup and who you got?
I'm going to have to stick with the third place, or the third seeded team coming into this one. I'm going to go with DOS. I really like what Clean have got available, but I just think DOS are a little bit of a step above for the time being. So maybe in the future, but not for today.
Fear?
I think Clean could maybe be that number 4 team, maybe 5 depending with NMT, but I have DOS. I think DOS is a clear 3. They look like the better team throughout the season, and I really love Dr. Noan and Ops. They've been teaming together for a while. They've added Suspect. It works out. I'm going DOS.
Clean's got a nice logo. You could say it's Clean, but I have to go DOS. I have to go DOS. Third best team. I expect them to challenge Stallions later on in this bracket, so I'm going DOS.
Look, I do like the good logo, and I think it's maybe a bit disrespectful for us to give a clean sweep here to DOS, especially for how strong these individual players are for Clean. Give me Clean on this one. I would love to see the upset, and what a change-up it would be for our bracket right out of the gate, folks. Can they get it done here on, what is this, last chance qualifier Thursday? a thing I've never said on the RLCS before.
That
but
really
hey,
rolls off the tongue.
you know, a lot of syllables on that one. How's chat feeling about it? 82% in favor of DOS. We're almost completely symmetrical here with chat. We gotta love the balance. A clear favorite in this matchup. Can DOS prove everybody right and earn a rematch against Stallions? They beat them once before, but they've got a little bit of a distance to go before they do that. Clean is not gonna roll over and let them walk into those finals. We'll see if they can get it done. Big players on both sides with big dreams of playing at the World Championship. They're getting ready to go. They'll be there in just a moment. If there is a difference in this matchup, Gibbs, I don't know, like a strategical matchup, a player-to-player matchup, what are you looking at?
I like what Dr. None's been doing on the field throughout the group stage. I expect to see, for people that don't watch Mena a lot, expect both teams to be very mechanical. Like, we see this, like, if you're only watching North America or Europe and you're watching a 9th place game, might not be as mechanical. But in Mena, everyone has mechs. It's going to be probably a lot of scoring, maybe not so much defense, because everyone's going up in the air trying to do something crazy. So it's going to be a highly entertaining day.
I mean, and Fear, I said earlier, I was talking about the players, and I was like, they have the 1v1 mechanical skill, but they are now coming over to the more tactical 3v3 style here. I actually don't even know if it is actually more tactical. There's just more moving parts because there's more team players here. I wanted to talk about it, but apparently the players are ready, so let's get into the game instead of continuing Pocket League here on the show, folks. We're ready for it. Let's get into it. Clean on one side, DOS on the other. Only one can continue in our last chance qualifier. The winner is to take on the Stallions. Get up and get loud, folks. It's game day.
Rocket League fans around the world, it's time to assemble. We've got LCQ Week. The final teams that will attend the World Championship will be found out today, tomorrow, and this weekend. Lots of pressure on all of these players. Only one spot for the MENA region, and this is to stay alive and try to secure it. Shogun, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic as we dig ourselves into this. Obviously, game one brought to you by Progressive. As we try and see, like, this is the final bit now for everybody here. You lose this, season's done. We'll wait for you. We'll see you again in the future, but not for the rest of this one. This is where so many teams last season, James, they struggled. You can be so good in scrims, but you turn around to a team and say, yeah, this is your last chance. Oh dear, that gets difficult.
Oh, certainly. All that pressure piling on, knowing that there's only one spot left, and it could be you, and if you made it this far, you've got a real chance. But the MENA region, I think with time, Shogun has started to prove itself as a major region.
Oh, yes. I mean, obviously, we've gone from, hey, can they get themselves a good result when we went to Sweden, when Lance did come back, to obviously they made grand finals. They've managed to win majors. They want that one step further, though. They want the 3 best teams going to that World Championship. Put Mena at the very top spot as FBI puts it backboard. Up comes Willie. Thus can't quite get there in time before Suspect clears away. A lot of defense, though, being played very early on as we get an early fake, tries to go low challenge. And that's the other thing that we're going to see a lot from Mena today. We do love a low 50.
Low 50s, and also a very nice fake. Good composure there from FBI. This is a chance for Suspect. Can he get the touch? Goes for the touch into a bump instead of the reset. Now, on the other end, nicely 50'd, but chances on both ends of the field.
Yeah, definitely do feel, though, that Clean has been the better team for the opening 2 minutes. Haven't really made anything of it. Suspect goes early. That's actually back midfield. That's a massive dive in from Ops.
Had to get that
get
stop.
something on it, but Dr. No's looking so awkward and does clear his lines.
So getting a nice 50 on it. You can see low boost, forced to boom the ball out. DOS trying to get a hold of this, trying to get some possession. Do have a little bit of boost, and now moving upfield. Suspect waiting for a chance to dive in. There's a 50. Rebounding out to Dr. Known. Finally, a decent press that we've seen from DOS. Clean, I think, has had the upper hand in most of the game so far.
Oh, hello. Oh, go on. Ah, I just can't find him. He wanted to just plop that onto Dr. Known's car. Wasn't quite there. Both teams, I think, have been very cautious with the way that they've approached this opening little Sambo as Dr. Known. Can he get the first outplay? Reset not available. Suspect, first time shot, and it's actually on target and in.
You can see FBI was last back. was sitting in net and had to jump here, was caught a little bit awkwardly, turned left. FBI needed to play that a little bit more safely. You could see getting turned directly at the play caused that opening on the far side of the net.
Just going to get that straight back to Suspect. That's going to be another low 50. Awkward here. Very low boost on the side of Clean, who could not make anything of their somewhat reasonable start. Dr. No. Reset past 1. This is not the best way to try and follow up after conceding here from Clean. Then put under a little bit of pressure, but that's a very early challenge. That's what you want to see from somebody on your team. Momentum starting to get away from you? Absolutely not. I'm sending the face.
Full send here, but Willie can't get up high enough to get a hand on that ball. It has put Clean a little bit on the back foot, but a nice 50 from Rez will push this ball downfield, and mid boost picked up by Willie. Can he put it to work?
To the corner. Awkward for everybody here. Clean are just, they're waiting for that marvelous 50-50 to go their way. And they're gonna have to start taking some risks here eventually. Dr. No, oh, he's backflipped! And Suspect bails him out.
Willie maybe could have slotted that. And now this is awkward. Willie going for a big boom. Back to try to control it. Gets bumped off the back of the ball. So much aggression here from Doss. Playing physically well, finding those bumps in those key moments. But you can see they have struggled for boost, but it doesn't matter at times. Ops getting that fake.
Great infield, Rez. Oh, look for the top corner. FBI's on his way and realize he can't take the first time shot, otherwise very likely going to get dunked into his own net. Lots of defense being played here from Doss. Just got to hold on for 30 more seconds. Dr. No doesn't get the 50 he wants. Suspect's reasonably low. 2 of them went. This is your opportunity if you're Clean. Somebody's got to be there eventually. That took way too long.
And they tried to set it up. Looked like they wanted to go for the fake play. Doss continues to be low on boost. They cannot find anything, but somehow getting these stops.
Been so cautious, and I think Clean are just overplaying a lot of these. They've run out of time and they've run out of opportunities. Doss, hold on for game 1.
Incredible defensive positioning when low boost. You could see Suspect at the end there, only one small pad worth of boost. Didn't even have to use it in the end, staying high on the backboard right at the elbow, making sure that he had an excellent shot to defend that angle. Defensively, Doss was caught or pushed back so many times on low boost, but they were so resilient, so perfect on their challenges in their 50s that it didn't really matter in the end. Clean could not find a way through.
And I think Clean just, they got a bit too cute with the offense on occasion. You know, a couple of fakes here or there, really trying to push the low 50. It just, that moment where you just rip the shot seemed to be missing from them. So they're going to need some more of that.
And we saw a few chances, Shogun, where they did rip the shot, but they blasted it right in a savable spot for a low boost.
That doesn't give you the confidence to go for it, does it?
No, I mean, it's a tough game for Clean because they lost 1-0, but they had the possession, they had the initiative, they had the looks. I think that is the silver lining for them, is that, hey, we had so many good looks on net, we just couldn't finish. We have to find that extra little bit of creativity or extra little bit of polish to be able to place that, because they did the hard work, which is to boost starve the opponent and gain that space. But that last little bit of finishing has been eluding.
Yeah, it's one of those very frustrating losses where you can see the answers right in front of you, but you just didn't put them on the test sheet. So we've got time, obviously, best of 7. We've got timeouts if you want them. Nobody's obviously going to call them out after that.
Filled in the bubble, just didn't do it enough. Didn't record the answer.
Yeah, you got the marker back out. You got to go, this is the number 1 tip, but just always go permanent marker. That way you can't rub the answer out.
Yeah, and you ruin the desk underneath the paper too.
Let's go. I'm not coming back. Oh, wait a second.
There's a huge demo.
Time. Ops is low, and he just can't get to it. Another opportunity gone.
Bit spooky there. But you've seen the demos from behind, both offensively and defensively from Doss. They're connecting on these physical plays quite well. Free flip not going their way for Clean. Willie again demoed.
Found a way through, another 50. He's kind of hoping to lose that one to the back of Ops, but now Willie's got the outplay attempt. Oh, sorry, it's not an attempt. Oh, my goodness. Almost found the way through to get Clean's first goal of the series, but it's just not quite happening at the moment.
Doss continued to put a hand up Shogun over and over. They're just getting enough of the ball to deny it.
Yeah, just got to look for what the Clean play is at the moment. Ironically, and I wasn't even trying for that particular wordplay, but it's like they're just going for the right play too often for me at the moment, James. And, you know, you can't really do that all the time at this level. You've got to make it a little bit more difficult to read. You've got to get something a slight bit wrong. As well, okay, this is certainly a good example of it. How on earth are you guys going to work your way out here? Well, this is certainly how. Willie, reset. The pass to Rez. If anybody can get that one, it'll be certainly impressive. FBI, he's got the flip reset. Can he get to it? No, not at a stretch.
Was stretching it, attempting for that creativity, but I agree with you, Shogun. Against the lesser teams, you can just brute force players, but when defenses are as good as what we've seen from Doss, you do have to have that extra little bit of creativity. You know, being fast, being incredible mechanically is not going to be enough to beat a lot of these teams. Look at the save from Ops, but the cleanup finally comes through for Rez. And you knew it was coming. Good challenge from Willie there. You could see him fake the shot, and that actually put the defense on notice. Instead of using that flip to take the shot, goes back down to the ground, goes for the fake, tried to get a shot. Even that shot was saved, though, but it did enough to force the rebound.
Fake the first man. As awkward from everybody here. Ops doesn't get the reset. Rez was having none of it. I do like the way Rez is playing, actually, at the moment. He is just going, although FBI's going to need a little bit of help. That demo put him in a very awkward position. Does well. Rez, straight to the corner. FBI, dunked by Suspect. Back out. Dr. Known's very far back here, but Willie's got no real passing options. As everybody's just sort of lofting the ball towards the ceiling and not making much progress.
That is a big giveaway. And this is going to give a lot of space here to Doss, but a demo from FBI on Ops will open up a bit of space. And FBI went all the way to the enemy corner to pick up this boost. Will now try to use it, taking it downfield. Dr. Known, big moment here. FBI goes to the ceiling to get that 50. This could set something up.
Oh, I love the way Cleanup playing at the moment. They have decided we are not going to overthink this anymore. If you can cut rotation, do it. Somebody will follow you. And that is the way they've got their 2 goals. And they're doing this. FBI's on 80 points, and his team's up by 2.
But I was going to point out FBI is the player who I loved their approach on that play. You could see peels off the challenge, instead goes up to the ceiling to try to get the ball out of the attacker's hands in a spot where his teammates can put it to work. It led to a great shooting opportunity and then a goal again on the rebound, which has been working out for Clean. But you can see that extra layer of creativity has been there. They're finally figuring out how to utilize that boost advantage that they've been able to have for this entire series so far.
Again, FBI does not overcommit. Doesn't get any points for that. He's still, I think, on 82. But got good positioning. They might need it all faked out. Thankfully, the next car up is indeed in blue colors. Suspect almost turned it all the way around. I think his teammate went as well, though. So, communication falling apart here a little bit for Doss. Are they going to be put down even further? FBI! Oh, dearie me. That's not gone anywhere. Oh, dearie me. Do not score from this Suspect. That would be so harsh.
But I also love the Rez effort on that play. You could see him wall dashing all the way down. Actually landed the demo from the wall dash and almost landed a bump on the goalkeeper as well. It seems across the board, Clean are looking good, but they open up a small window, and that's given Doss a foothold in this series.
Yeah, that one's been coming for a little while because they keep diving. That was 2 in a row.
50.
That they assume that it's going to be, the high play, and it's Mena. They're going to default low 50 every single time, so Doss have got a way back into this, and they've got possession, 100 boost on Dr. Known, and a little bit of time because there's no challenge coming forward, and I'm surprised Suspect didn't go for the pinch. Ops trying to find a way out. Oh dear, is that going to be a 2-goal lead? No, I don't think you could convince Clean to send a 3rd man off for anything.
They're going to play it safe here. Less than 20 seconds left, preserving this 1-goal lead. They've dominated the possession. Great speed from FBI. But Dr. Known try to pick it up with full boost. Dodges the first attack. Now up against Rez, FBI helps out.
He's just a menace. Oh my goodness. Dr. Known, the bull terrier at the moment, just everywhere his team needs him to be. They need him back. Maybe not at the moment. Clean, deserving winners of game number 2. And I like the changes that they made. Just gotta calm it down a little bit at the end. There's a couple too many just dive-ins at the ball, but for the most part, the pace increased and the cuts of rotation, James, that was enough.
Yes, and I think FBI has been playing brilliantly as first man. You could see FBI's work on that first goal, fake challenging, going for an unexpected line on the ball as DOS was trying to break out of the midfield. That led to the scoring opportunity. Even at the end there, FBI on low boost, cutting the play, being able to get a steal and kill that ball, bring it downfield in a really important moment at 0 seconds where DOS was threatening. So great game from FBI. That game right there is a perfect example of why points don't matter a lot of the time on the scoreboard, is because FBI put in work.
No, Johnny's going to go back to his carrying from the bottom thing again, and I can't. No.
Hey, you know, I got to play some Rocket League with Johnny this week, and it's true, man. You got a player that's cerebral and knows how to generate opportunities. That doesn't show on the scoreboard, but it is invaluable.
How dare you? He's not.
Well, also, I will say, Shogun, credit to you, because you said you wanted to see that extra little bit of creativity. We saw that. The fake on the play. I believe it was Willie who went off the ceiling, faked the shot, used his jump instead just to pop back down to the ground quickly. That extra little bit of creativity was enough to help push Clean over the edge, who was also looking quite good in game 1. This easily could be 2-0 in favor of Clean.
Yeah, this is certainly not the, I think it was 82% to 18% that we had initially. These two teams very, very close, at least from the opening 10 minutes of Rocket League that we've had. Don't think these two teams are playing at their best, though. This is still reasonably paint-by-numbers Rocket League that we're getting from all of them. But that's just the situation that we're in. You know, you want the best Rocket League, you watch scrims. You want important, rough and tumble Rocket League. You put a world championship spot on the line and say, go and fight for it. Rez always missed the ball entirely. Well, it sort of made my point.
Shogun, you talk about, especially the online events, this is the most pressure-packed event of the year. Players will be feeling it more than any other event that you've seen this season. Everything is on the line. It's literally last chance for that one spot for your region.
Oh, try to find the infield, just not quite there. FBI with the skim, and I'm struggling to tell at the moment what is miss and what is fake, because there's an awful lot of fakes, quote unquote, from both teams, as Willie's got the reset. He's managed to put that one backwards. What is happening? This game is disgusting at the moment. Nobody really knows how to put the ball forwards.
Critical play as well from FBI, who's trying to pick up the pieces. The pre-flip from FBI.
Well, that's how you get it done. A whole bunch of nothing, followed up by pre-flips for a banger goal like that one. I love you, Mena.
Oh, man. And FBI even bailed out his teammate, Shogi. You saw the flip reset from Willie. The second man was not expecting that touch. It was FBI who came in and saved the day. And then to rotate back into play, get that pre-flip shot. That was brilliant. This is great gameplay from FBI.
And now Rez has got the reset. Tries to take it back up after the bounce. A couple of bumps as well. Willie decides quite liking the idea of heading forwards here, but FBI might manage to get the bounce dribble. Not quite. Just need a little bit more boost. But Clean are the better team at the moment, and you might be able to say they were the better team for the majority of game 1 as well. DOS needs some answers here, James.
Will they be able to find it? Because the one game win that they had wasn't even that convincing, Shogun. They are really struggling to get this space against Clean, who have been dominating the boost game. We have seen DOS connect on a few demos, but they just have not been able to really gather any possession and work together at all. It's been all Clean on the initiative.
This game has definitely got a lot better, though, in terms of the pace and the quality. But since that goal's gone in, there's a little bit more intent behind what everyone's trying to do with the ball here. What's known? Just skims the block. Ops uses all the boost to try and get himself in. It's a lovely demo. Should be able to cut away the play as Suspect. 0 boost, 0 problems. 0 goals for you, fam.
Oh, I like that approach from Clean. Trust teammates, just go for those bumps, try to pave the way. DOS still looking for those answers, Shogun, finding nothing.
It's just so awkward at the moment. They've had reasonable success from the demo plays. It's just, you've got to be able to pin your opponents back in order to get that to work. Suspect with a redirect. As all that's on target. Ops has got too much boost, but it'll just take a 50 if Rez offers it. Now Suspect backboard double. Not on either. It's just too easy to read at the moment for Clean. And it's all up to DOS. Put something forward. This is going to help a little bit. Double commit as well. Ops is going to have to commit forward. Does exactly that. He's a little bit too late.
Like that tip from Willie. This opens up a chance for FBI. Went for the double. Wasn't able to hit it. And now counterattack chance. Suspect with a bit of boost. Testing the backboard, but the backboard has not been working for DOS, and they're still going for it.
Yeah, Suspect every single time. He's just defaulting to it at the moment. It's the easier play. It's the one that he knows he can execute on. The problem is he's not getting a chance to execute on it because the defense can deal with that. Willie.
First touch. Almost got the flip reset. Such a nice first touch, but now you see Suspect flip reset. Saved off the bar. Wow. Willie bails him out. But we're seeing good pressure near the end of this game for DOS.
They can do this. They can continue to just recycle the play, go air dribbles, take the 50. Do not expect a second player to come and help out. There is no chance. Ops just delays. Oh, wait a minute. They made that one awkward. But awkward is not enough for a goal at the moment. 5 boost to try and see this one down. Does exactly that. Clean have got another win on the board. And it is a timeout called from DOS.
And I like the timing of the timeout. Only 2-1, not out of it yet, but even the first game that they managed to win was not that convincing. You can see offensively have not been able to put it together. Even at the last second there, you saw, I think it was Ops was trying to get the ball, take it up high, and the miscommunication, the boost was taken out right from under his feet. And when you are at 0 seconds, you want the player on ball to have that boost or be in a position to get the ball easily to a player that has boost on your team. So we've just been seeing the struggles synergistically for DOS. Yes, their defense was fantastic. They had great defense in the first game. It was their defense that got them that win. But we're starting to see now, with more time on ball, more experience scoping out this defense of DOS, we're seeing Clean find those gaps, find those openings, and force their way in. So really great stuff from Clean. Honestly, I've liked what they brought to the table every game so far, and they look like the favorite team here. This is a much needed timeout, and we'll see if any adjustments will come out or if it will be more domination on possession for Clean.
That's, yeah, 10 on 10 camera placement right there.
Yeah, just looking right up at the ceiling, you know, and I think that's the strategy. When players say, you know, I just want to, you know what's going on is they join from their phone and put it on the desk. As a TO, I know exactly what's going on, but you know what? Just get a stand, lean it up against a bottle or something.
No, they are playing by the rules, all right? There's the camera on.
It's
okay,
true.
Cool. My camera is on. I am on the camera. Sure, it might be, you know, 10% of me, but it still counts.
10%'s generous, Shogun. That.
Hey, it depends on whose forehead we're going by. If it's mine, absolutely, it's 10%.
Can't argue with that. But one thing I think.
What do you do if you're DOS? Because they've played good fundamental Rocket League. I feel like the start of that last game means I can't complete that sentence confidently. But how do you convince yourselves with everything on the line, lads, we've got to start taking some risks here because they can deal with fundamental Rocket League.
And I think the risk you need to be taking, Shogun, is to take a risk on going for that pop play into possession. try to beat that first defender and retain possession rather than booming it to the backboard. Because how many times did we see last game where they try to blast it to backboard, hope that it's a mistouch, hope that they can find some sort of mistake to work off of, and it just did not work out for DOS. They have to maintain that possession, try to get that ball in the air, out in front of net, either force a 50 that'll go their way, or just have something mechanically where they can outplay their opponent, because the backboard has just not been working.
Oh, 2 players gone, but Rez, they play with lower boost, managed to get to it. Solid start here though from DOS after their timeout buff. Rez, anyway, but directly at Ops, which is almost directly where he hit it. Every single car is in this final third. Ops dives for it. FBI gets a 50. Actually, can turn on this as well. He's got the 100. He's also got support just behind him, but it was a bit of a wasteful touch. And that's trickling, but no more than that.
Willie, not the best touch. This is going to make things awkward now. Suspect trying to get to that ball, but a very good 50 from Rez will bail him out. Starting to see a shaky gameplay there from Willie. There's a nice bump on FBI, but you see the space was grabbed, but Dr. Known was so slow to that play.
It's so obvious because he's going directly under a ball that's bouncing. Oh dear, Ops, what has happened?
Disastrous. Suspect tries to go to the corner, but Rez gets that tip, and you see Ops needed to keep that ball in the corner, instead was trying to send it and switch the field, had to keep that corner though. And that's a goal giveaway for DOS. Coming off the timeout, now losing this game. It's tough to see any light at the end of the tunnel for DOS, Shogun.
Yeah, this is just, you know, slow bleeding out at the moment. It's not like they're losing these games by much, but there's also no spark at the moment. You just don't see. How do they win this? How do they make it convincing? And how do they stop getting in their own way? That's the big one. Suspect, a little bit too far forward, invites the pressure. FBI just takes the wall. Lovely timing on the boost. Oh, it's all coming up clean at the moment.
And that has been the key, Shogun. The boost advantage for Clean has been immense. It seems like every time DOS has a little bit of space, they don't have the boost to move into it. You saw it on that goal. Dr. Known was second man, but first man didn't have the boost, and now FBI will score again. The house of cards comes falling down for DOS.
Suspect managed to not only miss every single 12 pad on the way, but he had an argument with the floor.
That's a tough goal to give in as well, because it was basically a pool shot goal. The player going to challenge the ball actually got bumped back into it, and sent that into the net. I mean, that's one of those goals that really hurts, Shogun.
If there was ever a day for it to not be your day, LCQ finals was certainly the last one you would have wanted. Willie goes for the double, can't quite get it. He won't mind at the moment, though. He might not mind his 66 points. This team's up by 2. They are cruising.
They certainly are now. A chance for Willie. Gets around the first defender. Will send it across net. Can Suspect use this boost? Great beat around 1. 50's at 5. Willie will opt for a huge boom downfield. Trying to take some space. Let's see if Dr. Known can cook. In the air, the reset. But again, they're trying to force it to the back wall, and it's not working. They need to be more creative, DOS. Otherwise, I think we'll see them stay scoreless.
I don't even necessarily know if I agree that they need to be more creative. They just need to end it with a 50. All right, FBI doesn't need to end it with a 50. He's got a hat trick to his name. Lots of time, 50 boost. Don't mind if I do. FBI has been a standout.
Oh, absolutely, I agree with you, Shogun. I was going to say the same thing. FBI has been the MVP for me out there on the field. Even on that play, you saw how perfect the first touch was. Getting enough distance on the ball to where he can get back to it without the defender being able to get to it first from the back wall. He kept the back wall defender frozen, but moved downfield so he would get that reset in a very threatening spot. FBI has been the shining star for Clean. And a hat trick this game as well, really standing out.
Got passing options from the position they're currently in. For Clean. Took game 1. The warning signs were there, and they just could not heed them at any point. And Unfortunately, they've looked worse after the timeout. That is not anything you ever want to see. They're under even more pressure. Can't afford to get demoed. I think Clean are going to look at this 3-goal lead and think, well, we don't really need to defend this too much. So they're going to try and put even more hurt on.
You can even see there the first 2 players pushing up, the attacking players, no boost. It has been a desert offensively. Maybe we'll see something here. We do see a bump off the back wall. I was going to say, we haven't seen a goal since that first game. Finally, we see DOS get back on the board thanks to that bump from Ops.
And that's the exact same way they were getting success early in this series as well, is isolate the goalkeeper, get the bump on them. A little bit lazy there, actually, from the defense, but the play was on. And speaking of, I mean, you can see the blue car on the way. You're hitting it down on the wall. Where else is that going to go? Except for directly at them. Here comes Ops. If you can get a goal, then it suddenly becomes a lot more viable. It's awkward. They've got the bumps. They've got to get stuff through sideways so he can't move for it.
Great 50 from Willie. That was a key moment. Still time left for DOS to get back into it. If Willie doesn't come through with that 50, could have been disastrous. And now we do see some last-second defending, trying to preserve this 2-goal lead, and that seems like it's enough for Clean to secure this one. And after the timeout, Shogun, I agree with you. This is, you know, that was probably the most struggle of a game yet for DOS. That was not the prettiest. They did finally get a goal, but it wasn't a beautiful goal. Things are looking pretty desperate for DOS.
Yeah, they've got to win 3 in a row. You want to talk series, you want to talk games. Either way, they need them to stay in with a chance. As we see FBI dropping 871 points. And yeah, Dr. Nona's suspect. They've had a little bit of a tendency of just jumping out after every single game, try and go and get a new car. Maybe go and get some of that placebo. Our referee jumped out as well, so referee placebo as well. They've
everyone's changing
different coat of
presets,
paint,
making sure that you got exactly what you need.
Do you think referees have got that? You know, this is the car I've got where I don't accidentally join the lobby.
You know, if you do accidentally join, which I have experience with, you do want to look your best. So I'm not going to hate on the ref for making sure that.
Probably as he was wearing a Merc with a pigeon hat at the time.
It was, yeah, and it was my bet. But, you know, everyone makes mistakes. Unfortunately
I can't
for
go
DOS,
on you because the moment I do that, I'm going to do it as well. So let's carefully press spectate and let's get ourselves into the next game.
But let's talk about mistakes, though. DOS has been really, I think, struggling with their 50s, especially. You saw trying to force that ball in the final few seconds. They just keep getting dominated on the 50s. They're getting dominated on 50s. They're getting dominated on boost. And it seems like they're lacking that killer instinct, which you know that they've got. But when it comes to these LCQ events, this is the most pressure-packed event of the year for pretty much every team. You know, the teams that aren't playing on LAN. This is the most amount of pressure that you'll feel. So it's not a surprise to see teams struggling to play up to their known potential.
Well, there was a quick opportunity here for DOS just to have a little chat with each other as to get ourselves another lobby set up. But it's all smiles at the moment for Clean. I think this is good for them. If Clean can get this done, especially in this game, they do need it because you do not want a long day today. You know, you've got teams like RA aren't playing for a good like 2 to 3 hours still. They're going to be very, very fresh throughout this entire event. But for Clean, if you want to make that run, you need to stay reasonably unchallenged for as long as you possibly can. I mean, for DOS, I really hate when we have to boil this down to just play better, but they can play better. You know, they will be sat in this call right now just thinking, what are we doing to ourselves? Because it is a self-made problem.
Well, the thing I'll say about it, Shogun, is that the constant has been when they have the space or they have an opportunity to counterattack, they're always low on boost. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same or different results, I should say. So we need to see DOS mix it up somehow on defense, because it seems like they're just playing a little bit too defensive, where yes, they can stop a lot of the shots coming on net, but you have to take a risk positionally. You have to maybe fake challenge a little bit more as first man and take a risk rotating out longer. We saw Clean do it. You know, FBI is going all the way to the opposite corner to get 100 boosts. So you have to see DOS figure out ways to get that boost so that when they are in those positions to counterattack, they can do more than just go for a clear. They can do more than just try to boom for space so that they can get boost at that point. They have to have it earlier in their attacks.
Certainly agree. I want to see a couple of DOS plays that end in a 50. It's, you know, they're doing a great job of getting the ball into the opposing side of the field. Unfortunately, that's also where the blue cars are. So that ball is coming right back at them a lot of the time. But I do believe we should be able to get ourselves in very, very shortly. DOS, last chance saloon here, lads. And if they can't find 3 wins back to back to back, then this is their opportunity gone as the 3rd seed of this event, and that'll really open up more space for Stallions and for R8, who will be looking at Clean thinking, well, yeah, we can definitely take that.
It just have to be good on this day. We've seen crazy stuff before in these tournaments. The favorite doesn't always win, and I think most of the time the favorite doesn't win.
Wins. Yeah. I don't know. A team of Radossin on it definitely needs to be number 1. We'll get into that over on Sunday. For now, though, Clean are happy to dominate on the Thursday.
This is disastrous. Ox tries to hit this corner, ends up passing it right to Rez. Probably didn't have vision on Rez, but when you're hitting that ball corner, you really want it to hug the line as much as possible. You could see him get that a little bit too infield, and that was enough to open up that small gap. And things go from bad to worse for DOS.
I think that last goal really encapsulated what a lot of the problems were here for DOS. Of, you know, that can be a 50. If he spots him, just take the 50. It's safe. You're in the corner. You're very likely going to have the next player up. Instead, it's just handed over. And I think for Clean, a lot of their goals, yes, they've scored some really good goals. That 3 jump, I remember earlier on from FBI, fantastic. But so many of these they're going to be getting and just going, oh, all right, cool, we'll take it.
You're 100% right, Shogun, on that play as well. You did not need to hit that ball at all. If you have teammates telling you time, or if you can just do some quick camera work, spot out that you have the time to stay behind it. But that has been the problem for DOS this entire series. They're too quick to hit the ball away, and they need to find ways to retain that possession. We'll see if they can change things.
That's it.
Oh, there's a big play. Huge flick past Rez.
Yeah, Rez got the swarm coming at him after this one. Not hitting the ball on its way down from the backboard actually gave them some brilliant options. Rez thought, well, they're just gonna, I think he just got into a little bit of a habit of, well, they usually hit it at me. So surely, oh no, oh, that's a lot of orange cars.
And a great catch and powerful flick as well from Suspect, but that's exactly what was missing, Shogun. We've seen so many times in that situation, they just hit the ball to open space, try to hit to the ball to the corner, but that time caught into a dribble and were able to outplay their opponent.
Getting some good 50s as well from Suspect. 1 each. Has to be built on from here from DOS. Dr. Known, he's shrugging everybody off. He just needed a little bit of help as Suspect moves on in. He's got 0 boost. He's just gonna kill a little bit of time. Here you go, Ops. You've got the 100s. We've got Dr. Known as a passing option. He's now gonna move on in. Didn't like the angle. Just play around, and this is the best position that DOS have had for a sustained period. Since I believe since game 1, is a couple of bumps. And now an opportunity. This is the exact same spot, and Rez has learned his lesson. Not getting demoed this time.
A huge dodge there from Rez. He gets demoed there. It's a lot of open field, but now reset off the bar, and a big challenge from FBI will buy time, but we're seeing so much more life out of DOS now.
Yeah, DOS got to keep this going. And for Clean, they've just got to weather the storm. If they can get a goal, they might just finish off the hope and dreams. And it can come from anywhere, unfortunately for DOS. Even with this, you feel like they might still be a little bit capable of a mistake as Rez didn't like the angle, decides to set back up. There was no real pressure on him. Suspect waits. Couple of demos. Big opportunity. Surely that's in.
An open net goal here. And DOS seemed to have turned the page. Big demo from Opsin, and that 50 as well from Suspect. Puts the ball in a perfect shooting position. And now you wonder if the nerves will be there for clean. You see it a lot in tournament, Shogun, where a team seems to be dominating, but once you are on that match point, once you are on that final game, then you start to see nerves out of the leading team.
Yeah, it does seem to be that match point is a lot more difficult than tournament point when it comes to the RLCS. Once teams are available of winning a championship, it's usually a little bit easier for whatever reason. I could not possibly go into the psychology of that. What I can say is DOS are getting the 50s now, and it's really throwing clean off, as this is a lot more of what they want now. Rez has got the breakaway. 1v1, looks for a 50. As Ops does well, does very well, gets rid of all the danger.
And Billy hits it right into Dr. No, but Dr. No misses the ball. And we see a pause called right after that. The folks at home can't see it, but Dr. Known jumping for that ball, whiffs it, and then asks for the pause. So
server lag. Okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. That's definitely the reason why you missed it. Yep.
I mean, I will say I have had it happen, but it did look a little suspect.
Well, this is the reason why I don't have to make the rules on this. I just have to turn around to you, lovely people at home, and say what the ruling eventually is. Thankfully, this shouldn't really be anything. We're just going to reset from kickoff from the looks of it. But 2-1. As hopefully Dr. Known's not got any issues with his particular setup. I mean, this is a brilliant spot. We're talking in-game and the situation that we've got right now, James. Just keep taking these 50s if you're DOS. Get the pace up and then don't lever it. You really don't need to lever it. Just take the 50 at the end of the play and hope that your second man is faster.
Oh, certainly. And I think if you're DOS as well, the defense a lot of times has been quite good. Offensively, they haven't been able to figure things out, but this is the best looking offense that we've seen from DOS. So if they can just play the way they've been playing defensively, they might be able to close this out. And then they are right back into this series. You know, they win this one, win the next one. You're going into game 7 with all of the momentum. So I would not count DOS out yet, but this definitely a little bit of a hitch in the plan potentially. Resetting from kickoff.
It's a big mental test here as well. Oh my goodness, they've done very nicely. FBI just couldn't quite get the contact. You know, you've got all that momentum. We had to get the server switch done going into this game. Obviously, you've got the pause here. It's not been smooth sailing necessarily in the way that Clean would have liked. But the game's the game. You've got to go and win it. Nice, that's a lovely 50 yet again. Suspect takes another one. More of this from DOS. Okay, that is a pre-jump. That might be described as hopeful. But they've still got the ball.
Play here. FBI, huge win, stays on it. The reset, going for a bump, but nicely defended by Suspect. Going to take it full field. Rebound right to Dr. Known, who slots it. A hat trick for Dr. Known, and I guess those server hiccups sorted themselves out.
Yeah, he was asking earlier on, can we get a new server? I don't think he wants a new server. Whatever you're seeing right now is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you'll have to ask him what's wrong. This seems to be your server,
Yeah,
Dr.
what's
Known.
right? What is right now at the server?
2-goal lead here. It finally seems like DOS has done enough. And there's a big whiff, but it's not punished, so we'll see if that comes back to haunt DOS. But all things considered, it seems like DOS has dominated this game and will be able to close this one out.
Yeah, it's incredible how the tone changes, doesn't it? Where if we saw that mistake in the last game, it's a continuation. It's a oh dear, it's still going very, very wrong for them. Smack that one off the crossbar and think, well, you've got a 2-goal lead, who cares? All perfectly fine. It's only a 1-game lead now for Clean. And, yep, they're talking. DOS have started to realize, all right, we've got something here. Dr. Known still wants the server change. I would not be doing this, but hey.
Yeah, that seemed to work out. And one thing that they are doing, though, is, after coming off a win like that, asking for a server change or getting another server change is effectively going to be similar to calling a timeout.
Yeah,
or
this one I wouldn't
also
like.
retains their timeout.
Yeah, this one, the last one I think worked for DOS. This one certainly does not, because Clean will want a bit of a reset here. Although, saying that, it's been very stop-start, hasn't it, over the last 15 minutes? So maybe as well, the Rocket League player within them is just saying, let's get some Rocket League done here. You know what it's like? You just always want to go next.
Exactly. Some teams don't even like to call timeouts, don't even use timeouts. But
that was the best part about the 1v1. Ain't nobody calling timeouts during 1v1s.
They can't be bothered. They wouldn't watch the replays if you didn't make them. So, gotta get into the next one. But I will say,
shout out to the replay skipper, by the way. I love that. That's a brilliant quality of life right there.
I have turned it on, but I'm one of those people who sometimes I'm very curious and I need to see how it went in, because I'm, a lot of times not looking at the ball because of my terrible camera work. But now that I do have replay skip, it is nice. If everyone in the lobby has it, you're just cruising.
Oh my goodness, I've got some lobbies done very, very quickly. It's usually because my teammate's quitting on me at 90 minutes or 90 seconds. 90 minutes, I'd be quitting on me as well.
Hey, consider yourself lucky. I have them leave before that. That's how bad I am.
That's European mental. we get
it's like
correct.
Somebody says I'd rather wait 5 minutes than finish this with you.
Oh dear. Yeah, those are the fun lobbies. This one's definitely done, lads. This series certainly not at the moment. Hopefully server is good enough. We can get ourselves into it, as we are at game number 6. Still a lot of games still to come. This is only the quarterfinals. We've still got Stallions. We've still got R8. Those are the favorites to win this. And favorites to win has certainly not meant much, as well, the majority of this series, James, has shown.
Absolutely. And as the LCQs of the past have shown, doesn't matter if you're the top seed, doesn't mean much. So both of these teams, if they can find a way to move forward in the bracket, legitimate contenders to win it all, go on a run. And we've seen Clean actually take R8 to the limit before. So Clean certainly has what it takes. DOS, at the beginning of the series, you felt like they did not. They were struggling. They found a way essentially to steal the first game. But then those first 3 games, or first 4 games rather, not looking that promising for DOS. But last game is when they turned it around. We saw not as much impact from FBI, who has been the standout player, in my opinion, Shogun. FBI taking game 4 into his own hands, rather, looking unstoppable. And even in the previous games, doing so much as first man. Was a little bit quiet last game. And I think when you are in this situation where you just need that one more game win, this is when you need that hero to step up.
Yeah, this is where calm heads got to prevail here. Leader steps up. You've got all the momentum. Obviously, momentum's not really a thing anymore here for Clean. You can't say that, they're coming off a loss. They're coming off some stop-start Rocket League. They've got to pick it back up as if it was, starting from the very, very beginning. And that is difficult to do when you just see the tide of games starting to go against you. You start to see Champions Field in the distance. They don't want to see Champions Field. They want this done on Neo Tokyo.
And the 2 players out there that I'm watching are Dr. Known and FBI. It has been a shootout between them in this series. The games that DOS has won, Dr. Known has been brilliant. Will they be able to continue to bring that level, or will their journey end here on Neo Tokyo?
A couple of fake challenges to start us off over in the corner, so expect a bit of time. Booms the ball long. I think he wanted Dr. Known to try and follow it. Communication didn't quite come through. Rez actually going to stick with it. 5-0 boost. It's a lovely just bit of positioning, and Willie will be happy that was straight down the middle. But low boost, and again, everyone's clearing. In those spots where you're just handing the ball over, you've got to keep it close.
And it was a risky play from FBI, a little bit greedy, was trying to control that ball, stay behind it with the hopes of also keeping possession and getting boost. But that last little touch too far away was a great play from Ops and a good little touch around the last defender. So that boldness from FBI not panning out and actually biting Clean as they give up that first goal.
FBI's on the way. They're going to try and make up for this. Just doesn't have the boost. Rez wanted it as well, so Clean not getting the communications. A couple of whiffs coming through. Good 50. Rez trying to stick with it as they're trying to pile orange cards back into their side of the field. But Clean will not want to give this position up. They've finally got them placed backwards. Dr. No puts it straight back out. How on earth have they got away with that one? As Dr. No, he's still got a bit of that habit, James, of popping the ball straight to an attacker. As that's not too convincing either, but they have got the follow-up 50.
It was a little scary there for a moment. Still could be, as there's lots of boost here for a counterattack. Or Clean. Willie, air dribble, down to the ground. The shot is in! Willie marches this downfield.
Yeah, Dr. Nolan's at the back. He's hoping that Ops is going to get some contact on it. But Ops just can't get high enough. So his challenges basically ends up being irrelevant to the actual play. Dr. Nolan's got to dive in. That's one each. And it's just putting the question forward yet again. On the way up, Dr. Gnome. Pass one, bumps two, and he saves his own shot. That's so unfortunate.
And it looks like Willie did enough, had enough momentum to get a bump back on Dr. Known to at least slow down that ball. The defense from Willie, but you're seeing Dr. Known start to have chances. And that is what you want if you're a fan of DOS.
Great 50 there from Suspect. Realized that he was always going to be a bit behind it, so just get that car as high as possible. Pops back in. Rez, oh, he might have been able to have a look at the cut of rotation. Still gets to it. Very early challenge, Dr. Known. I think he wants to play his entire game at supersonic speeds. Maybe in time for it as well. Dr. Known on his way. Zero boost. Probably going to try and leave this for Ops. No, takes the 50. FBI's awkward. Oh, I'll take that back. FBI's not awkward, but he's just handed it over again. Both teams keep doing this.
But still, though, it was decent enough composure there from FBI. Not to just do a quick hit away, trying to maintain possession for his teammates to get some boost. And there's a 50 right across the goal.
Oh, that one
no one was there to
Yeah,
punch that in, but there's some composure. And you see it, saw DOS didn't panic despite that ball floating across net.
Oh, they might have to panic a little bit more. That's in. 2-1. Dr. Known just snipes it from the corner.
FBI going for a challenge. It pinches right to Dr. Known. Rez was not expecting that to happen. That one has to be annoying for Clean.
Yeah, they had that play as well. That was just in front of the face of goal. Ops got the demo. Dr. Known's got some time. Goes low 50. That's an awkward bounce for everybody. There's not really too much you can create from that. I suspect trying to bounce it up for Dr. Known. It's not getting any easier for any of these players that are trying to follow. FBI misses it. Ops clears straight into the path. Well, I was going to say straight into the path of his opponent. As Ops has missed it yet again. Has that given it away for two? Yes, it has.
Wow, so we saw the game start with a missed touch from FBI, and then here another missed touch. Didn't even make contact that time. And that completely short circuits the defense for Clean. And a giveaway goal. This is looking dire for Clean.
Yeah, the knees are buckling here from both teams on occasion, but right now, Clean are struggling. They've got time. It's still only 2 goals. But 3-3 has not quite been in the cards so far from this one. Looking for the low 50. Dr. Known reacts. That's a lot of boost over on the orange side. Suspect looking to outplay all of them off the crossbar. That at least keeps Clean in the game.
Nice defense there from Rez. Very threatening play. Rez, try to keep this in. You'll start to see players dive for Clean. They're going to be taking extra risks. Need to get one quickly.
Rez does to the 50. Ops pops it. Oh my goodness. They might have gotten their own way, but Ops getting up on Isle May does exactly that. Willie going to try and go for an outplay of his own. He's out of boost, but he does have options. He goes low. How are you going to turn that in there? That's the one place that FBI didn't want to see it.
And this is another chance. Has to be now. For composure from Ops defensively. Able to get those stops. Need some amount of seconds on the clock, and we do see one come in with a single second on the clock. Opportunity for clean, but it will take a set piece off kickoff for them to pull through.
That was unnecessary from Ops. They shouldn't even be having this chance. One boom clear, and that will at least get rid of the final second. That's going to be done. That's going to be done. So at least they get it finished off from the kickoff. And everybody at home, we are starting off the LCQ week with ourselves a Game 7. And no surprise here, Clean taking their timeout.
They're taking their official timeout now. FBI, who was looking unstoppable in the earlier games, kind of let this one get away from him. You saw that first goal of the game, tried to air dribble the ball to safety, ended up giving the ball away and allowing that first goal. Then you saw another goal where he was trying to time a perfect touch going up the sidewall, didn't make contact, and it was immediately in his own net. So those mistakes really costing Clean, and they're going to need FBI to really play up to his potential if they want to have any shot at winning Game 7.
Yeah, we need to lock FBI no more than 200 points. Okay, when it gets to these 400, these 500 points ranges, I don't know, the mistakes coming in as well. So this has become, you know, both these teams can peak, but it's been about put the pressure on and see who buckles first. And
it has felt that way. It hasn't
what
been.
Game 7's going to be.
Yeah, it hasn't been two teams just playing on the limit so perfectly. We've just seen, like you said, Shogun, buckling at these immense pressure moments, which is really costing their team the game. FBI experienced it last game, but throw all that out the window. All you need to do at this point to stay alive in this last chance qualifier is win this single game. It's all coming down to Game 7.
This is to move on to play against Stallions. So a long, long road ahead. You win this, you win 2 more best of 7s, and then we send you to the play-in, where that is the North American not LCQ team. Okay, the North American LCQ team, yeah, is against Team Falcons. I managed to get that one confused just a little bit. I believe it's TSM that the winner of this goes on to play. Yeah, 15 seconds. All right, last predictions here, James Bott. From me, from you, who's taking this?
I think we see DOS pull through. I think they've showed us what they have. Dr. Known has been brilliant. I'm going to have to lean towards DOS on this, but Clean has what it takes. But I don't know if I'm a believer, Shogun. What about you?
I'm a believer. I'm going to go with FBI in this one. I almost regret that. It's really bad when you start saying a prediction and that team that you're predicting is already on defense. Although Rez almost managed to see the demo. FBI's got a little bit of time here. So we're split over here on the desk. Opportunity. Oh, it's a great touch from Rez. Looks backboard, just can't get it. But this is a much, much better start here from both teams. Dr. Noon's already on the way up. Huge pace from both squads. And they're getting stretched to their limits.
Ops is trying to keep the ball close. Ball back down to the midfield. Rez will boot it downfield. Dr. Known pitch up. FBI's there. Off the ceiling. Suspect clears it out. Rez will leave the ball instead. Tries to get the mid boost. Ended up leaving it, but FBI grabbed it. However, it's thrown the defensive rotations off. Wow. And Ops will strike in the confusion.
Yeah, Ops just went hunting. Gets rid of the player. Maybe gets rid of the hope. He dumps the redirect. How about that for a way to start off Game 7?
Great play from Ops. Staying in the play, finding that demo.
He's finding ways past everybody at the moment. Ops has suddenly become everybody's biggest op. Willie looking for a way out. Doesn't get the reset either. The last thing that can happen to Clean here is for them to get intimidated by the situation, to see how everything has gone against them. Ops looks for another demo. Huge dunk, and Ops does steal the 100 as well, but Willie's got plenty of boost. Looks for a 50, doesn't get a good one though. Suspect puts them back in the corner.
What can FBI do with this ball? Didn't have a full tank on takeoff. Dr. Known for the corner. Willie has to leave that corner boost, trying to boom it downfield. Ops leaves the boost for Suspect, but gets demoed. Now numbers advantage. Dr. Known with a beautiful 50. That's going to relieve so much pressure.
Yeah, I don't think that demo was communicated over on Clean side because next player up just seemed a little bit confused as to what to do with it. Dr. Known is full sending on everything here. Makes life so much easier for his defenders. If you just keep going, it forces the play from Clean. Suspect. Straight to
Clean
FBI.
takeoff.
Oh, this might be a good position. What's the 50? That's a good one. Rez on the way. Ops gets rid of it.
That was a great job from FBI, being able to take that ground to air without getting the ball tipped away from him or getting bumped. We'll need to see more of that from Clean if they hope to battle back.
Got passing options. Instead, oh, they won the 50. I think Ops actually backed away from that. That's brilliant decision making if he did. Didn't like the way that 50 looked. No boost turning up here for Rez, so I think he's just going to have to hand this one straight over for at least the time being, as FBI do not make a mistake here. That's far too many orange cards.
A lot of times that's an easy ball, but with the pressure of your tournament life on the line, every touch is going to be difficult.
It's a bit messy right now, and this is exactly what they need. Rez, low boost. The ball's just not landing with anybody who's actually got any. FBI is that player that they needed. Can he get it over to a teammate? That's skimmed very awkwardly. Ops, target man, has a reset. Not too sure how you're going to do anything with it. Certainly give it a go. 90 seconds. And Clean are looking at 3 games back-to-back to eliminate them.
Looks like Willie made some contact with FBI on that takeoff. Messed up the approach a bit, but FBI will pick up boost, go back to it. Didn't get the reset.
A lovely header.
And that forced alternate plans. Now a pre-jump, Shogun.
Didn't pre-jump early enough, apparently. Oh, I don't even know what you're going to do with that one, as everybody had that one read. Oh, Rez has got to get to it. Does exactly that. 1 minute left. Rez, nobody in field. Ops just takes it. Hands it over to Dr. Known. Trying to set up that 2-goal lead. Doesn't get the reset. Everybody's struggling with that in this game. But that's the pressure of game 7.
Absolutely, Shogun. You knew the pressure would be on. Both teams seem to be struggling. Then a pause being called out now for Clean. And I quickly brought up the scoreboard. I was checking the scoreboard. I do see Rez is suffering from some packet loss right now. Looks like he's having some internet instability. And the pause did come out very early. So it was...
Yeah, that one's not controversial for like where it is in the play, I don't think. That was called very, very, very quick. But wow. It's just another thing to add to everything for Clean. That you don't want that. You've got 48 seconds to try and get ourselves a goal. And you're looking at packet loss. You're looking at, games that have been stop-start. You're looking at elimination. It's not been fun for Clean, but they've got time.
I'm sure it's not been fun for more than Clean having to deal with that. Also, for all the players who just want to get back into the game, experiencing a few technical hiccups, but hopefully Rez internet will be fixed here. It looks like Rez left the server and joined back, so I'm expecting we'll be starting off on a kickoff, probably 50 seconds or so on the clock. And right now, DOS up 1-0. Clean trailing with less than a minute to go. Looks like 48 seconds will be on the clock. A good kickoff here for DOS right out of the gate, and it does look like Rez is still up. Well, no, looks like he maybe is fine now.
Fine.
Looks fine.
As Rez does try and follow that for a 50. Ops and FBI are all low. That's time ticking away. 30 seconds. Ops, does he turn? No, he just leaves that for Dr. Known. Can he hit that angle? Oh my goodness, give it a good go. Looking for the breakaway. FBI's got Willie as a target man. But Rez just powers it downfield. FBI can't quite make contact. They need a big play, and they need it now.
Boost denial. Dr. Known kept going. Suspect also full boost. There's the lead for Rez. Rez catch it into a dribble, but that's broken up by Ops. FBI will have a chance to keep this up. Dr. Known and Ops both go. They hit it down to the ground, and DOS will come back in the series and win in Game 7.
Well, they made it difficult for themselves. My goodness, did they make it difficult for themselves. Well, they are through. They've got themselves a spot in the semifinals, 2 series away from that World Championship. That is going to be an interesting one to have to try and break down later, James, because that felt like 3 or 4 different series included in one.
That one with the stop-starts, DOS not scoring anything, then putting the pedal to the metal. That one had it all, Shogun.
Yeah, it certainly did. So DOS are moving on, but we've still got 5 teams trying to play out to go to the World Championships.
Try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Pressure's starting to build, though.
Landed the bump, but saved it and
Just the Mines are looking to finish. Oh, what a demo.
Stizzy, downfield, down the jack, open net, he doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass, up high, not over, 0 seconds, it's too late, on the ground, Harvey Ports. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
Part of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
I can feel this time
stroke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry?
Last chance qualifiers starting off with a bang and a trip to Champions Field. You thought Clean was gonna make the upset happen, folks, but they come out just a little bit short. DOS gets the job done. Dr. Known Ops and Suspect able to advance and get a rematch with the Stallions. Oh my goodness. I mean, Shogi, there was a point. At what point did you give up on DOS? At any point?
Oh, definitely at the end of game 4. I completely gave up on DOS. That was... I did not see any way back for them, and I still don't really know how they came back. There was just sort of, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there, and suddenly it seemed like Clean just couldn't quite figure out how to close this out, James.
Well, Shogun, I think a lot of it was, you know, in a lot of those games, FBI was brilliant. He was brilliant, the standout player on the field. I even said he looked like my MVP out there. But then near the end, when they were on match point, FBI was not playing to the same level. And then Dr. Known started to step up, and really all of them. We saw some great demos out of Ops, great plays out of Ops. And so I think it was a combination of, you know, DOS finally getting their offense going, but also I think the nerves got the better of Clean.
It did feel like there was a little bit, and towards the end of DOS, finding ways to actually secure their scoring opportunities, finding ways to capitalize on the demo here, Ops and the cherry pick. There was a few moments of goals that had been previously defended, even this one from Ops, being able to tuck that into that top corner there, all just putting that extra effort in at the final moments to make sure they actually find the goals and they don't slip away from them in these moments. Puts them through. They're the only team that's taken on either of our top 2 teams and won this season. They're staying alive here. We'll get to see DOS play a little bit later on, but the bracket continues as we now are down to 5 teams here. As DOS continues on to play against Stallions, they'll have to wait a little bit. They'll get time to cool down. The Stallions will have time to prepare as we head to the bottom side of the bracket. R8 Esports waits for the results of our next match. New teams, new contenders, and maybe the lineup our viewers will be the least familiar with here, James. Saren taking on NMT. Talk to me about these teams. What can we know? What do we know? Who are these players?
Well, I think for a lot of people, they'll instantly recognize Mawson because we've seen him at LAN events before. But other than that, you really need to know that NMT also swept through the Swiss stage. So I think NMT, just from name recognition and results, you're expecting them to be the real deal.
Yeah, Shogun. NMT definitely with a few names here. I mean, we've heard Tellum as well here, Nader as well. On the other side, we've got Sultani. This is Basil and Hatem, or Hatem. You say I hate him sort of makes sense, but love him or hate him, you're gonna have to be with them on the pitch here.
Oh, he's already hitting them with the name puns. All right, we are at that stage, but I mean, this is a brutal side of the bracket because you win this, you're obviously heading straight into R8. So it's not obviously the nicest place to be in. However, they are going to be reasonably happy with the fact that, yeah, we've already played you once before. These guys played to game 5 over in group stage in that very first match, actually. So, I mean, there was a little bit of a brutal part of the bracket there between NMT, Siren as Clean as well. But yeah, NMT obviously taking that, obviously going on to beat Clean. Only real knock against them is not being Stallions. I wouldn't say that's much of a knock against you. So NMT have got very good credentials. For Siren, it's a win against a forfeit, and it's a 3-1 against Road to Texas. So sorry about that. All of them going to overtime as well. It's been a bit rough, but they also beat Robert De Niro, so maybe they're the best team of all time.
I mean, James, we've briefly mentioned this already, but it's worth bringing it up again that the only thing that is on the line this weekend is a spot at the World Championship. There's no prize money, there's no points. The only thing that matters is winning the grand finals, and that changes how all these teams approach the tournament. Usually in a bracket at this point, just make it to top 4 is a pay bump, just make it to top 4 is a points bump. You know, you could try and just put your all into this matchup, and you could look at the R8 and be like, we're not, what'll happen there will happen like usual. We don't have to beat them. We just need to get there, and then that'll be worthwhile. I think for every team thing here, the only thing that is valuable is winning the grand finals. And that changes the way you approach every one of these matches, including this top 6 match.
I almost feel like I disagree with that because of the lack of spots. I felt the lack of spots. You already have to win these events if you're going to go to an event in Mena.
It's true, but I see what Wavefunk is saying. You know, you at least have a little bit of consolation. If things don't go your way, you know, you at least, I'm taking home some prize money. At least it was a good result and it's going to get me better points, better seating for the next event. There's none of that in this. I think if you come in, even if you come in second, you finish and you have the same stuff if you came in last. So I see what Wavefunk says.
There's less distractions is my thought here, right? That the consolation serves as a reason to not try as hard. And maybe we'll see slightly different teams here in the qualifiers. I don't know. I think they're all trying pretty hard throughout the course of this. James, who you got?
You know, I have to go NMT. I think they're gonna get this one. And it did go to a couple overtimes. It was close, but I think NMT has it.
Shogun?
Yeah, I mean, their opponents don't seem to do anything but go to Game 5s and Game 7s, apparently. So, hey, we could get a very interesting series out of this, but I've got to go NMT as well. I just think there's too much quality on that side of the field.
They are. The name value does help here as well. I feel like that Maassen has made it to lands for a reason, and he's trying to make it to another one here. Give me NMT on this one. A sweep from the desk. Saren's going to be playing an uphill battle as far as the experts are concerned. How do the fans feel about it at home? We asked you for your votes. You gave them to us. We tallied them up.
Oh my goodness.
I think that is 100%.
We have split the people. Okay.
Yeah, I guess the programming doesn't it doesn't account for 100%.
That was wild. I'd never seen that before on the broadcast. But they are the clear favorites. Can they prove us and the fans right here? NMT will have their hands full with Saren. The winner gets to take on R8 Esports. All of this on the road to the World Championship, the final road available to these teams. Who will advance? Let's find out.
We have 2 teams that include some veterans that know what it's like to play on the World Championship stage, but they are down to their final lives here in the Last Chance qualifier, playing with 3 matches ahead of them if they want to do it. This is Game 1, brought to you by Progressive Gifts.
I'm excited about this one. MNT, no one's really talking about them. They tied for 5th in the Paris split points with DOS, but everyone's saying it's only DOS is that dark horse. Well, we see on any given day, any of these teams can win. Team Saren, though, it's a combination. The only team with Roshan who's of the 8th, 9th, and 10th best teams in the Paris split. So let's see if they can play upset and make this go back to another champion's field.
Sometimes, you just get the right players on the right team and you can maybe make something happen when you couldn't before. But this NMT team, Natter, Topham, and Maassen, these are players that have been in Mena for a long time, veterans of the scene. A team that's youngest player, I believe, is maybe 21 or 22, so a fairly older team as they hold it down here in Mena. They've played alongside some of the guys who will be playing at the World Championship, but now they find themselves together. Can they break through and make it to this World Championship? They're going to start off on offense. They've been pushing forward, having Saren on the back foot, but an opportunity now for Basil that he actually just kind of hands it away over as we go back and forth between these 2 teams. Sultani maybe looking for something, but no boost left over. And these guys getting settled in. Right now, it's just boom ball back and forth across the midfield line.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because they did play in round 1 of this LCQ. It went to 5, but NMT had a lot of the offensive pressure. Their team averaged about 39% on the offensive side, while Team Saren, it was only about 31%. So they had to play a lot more defense. So them giving away this ball when they're on defense and not going for counterattacks could be costly for them. Right there, Sultani makes a good, patient play on defense, but it's about getting the ball out of your blue half. They're going to have to find a way.
And right now, they are stuck there as Natter to try and take a great 50 win by Hatem, who is rocking, a topper. Gibbs, I know you enjoy yourself a topper. It seems like Mena has been throwing on some.
Yeah, little fun fact with the Octane hitbox, the hard hat actually fits perfectly inside the hitbox. So you guys should be using toppers. I don't know what you're doing. But
We've seen a few presets now in Mena in various different tournaments where they're throwing on antennas, they're throwing on toppers, they're breaking the mold. I love to see it. See if it works out for Hatem here today. as nobody has been able to find any offense. I was mentioning this earlier, but Mena maybe playing a bit slower than we're used to. When I'm watching in these streams, normally it's just goal after goal after goal, but these guys working their way into it.
Yeah, it feels just a little bit more nervous for everyone. Everyone knows it's their last life, it's their last chance, and there we go. We got Natter coming out with the opening goal. And this is just all about that pressure that they've had. M&T have had so much pressure for the best minute and a half, and they finally get a golden opportunity to pull one home, and Natter does so.
Yeah, they've been there for a long time. You see Hatem last second tried to decide to not go for 50. He tried to pull away because you could tell that his touch was just going to help out the team. Ultimately, he wasn't really able to, and he plays a big part in passing it out to Natter for the first goal. So he's going to want that one back. Fortunately for them, they have limited them to just one, but they need to get into this orange half. Otherwise, they cannot expect to bring back even this one-goal game. And now, for a moment, that is where they're at. Also trying to get a 50. Mawson has no boost to work with, so he's going to let Natter try and take it over. Hatem ready for it. Reset catch. Rolls this one out to a sweet spot, but two defenders up and clear it away.
Yeah, well, like all three members went up for M&T. Let's see if Basel can do anything with this. He's got a chance, but Natter takes it away. Hatem has another opportunity, tries to drop it down, and we get the goal by Sultani, who's going to be that third man cleanup on this squad. He was just waiting for this ball to spill out. Hatem does well to put pressure onto the defense, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, everybody's starved out on NMT. That makes that backboard available. You see Mawson trying to transition up there. He could not make the movement needed. Allows Hatem to get a rare double touch that teams are usually trying to not allow. And it sets up Sultani, and actually off the kickoff, it's going to be Saren who's right back on offense. Sultani off the ceiling, nobody challenging him. He's going to throw one to an awaiting Natter, who cleans it up, but it's going to cost him his life as he gets deleted. Basel up to the ceiling, everybody floating behind the ball, no boost. It'll be NMT who take over.
Yeah, Sultani, though, is moving up a lot more than he did previously in this tournament. He's been that deep third man for this squad, but it seems like he's getting more involved in the offense. Maybe they knew that they had to change that from their round one playoff when they played that NMT, so we'll see if that continues, but he's getting involved a lot more in that midfield compared to their previous matchup.
Natter going to beat Basel. Mawson just throwing this to backboard. No follow-up going to be available for them. Sultani should be able to casually take this away, although Totham is right there. Nobody is in net. He can get this double, and he'll put it top left. It didn't even need to be placed that well, but it was.
Yeah, the backboard clear just wasn't high enough, so Totham just comes up and intercepts and finishes it himself. A great first touch to set himself up. No one back on defense because of that backboard clear, and M&T take the lead back.
Probably not the best decision to try and clear it out in the midfield. Maybe that low boost didn't really, allow too many options. Just took whatever he felt like he could get away with. It wasn't enough. This one in front of the net. Nice demo. Mawson takes out a player who was potentially going to shoot on target. Natter's up ahead of the play, but actually the defender is behind him as Sultani dunks it to take away the opportunity.
Yeah, Sultani was the last one on the field. Mawson actually got two demos on that counterattack opportunity. Keeps Team Saren alive here. Sultani has a chance. Going to be a pass to Basel, who puts it down. Bottom left corner. At first I thought it was going to be a Sultani shot. I think the MNT defense thought so as well, but instead it turns into a pass, and Basel timed up late.
Yeah, that's a great pass down, almost pushing it slightly backwards. Unselfish play from Sultani. Allows his team an opportunity to maybe take this game one or at least force overtime as we have an equal game. Kickoff in favor of Natter. Demo. It allows him to go up to the backboard, over the top. Hatem follow-up was quick. It's a bouncing shot, but it's in.
Great kickoff play here by NMT. Natter, he gets the ball, and he does incredibly well. Just over Hatem, and we see Sultani. He has zero boost. He's just got to guess on where that's going to bounce. He guesses wrong, and right back to it. MNT, after giving up that tie, a brilliant kickoff play to take back that lead.
Double fake by Saren, but the one player who's going to be on ball gets demoed. It's just going to be right back into NMT control. Natter, great dribble. He wanted to get a bump on Basel, but wasn't able to touch it. So it will be a clear away. Basel does get the physical play he wanted, as Totham and Natter fighting for a midfield boost. Not what you want to see two teammates doing. Totham has to reflip out to this. Does get a touch. Final seconds. Oh, some shot is in.
Sultani won a midfield pass. The pressure with the redirect to begin this whole play. We see Team Saren, they have to send everyone. They do so. The midfield to Hatem, and the perfect top left corner placement. And we got some drama here in game number one. 5 seconds left, high scoring 3-3.
Really important kickoff here as Totham ends up going past the play. Does get a 50 though. Natter's gonna have one last chance in the air. He's just gonna lob the ball away, which I would think would give control to Saren, but that ball was dangerous. If someone was just a little bit closer, it could have been a game winner, but we're headed to OT.
Yeah, Mawson tried to get the read. Now off the kickoff again. Hadam has a chance at the shot. He leaves it for his teammate Basel, who can't get there in time. So Sultani will move forward yet again. Talam, no boost, just has to do with power clear, and Hadam will just gently place it into his corner. Basel throwing it deep. Talam has to get back rather quickly, but does so and controls it well.
Yeah, I think that NMT have found themselves a few different times on completely zero boost. That's when they've allowed Saren through. We actually even saw Natter and I think Totham fighting each other for midfield 100, just going to show how they haven't been able to control that aspect of the game and maybe need to. You see Natter here on 0. Nobody challenging him though, so he's going to be able to cook everybody and get a nice 50. It's a lot to ask out of somebody who had just barely any boost, but no close third. Maybe an opportunity if they had banked on that 50 to be shootable. Last back was playing it safe, and it's hard to blame him in this last chance qualifier in OT.
Yeah, now Basel has an opportunity. I thought he was going to go for the midfield pass. Goes for the shot instead, but misses. Talam will get the clear. No one left back. He might have an opening here for the shot, and he does. Bottom left corner, and the defense just crumbles for Team Saren to give this one up.
Yeah, Sultani, he was trying to force this pop-up, but he's the only one back. He's the closest, it would seem like, to this save. He's thinking, if I get Totham to pop this ball up in the air, my teammates should be able to clean it up easy, but they were not around, and Totham should not be able to pass to himself that simply, but was able to win the game.
Yeah, Sultani there, I think he thought his teammates would get back in time, but they were both part of the offensive play. There was no chance that they had a moment to get back, and Sultani really didn't even challenge it. They just let the ball pop over his head, and it goes in for a goal. He is going to play third man a lot, so his mistakes are going to be more glorified, because if they are mistakes, they're going to turn into goals. So Sultani there, a little bit of a mistake, but it's just game one, and we see Team Saren, who again is this ragtag group of 3 guys from 3 different teams that were 8th, 9th, and 10th best in Mena, are showing up against M&T, who are considered one of those dark horse teams. So it's a good game one. They'd rather get the win, but M&T find a way to take it.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned that these guys are all teaming up from different teams, because it felt like the team play focus was Saren. Saren was doing a lot of playing for each other, a lot of faking, a lot of passing to set somebody else up. It was actually NMT who ended up having a lot of different solo goals, probably because Saren moved up too far forward and wasn't able to handle it. That's going to be something that you're going to see a lot in Mena. 4-3, this is a normal, score line I feel like I see in Mena. We weren't getting that earlier. These guys are willing to take risks. It leads to a lot of highlight plays. It also leads to a lot of kind of lamer goals that get tapped in off of counterattacks, but it's just the risks these guys are willing to take, and it's the kind of gameplay that has produced some of the biggest stars that come out of Mena.
Yeah, Team Saren, I don't mind it, because they know that they have to play a lot of defense. We saw it in that game too. The M&T with 9 shots. A lot of offensive pressure. When they have their moments, they're going to send everyone to try and capitalize, but it's just a balance, right? You just have to find that correct balance so you don't give up those free goals. But again, we know in Mena that's kind of the way it goes, and they're going to send.
Right now, Totham just looking to clear this out. Was hoping for another touch. Basil's actually waiting upfield. Mawson's low on boost. He goes up high to get around him. He might have a double opportunity. He goes backboard. He flicks it in. Oh no, Natter on the ground, able to stop it.
Oh, I love that play by Basel to pass to himself again with the flipper set. Not go for the shot because it would have been saved, but just couldn't find it. He needed 1 more %, and that's a top 5 goal. But instead, we're still scoreless.
Got some sidewall redirect, fakes it, leaves it for Sultani. Another great team play from Saren. Mawson needs a great 50. That was a bit scary. Also not able to force it through. Now it'll be NMT out the other way. Sultani on very little, but that shot not good enough to get past him. Zero boost will cut it as this flow switches back the other way. Totham a dunk, and the net is open. It'll be the first goal.
This is not how you draw it up for Team Saren. They get 2 golden opportunities. They kind of waste both of them. They finally have to play a little bit of defense. Not even really. It was just a random 50, and Talam scores. M&T have had no offensive pressure yet they lead 1-0. That's after they steal game 1 as well. So Team Saren, coming in as an underdog, you just can't let these happen. You need the momentum. You need to put pressure on it. The opposition, and it just falters here in game 2 early. Let's see if they can bounce back.
I'm not going to be allowed 2 touches in a row. Mawson demoed from behind. Sultani tried to back pass, but it actually goes to a low boost player. Now everybody's used up their boost just to try and control this ball. This net is open again. Basel in the respawn went to the 100 instead of protecting the net, and that makes it easy.
From the same exact spot, too, Talon basically just going off the wall. Instead of a challenge, he gets a wide open net shot, and he secures the goal. He scored the Game 1 overtime winner. Now the first 2 goals here, and MMT full control of Game 2.
It's very interesting to think about those respawns now that you can pick where to be. I mean,
yeah.
If Basel had a chance to do it again, does he like to spawn away from the ball on the boost, or does he expect, try and spawn a little bit closer where he can cut off an angle? He clearly didn't think that, his team needed to be worried about a shot, but they obviously did. As Autumn now up in the air, gonna get dunked. Basel to the backboard. He can't have the boost follow up, but neither can the other team. And Autumn actually taking this really slow. Interesting decision. He sees everybody's low on boost. He's going to go high, but Natter, he took it so slow. Natter had a chance to drive out the back wall.
I think Hudson was a little bit confused that no one challenged right away on his first attempt, so he didn't go for the shot. But looking back now, hindsight is, of course, 2020. He probably could have had a power shot forward. Instead, it's going to be a counterattack. Wide open net. Again, the midfield flicks working for NMT, and it's now 3-0.
Yeah, Autumn trying to get that little backward challenge. Just 2 challenges got beat easily by Mawson. Not really strong. Probably could have afforded to have Autumn just rotate back with the bit of boost that he had. If somebody is going to try and dive in early, they're going to have to make more of a mark than either one of them did. And Mawson able to outplay them both, so a 3-0 lead now. Now, we saw Saren throw in the house earlier. They're going to have to throw it even more. This is how these games can get out of hand. You can't back down now. You have to keep throwing it all on offense as Natter has a 1v1 that just barely gets saved. Basel gets bumped. Opportunity for Tottenham, but he actually doesn't score. The follow from Mawson is saved, and I cannot believe they came out of that alive.
Wow, big save by Sultani, but they're still in danger here, and Tottenham will get the goal. The physical play comes out, and MMT, after that first minute of not having a lot of pressure, they have full control of this game, dominant 4-0.
Yeah, Mawson, I think, traded that demo, but doesn't matter. It's a smoke screen, easy tap in for Tottenham. And now we're seeing a kickoff control by them. Tottenham up in the air. Natter's trying to find him. Oh, he did, but what a save from Basel. Where was that earlier when you weren't down 4?
Oh, Basel, that is a fantastic save. Keep that out of the highlight reel. It was a great kickoff play by NMT, but they're just feeling it now. They're having fun. They're in full control of this game, too. Big save, but you're still down 4 for Team Saren. It's going to be difficult to come back, and this ball's just floating in front of their net. They got to find a way to play sound defense and get this ball out.
A demo could maybe help them do that. Tottenham cannot force it in. This ball floating in front of net. Hotzum, couldn't make it back. I thought he was going to be able to clear it out as he came across the net, but ultimately it's another Tottenham finish.
Yeah, look at that. Mawson, he gets the challenge into a double bump, and then Tottenham somehow finds a way to secure that goal. So much physical play right now by NMT. And man, game 2 has gotten away fast. And Team Saren absolutely going to have to call a timeout after this.
Yeah, you would expect them to do so, as this has been about as rough as it could be. They had a great start. It looked fairly equal in that first game. Brought it, to that OT, but favorites have taken control. They've started to freestyle, it would seem, at times. Just really, especially with that kickoff, just trying to see just how much they can get out of these guys and how much can they scare them, put them on the back foot. Will they hold them scoreless? As Tottenham has Natter in the midfield. Natter jumped early with a little bit of boost that he does have, and of course it works.
So much midfield is open, but I think a lot of that is because Team Saren just has to kind of send everyone, then have to go back to boost. Basel has nothing. He's just jumping off the ceiling for funsies, and that's just a wide open pass. Well done by NMT, but this game is definitely over fear, and yeah, it really just comes down to, you basically have 2 timeouts here, because you have a minute to play here where you guys can talk it over, because you got beaten so badly that there's no comeback opportunity here. And then you're going to call your tactical timeout. They're going to have to find something. Last time Team Saren again played, they played a lot of defense. It wasn't this physical, though. But MNT are definitely ramping that up. So Team Saren's got to find a way to avoid those bumps and demos.
Yeah, they've been getting pushed back and maybe struggling to break through. They recognized a couple demos might get it open. But, this is not the first time they've been on the receiving end of a tough game, I'm sure. 6-0 happens in Mena. They've probably been on the delivering end of many blowouts like this as well. So they know they can bring you back. And maybe they can, just get something going here. A little free goal. It's nice to just see the other team can make mistakes.
Yeah, it is nice to see just a random mistake. Mawson thought his teammate had it and just kind of falls short. I don't think, NMT is too worried about it. But again, for Team Saren, like at some point when you score like that, you kind of just have to yell and pop off to kind of just break the awkwardness of being down by 6, right? You just try and like reset everything. So we'll see what they got going into game 3, but game 1 was great. They could have absolutely won game 1. It was one mistake and they would have won, but game 2 fell apart, so they'll have to bounce back in game 3. But NNT looking so good. Talon securing another one. No, Sultani will avoid the Brazil, and that'll be it for game number 2.
You know, that was a rough game for Saren, no doubt, and I think we're going to see them call a timeout here, but it ended not so bad. They're the last ones to score. Last goal wins is what they'll tell themselves, you know, and there was one last opportunity for NMT, a sick passing play that might have ended up in the highlight reel that they had a great save on. So, you know, the last 2 things to latch onto from the game. They can feel good. You know, they can talk a little bit more about what they need to change in this, you know, few moments of the timeout. And then there is going to have to be a decent amount, and it could start as simply as maybe mixing up kickoffs, because I felt like they had a little bit more first possessions than last time around. This time they just spent the whole time in the orange half making save after save, and every once in a while the ball would also find its way through, but you just can't play from that position right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's weird because like the first minute wasn't too bad. They had 2 like golden opportunities that they kind of just barely missed out on, and then the last minute wasn't as bad. But that's also probably because everyone's just taking their foot off the gas. But 17 shots they gave up in a 5-minute game. That just cannot happen. We see Talon with 9 shots in that game, 4 goals. They need to find a way to not allow so much pressure on their net. It's going to come down to those midfield challenges. It seems like the flicks by the opposition, it's like NMT is just flicking around them in the midfield, but then getting 1 or 2 extra touches that they should not be getting, right? There has to be follow-up on defense by Team Saren, which is not coming right now. It's like what happens is there's just one man back, and he gets flicked on, and then it's a wide-open net. So maybe don't pressure as much when you are on offense. Could be the goal for Team Saren and play that midfield game, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe bring a third further back. I remember moments where it didn't seem like they, you know, had an agreement on who needs to challenge early, who needs to back up. You can pull that third a little bit farther back at times, and make sure that just the communication between the team is solid in order to make sure rotations are good. But and look for each other as far as offense, because we really didn't see a ton of offense from them. We saw 1 goal that was on a total mistake in garbage time for NFT. But when we saw them playing well, there was a lot of team play, a lot of looking for each other. I mean, the reality is that might still be their offense, and we just didn't get to see any of that because they spent the whole time, you know, trying to figure out how to stop NMT on defense. So a couple good challenges. They probably need to get started here early, a little bit better communications, maybe a third back a little bit more, and they might be on the right foot.
Yeah, they probably have to talk about too, like, hey, we played these guys in round 1 of this tournament, and we went to game 5. We can compete with these guys. Right now, we are not, and we have to fix that. So we'll see what they got with that extra minute during the timeout, but so far they're starting off on the back foot on defense. Basel very clear, though, to relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, NMT are a team that maybe don't have this as much as, this net is barely open. It's just going to, oh no! They got robbed a great 50 on the goal. Adam needs to get this. They absolutely need this for the mental, and they do score first.
This could have been the worst case of like golden opportunity again, wasted, but Adam is there to secure, playing very safe. He was going for the challenge in case he needed it, but he got the dunk. And Team Saren exactly what they needed to start off game 3 strong.
Yeah, now they're on the right foot. I was going to mention before the goal found its way in that there's a lot of, you know, almost hierarchy, I feel like, in Mena, especially with the 2 top dogs, Falcons and Twisted Minds. Those players, I feel like, maybe scare the up-and-coming Mena players. And even though NMT doesn't have that as much as those top 2 teams I mentioned, Nader, Moss, and Talon, these are players that have been at the top of the game for a long time in Mena. So when it comes down to these last chance qualifier moments, you might just get clipped on, and you might be worried about that as Talon will equalize.
And this is what we see with the split 2 scorers. Like, Mena loves to score goals, and we see it here by Talon doing it all himself. Fantastic shot by him. But this is what we were talking about, how Mena is very high-scoring region. All the top scorers on the list, top 3 are all from Mena, so they know how to score goals. But some of these teams might just not know how to play as much defense as well.
No, certainly not. The offense is just so good.
So you got to clean that up, right? Like, if you clean up the defensive side, you might get more opportunities, and that's where you can find a way to win. But it does seem like if a team gets out-pressured they can't win. We kind of saw that with Clean and DOS. Like Clean, like early on that series, had so much offensive pressure that all of a sudden things flipped, and they were playing a ton of defense. And in Mena, if you're playing a ton of defense, it's so hard to win.
Tani, really important challenge. Great 50 here too. Just going to switch the field here, give them an opportunity, pass off the backboard. No follows though. It's going to be only NMT rotating back on low boost that were there for that. Also passed to himself off the ceiling. Isn't able to get a follow-up touch. Sultani might have an opportunity here. He goes off the back wall pass. Hatem prioritizing getting around. Nice ball. It's in! Hatem made sure the ball did not touch the initial defender by sending it up to the ceiling. I didn't realize it was in, but maybe he did, because one bump on the defender gets him a goal.
Hatem with the topper buff on the bump. There it is. Showing up. What a play. What a solo play by him. Like I was going to mention that how we've seen that with Talum. When he's got these moments, he is capitalizing and scoring these goals. And that's what we need from Team Saren. We almost get another one here, but Hatem showing up big in game 3.
Saren playing from front. They needed this desperately. Oh, we're back to the back wall right now. Talum almost got a incredible angle. Natter didn't have the post read, so he wasn't able to get the follow-up. Definitely was available, but not an easy read to make. He was trying to make sure he got it quick. This 50 is going to lead to a Talum double denied now. Sultani knows what Talum can do. He's seen that goal go in a few times now. He's not going to be able to get this around Natter, though. Drops in midfield. Basil has to take it away into the corner. Maassen takes a second to shoot. And Basil, even on low boost, able to make that save. Follow-up 50 might put his team on offense. Not a lot of boost left over for them to play with. So Talum starting a full field air dribble, starting out around ceiling height. We've seen a lot of aerial play from him so far, but he's met at the midfield.
Yeah, we see the clear when they had no boost, but that was absolutely needed. Because we saw Team Saren, they needed boost to just get back, and then they just have to win that 150 in the air, which they did, and now it's back to a neutral game state. So it's exactly what Team Saren needed, because they were losing all their corner boosts for a while there. So big clear, sometimes all you need on defense to just breathe for a second and get a little bit of those small boost pads.
Maassen off the sidewall, finding the guy who's been getting the goals today. That double that was red. And again, Natter just a little bit out of position to get a follow-up. So not able to get a goal. Nice wall dashing from Hatem to get this clear. Hatem trying to control the ball. Basil seemed to be waiting. Actually decided not even to challenge the ball. Dove past it and went for demos instead to try and set up his teammate. We'll see if that makes it possible for Hatem to score. One save is there, but the shots are not over. Basil fakes. It's Sultani on the ground, but he's met by defenders.
Man, I'm really impressed with Talum so far throughout this series. Feels like every time he's on the ball, he's making something happen. But now we see Team Saren with a ton of this offensive pressure. Exactly what they need. They're up a goal. They want to get that 2-goal lead by with 1 minute to play. Let's see if Hatem can win this ball on the wall. He does backwards. Gets another 50 as well, but Maasen's the first one up.
Yeah, we've seen Basil now a few times. This is maybe almost in. Nobody was home, but Reed wasn't there. Basil has seemed to decide to go bumping. He has not been going for the balls at first man as often. He just wants to take defenders out to try and create opportunities. Talum is so dangerous. Even when he doesn't score, he's creating opportunities that have everybody scrambling on Saren. They're up 1, but they're not in the best spot right now, as Talum will now find Maassen. He's going to try and send it back. Hatem quick enough, though. Intercepts the attack, still alive, as Natter goes up to the ceiling to avoid the defender. And is the read there? No, Hatem has the follow-up save.
Hatem with 0 boost, making some great plays on low boost as well just before that to relieve some pressure. Team Saren barely holding on. Final half minute to play. We got Natter to Talum. He finds it off the bar and in, off a few cars as well. Talum been so deadly throughout this game and just finally secures another one.
Talum has just been too good. They've been able to stop a couple different shots from him, but it seems like if NMT can keep creating opportunities where Talum gets to shoot, then he is going to get through eventually. He is going to do enough for his team. He's got them equal, and now he's on the ball again. Sultani needs to challenge early. You cannot let this guy get going. How he's been playing in this game, and Natter has an opportunity to pass to him. He's pre-jumped. He has to go back to get the ball, though. If he finds a way to score this one, I'll be really impressed.
Maassen, though, has possession, but good physical play by Team Saren. Hatem is going to win it up to Sultani. Last second shot. He cannot get the touch, and we go to overtime.
Another close game. Saren really need this one, though. They lost the last overtime and got followed up by a really tough game. But they put themselves on offense here. Sultani trying to get this out to Basil. He's going to put it to the side wall. No follow-up from him, though. Maassen should be able to take it cleanly. Nice early challenge, though. Keeps us in the orange half. That bounce is unfortunate, but Natter is the close one to it. So it's going to be okay for NMT. Tatum, sidewall, bit of space. People waiting on the ground for him. He's going to try and pass it off to Vassal, who's not able to meet the ball before a defender arrives. Sultani opportunity. Free flip touch. Sends it to a defender. It is tons of offense. Vassal has an open net. It's a soft shot, but it's still in. And Saren on the board.
Oh, here we go. We got ourselves a series. See, Vassal just waiting, and that's because Hatem has been doing so well like in that midfield, winning so many of these challenges. He goes up, and there's respect on his name. They're going to send two to try and protect it. Turns it to a fake, and we get the wide open end. Team Saren, they win the overtime, and they're right back in this, only down 2-1 in the series.
Again, the unselfishness from the squad. Hatem recognizing if he gets two defenders up, he does not need to be the one to take the shot. He gladly believe it for Vassal, who ultimately had to shoot somewhat of a slow shot, but they're all worth the same amount once they go in. As we see Hatem getting a goal himself here. Highlight reel, these guys, timeout works. You know, they got a little break. They definitely changed how it's going, but I don't know if they can afford to play close games the rest of the series. It seems like NMT have a little bit more pop-off potential.
It's possible. I did love how Hatem was playing, though, with low boost in the midfield. He was trying to take over that midfield role, and he won a ton of challenges to relieve a lot of that pressure. Like NMT, they still got 10 shots in that game, but it could have been a lot worse. Hatem did a lot of work there. He also had that great goal where he popped up to himself and then bumped the defender out. So definitely the MVP of game number 3. And you expect it's going to be a battle. It's against these guys. I don't think Team Saren is worried about blowouts or anything like that. They'll take any game they can. They now split the overtimes, and there's been one blowout game. So they know that they can stay toe-to-toe here.
Yeah, and we see Vassal, I don't know if it was intentional in the timeout to start playing a little bit more physical, but we're dedicating, you know, a lot of attention to bumps, demos, to create opportunities. Not everyone has to be on ball. It worked well for them, but we're into game number 4. Into the kickoff, fairly neutral. Sultani's going to have the first opportunity on the ball in the follow-up, but the heavy touch will give it over to Maassen as these guys look to try and control Hatem to Vassal. 50 doesn't quite work, and NMT will escape.
Sultani will try and just get a power clear. Actually out to Hatem. He's going to get the flip reset, but great read there by NMT. Should keep it from being a shot. Vassal has an opportunity, gets the demo. Hatem with the shot, and he gets it under the bar. And Team Saren take the early lead.
Maybe helped out by this smoke screen a little bit. You see two defenders after the demo just kind of hanging out on the ground. Hatem puts it up high. They cannot get the read fast enough. They had boost to work with, so they could have gotten up there to protect the high shot had they known, but not able to react in time. And it's Saren who strike first again.
See Sultani, another good challenge there to put some pressure. Vassal following it up. Actually wins it cleanly, almost goes right into the net, but Talam will turn it away to his corner. Nice little fake around 1, gets a 50 around 2. A double commit, though, by the orange squad of NMT, and they kind of throw up that offensive pressure because of that double.
Talam now just clearing it away, 0 boost. Not sure they're even expecting really to be able to follow this one up. They just want time to get something going. As Hatem, really important 50. He tried to get around Maassen and angle it, but Maassen read that. Dunked it. Created an opportunity for Natter, but a late recovery. 0 boost, but Vassal gets there to make the save.
See what Maassen can do off this wall. Talam went all the way back for some boost. He's going to follow this one up. Going to try and get it mid. Going for some physical play again. Can't connect with any of the cars. Team Saren will take it out. Hatem over to Vassal. Trying for the must. He doesn't get full connection. So now we're back the other way. Talam with the flip reset. 1v1 opportunity. Sultani does well.
He's such a scary player to play against. You know, you can't just give up on the passing plays like Saren have been going for. They need to try and find each other, but if you don't connect well, much a Talam going the other way, long shot, Maassen's going to be able to save this and control it. No boost to work with, but he's not going to get challenged. He's going to allow his teammate that does have boost to arrive. Talam taken off the wall. Natter, no follow-up likely. I think we're going to see control here for Saren as he takes it down the sidewall. Over 1, actually bumped somebody into a dunk in order to get it to the back wall, but Natter's there to take over.
See what Natter can do with low boost. He is also getting physical. Maassen has a chance at a shot, waiting patiently. Talam can't get the shot. He actually pushes it away from his teammate as well, and now we're going the other way. Team Saren, we're going back and forth. Maassen, though, big 50 in the middle. Throws it midfield. No one is there yet. Talam finally trying to get a finish, but Hatem, the in and out save.
Yeah, Hatem, 2 great plays. They're going to get a counterattack the other way. I love what I saw here from Hatem. It was a light shot that he arrived to stop and then went in and out of the net to make another important save. Sent it the other way. NMT clearly feeling like they had an advantage and had moved up the field ready to capitalize on that. Hatem had a different plan for them and is able to set up the counter. It's a 2-0 lead for Saren.
Yeah, but that was a bad miss by Maassen. He was there first. He just didn't read it off the wall and allowed that wide open net shot to go in. That's why we were so surprised that they had that shot available. Team Saren, man, Mena is delivering with the drama, trying to tie the series up.
Hatem forced to put this one away. Natter there to try and catch it. Hatem demoed. Basil has to be careful. He's not taken out, so he can be available to make a play. He slows them down. That's Sultani challenge. The pre-jump from Natter is way underneath. I love the ambition, but Maassen was not able to find him. And now it's going to be Hatem with Totland. That's an interesting back pass. Actually worked out quite well. He did put it right on top of his teammate, although it felt a bit risky as Natter taking it out of the corner. He's got no boost left over. He's trying to flick without to it. Even though he doesn't get a touch, he convinces the other team that he might, and that slows them down and allows his team to stay on offense. Totland to Natter, nice save as the 2-0 lead remains.
Some big defensive plays here. Natter trying to get some bump plays going, but Sultani will get the clear, and we've seen Team Saren on the orange side of the field a lot throughout this game, but now it's starting to go the other way. Can we see a goal to make this a one-goal game? Double commit, though, by NMT. Maassen has an opportunity here, but there's two defenders to beat. He does beat one, but Hatem's there.
Now there's a key moment from Sultani as Sultani actually gets deleted, where I think he made a good decision to play safer. Maybe something that they weren't doing before. They were taking every challenge they thought they could see. Sultani recognized, I'm last back. I need to just wait this out. I need to be, the safety net. Allowed his team to stay up to no goals yet for NMT, who have found 6 goals in a game already. They have not found that same kind of offense. They used it all up. Spassel challenge in the midfield. Nice speed from Hatem as he will double it to the back wall. Totland doesn't have boost to work with. Hatem needs to follow it up. No 50 to get it in front of net, though. NMT finding themselves in a rare spot. They cannot get out of their orange half. Basel reset. Dunk. Can he get it in? He will.
Basel, what a shot. Team Saren's finally finding that offense, and they're making good use of it. The solo play, the flip reset into the dunk, off the crossbar. Team Saren is back, baby. We're all tied up 2-2. Still 30 seconds left. NMT, they have a chance, but they need it right here off the kickoff, and it looks unlikely. So now it's MNT's turn. Do they call their timeout here?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this has been, maybe not quite as rough a game as the 6-0 that they had earlier, but it is definitely, again, it's been fully on the side of Sultani. Yeah, 2 in a row. And, even though it's only 3-0, it has felt like a game fully controlled. Maybe one, good save needed from Saren, but for the most part, it's been them on offense, them finally getting to show what they're capable of. And this ball hit the ground with 0 goals for NMT. Saren is back in this one. I think NMT are kind of heavy favorites, I would say. The desk was a sweep for NMT coming into this one. I would have expected maybe like a 4-0, 4-1 type result, but that's definitely not going to be the case, as Saren already have 2.
Yeah, we again talked about roster moves. This is the only squad in the top 6 that actually was like, you know what, we need to try to change something up to have a chance against these teams like R8 and Stallions, but they have to pass through the other opposition so far, and these guys run the 8th, 9th, and 10th best teams in Mena, and they're coming together now, and they've made top 6 of the LCQ, so that would be about the 8th best team, and now they're trying to do one better and make it to the top 4. And right now, that game 4 was in full control by them. I love what Hatem's doing. Game 3, I talked about his midfield speed, his midfield pressure. We saw that late here again when he comes out of nowhere and just makes these great challenges to allow Team Saren to play a ton of offense. And you're gonna need it in Mena. You don't want to be on defense because these guys are all so mechanical.
Yeah, 5 saves for Hatem. Just Saren in general, just making sure to not leave any open nets. They made every potential goal be earned, and no goals were earned, whereas that's definitely not the case for the rest of the series so far. Miscommunications allowed something easy. They have made sure that doesn't happen, and they've found enough offense to get a game win as well. So we'll head to Parc des Paris to see if momentum can change. No timeout, by the way, from NMT. Yes, they lost 2 in a row, but they want to get right back into it.
Yeah, sometimes I can see being like, we have one more game to lose. We'll use it there, but I feel like 2 in a row is normally the spot where, like, if I was the coach, I'd probably call it there. But hey, everyone is different. Let's see what they can do. I feel like it was not as bad of a blowout. It was more of a controlled game by Team Sarah, but I think MNT kind of know what they need to do. So maybe they thought they could save it until they absolutely need it.
Sure. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, especially the way they lost that game. You know, no goals, negative offense. You expect something to need to change. Maybe they already had the answer, and they didn't need an extra minute to talk about it. As Hatem floating behind the ball with 0 boost. Sultani shoots us in the post. It's going to pinch off as Mawson sends it away. Adder throwing this to the back wall. Should be controlled by Saren, who have boost in the tank, ready to counter. It's going to be Sultani through the air. Not able to get past, but follow up by Basel. As NMT control this ball in the corner.
Yeah, Team Sarah looks like they're playing a little safer. At that time, though, they do go for a double commit. So Nader has an opportunity. Can't get the 50 around, though. Goes to the corner. Hatem will clean it up. Sultani in an awkward spot. He's got to jump for this Nader with the shot. Sultani, big time save. Hatem, he's got the clear. Basel went for a bump. He did not hit anyone on defense, so they have to pull back.
Toplum just going to slam this in the back wall. Pushing the decision. He had tons of space, so maybe he didn't necessarily have to. He was in a 1v2, though. 2 defenders were back ready for him. And maybe just cared more about the field position. Nader finding himself just slightly off the right spot. A lot of these touches to midfield, having to reorient himself to make the right play. It's Toplum again, ground pitching, puts it on targets. I think he knows that's getting saved, though. Hatem around. He's been making crucial saves. Not going to allow Toplum the goal. Again, he's up into the air trying to make something happen. The challenges have been there for Saren. They have not allowed Toplum to go to work. Instead, it's going to be them pushing into the orange half. Austin trying to control in the corner. It's a 50 down. Basel actually misread that. Too far underneath it. Now they're trying to control the counterattack. Mawson has an angle, though he doesn't. He can't quite get it in. Toplum following it up, though. They are not out of the woods yet. A little bit too high of a chip. Mawson will have to be the one to finish it, and he will.
Again, we get the third man challenge where it was just a little bit awkward. Then Hatem did get a small touch to avoid the first attempt on goal, but then it's just panic defense, and finally they just played it right back to Mawson, who's in the right place, and secures the first goal for NMT, and they take back their lead, take back their momentum, and we'll see if they can hold it.
Double fake kickoff as they're trying to control it to their back line. Saren. Sultani can't get 2 touches in a row. Toplum there. He's not able, or he doesn't do the same, where he is going to get at least 1 follow-up touch. That's what we really want to see. Multiple outplays from a player and shift the momentum. As Basel reset carry, sticks with the ball the whole way. That demo was nice. Sultani has an opportunity. He decides to slow it down and go for a 50. Hatem in a little bit too deep. Is that last back now? Has to be careful here. He's bought so much time, though, by taking it straight up and even gets a beat with that reset.
Yeah, smart play by Hatem. He was going up for the infield pass on that first offensive opportunity, but it just didn't arrive, so he had to waste as much time as possible and did it perfectly. But here we go, back on the blue side of things. Mawson trying to make the play. Now Toplum will take over in this back corner and just go for the power clear. Allow everyone to get some boost, but we're going back and forth. Ooh, Nader up early, though. Can't get the flip reset, goes for the fake instead. Mawson following up, can't find it. Toplum, though, he is there, and we see this now on the orange side. They're following up every one of their touches.
Pressure on Saren right now, who need to find a way to get some offense. You see Hatem just challenging early. Really ambitious challenge does throw them off their game. Pre-jump doesn't connect. They can't even get that read as well, but no follow-up. They did not expect that to bounce down for free. It's tough to make it through all 3 defenders, but the pass was so good and so tough to read that it actually did. Anyone there to capitalize. It's Basel 50. Quickly followed by Toplum, who I think was really expecting to race somebody. Uses all his boost. Tap it away quickly. That's a nice block. Saren trying to get something going. Sultani just going to lob it upfield. No teammates available, so it's a pass to Tala. This is not the guy you want to pass to because he do this to you.
Oh, he wins the race in the midfield, turns it into a flip reset pass to himself, and secures a great shot to the right-hand side of the net. Top bins. Toplum is back. You know, first 3 games, he was an offensive monster, and he shows up again here in Game 5.
Sultani had low boost, trying to clear it away. Maybe he could have even killed the ball. He had no pressure around him. If he had just taken some time, he might have been able to. As Hatem get a dunk, Sultani into the corner, and I think we're going to have a pause here. Pause called, 2-0 lead for NMT. Having some internet issues in the lobby, but NMT in a good spot.
Yeah, they're looking in a commanded lead, 2-0. Probably about 45 on the clock when we resume. So we'll see how that plays out. But Talum, that was a great read, like in that midfield, to not only win the race to that ball, but to turn it into a pass to himself with the flip reset. Because a lot of times it's all about the speed. It's like in the midfield where you're just trying to get the first play on the ball, and you're not really thinking about the next play, but he had enough space and time that he was able to pass to himself and make that goal happen to put the dagger probably in this game 5. And NMT looking to right the wrongs. No timeout needed, Fear. And they're looking good.
Yeah, they said, Tottenham, can you just score some goals again?
Can you just clip on him?
Yeah. How come you weren't challenging and getting resets off the ceiling and dunking him in? I mean, that's what you should be doing. That's what they told him to do, and you heard the message loud and clear, but they need to be careful. I mean, I don't know if it makes sense to actually watch for one player like that. Normally, the way the game's played is so fluid. You don't really have time to say, can I clear this? Let me check and see if Tottenham's the one who might get it if I do. But the way he's performing right now, you maybe need to notice, like, is Tottenham the first challenge? Maybe I don't clear this. Maybe I just kill a little bit more time, not let him play in the air, because right now, you got to think that pass came from a Sultani with nobody around him, and it went up into the air where Tottenham was at. He didn't necessarily have to do that. Those are the kind of mistakes. You want to limit the times where your team is the one that passed you. You're the one who got the last touch before the goal, and especially when you're not forced to. There was no one around Sultani. You just thought, zero boost, I might as well boom it away. But obviously, that ended up being the wrong decision. Got to be more intentional about getting it to a teammate or slowing down. Tottenham's so scary. It's scary to have somebody like that in your lobby who can clip on you at any moment.
Yep, it looks like we're about to begin again with 44 on the clock, a 2-0 lead for NMT. Trying to take the 3-2 lead in this game, number 5. Again, best of 7, so we're playing first to 4. But MMT want to go into Neo Tokyo with that advantage. See how this kickoff goes. Like after every pause, it's always the drama of that first kickoff. And took MMT do well enough, but maybe not. Hadam's up. Can he beat out Mozzie? Going for the bump play. Basel trying to follow as well. Can't secure it, and MMT now on the counter attack. Talum's got an opportunity. Squeeze it in that near post, but can't find it.
Yeah, Saren needs to have more than just last-second saves, though. Need to be on defense. Hatam alone. He's made great plays, but he can't make this one as Tottenham, the man of the match, strikes again.
Not only that, just the speed of the shot by Tottenham. Look at the shot. Like, we have a defender ready. Like, Hatam is there, but because of how incredibly fast that shot is, he cannot reach the ball. And Tottenham putting game 5 in his hands, and MMT will take the series lead 3-2.
And no timeout available. You see sometimes when you have one last game left, these are such the intense moments because you don't just have one game left, for this open or one game left for the next couple weeks. This is your last game of the season. If you're Saren, if you want to try and stay in this, you cannot lose again in this series.
Yeah, this started back in November for these guys, right? And it's like, that's, if I'm doing my math correct, 8 months of work going down the drain right here. There's a lot of pressure on this series. Everyone's goal, obviously, is to make it to the World Championship. And Team Saren, they decided just blow it all up, right? 3 different players wanted to come together to see if that can do something for them. And so far, like, it's looked great. They are playing neck and neck with the squad of NMT, but they are down 3-2, and they have to find the answers now.
Yep. No longer, we'll see. This might be their last time together. If they end up qualifying, if Saren turn it around and make it to the end, maybe we'll see this team again, but usually we see a huge shuffle at the end of the season, so who knows? This might be the last time these 3 guys ever played together in a team if they decide to mix it up. I know we didn't see a lot of Mena mix-up, but I think a full-on true off-season is a whole different story. I think we will see a ton of shifting, and the only thing that can keep you in fact, sometimes not even the only thing. We saw the world champs mix up, so maybe this is not even a storyline. Maybe everybody's just going to mix up no matter what, but they'll definitely probably try something new if they can't get this comeback. So last time playing together here, can they keep it going? It's Neo Tokyo. We've seen so many different series end here and careers end here. It's not their career, but it is their season that might end if they cannot clutch it up.
Yeah, let's see if they can kind of win back that midfield battle. I feel like MMT did a great job being behind every challenge to just get a car on the ball, to not allow Team Saren to really push forward a ton. Talum again. He is just so threatening. He instead stalls out here and doesn't go for the immediate shot. It makes 2 defenders jump at him, and can just roll it in.
You know, you talked about the speed from him earlier, and you were not the only one who noticed that. Clearly, Saren noticed the kind of speed and power that Totham has been playing with, and right as they start to prepare for it, he switches it up, goes slow, and beats him that way as well. Doesn't seem like there's any way to stop this guy other than not allow him anywhere near the box. That might be able to slow him down. Right now, he's in a 1v1. He's got no boost left over, but this one does get saved. I don't know what Tottenham's shooting percentage is, but it feels pretty good. That one at least didn't go in.
Yeah, he missed out on his flip percent, turned it into a bump attempt, which was an incredibly difficult play to make happen. But he still came relatively close to making it happen, so it's been so incredibly dangerous. Team Saren, though, is playing a lot of defense yet again, a lot of shots on their net. Talam again has an opportunity, but Sultani there with 0 boost to turn it away.
They're throwing everything at him, though. When you've been playing this well, even if your shots start getting saved, if it costs 3 defenders or 2 defenders to get him, then follow-ups are going to be even more dangerous. As Hatem tried to take Totham off the match, demoing him on the recovery, but he's too strong. Stays remaining on the field. As Hatem will get a quick touch and put Saren on offense. Sultani getting going. It's going to be an instant send back by Totham, who tries to get a follow-up challenge. Basil's an opportunity to double. Matter stops it. It's in front of the net, though, and the 50 is in.
This is a bold play by Team Saren. There's 2 members back. They go for the pass and play anyway. Basel goes up. It's a great first save there, but the ball falls back down to Sultani to clean it up. And Team Saren is not going to go down without a fight.
That great 50. Basel loved that first touch from Hatem, too, just to kind of soft touch the midfield for a teammate. We see such an increase of, you know, catches for yourself, but not a catch for a teammate. Let them control. Mawson, he's had good flicks from him. He has beaten 2 defenders before. Can he beat all 3 defenders? No, Hatem going to make the save, but now it's going to be NMT on offense.
Nader trying to get it midfield. Talam, though, was playing the corner ball, not the midfield pass. So Team Saren will be able to get the clear. Ball spills out a little awkwardly. Talam wins the race against Hatem, though. And Team Saren will just have to go back to their corner and reset.
Also, a bit of space. Mawson, though, he's had such good challenges in the midfield. He's read not where the ball is, but where it's going so well. As players try and outplay around him, he still ends up blocking it. Totham's scary, maybe not the best of his setups. You always got to be worried about what he might do as Hatem.
Yeah.
Out the other way. Oh my goodness, I didn't think there was a chance, but for a second there, that angle had me believe.
Yeah, his teammates didn't believe, though, so no one was there for the midfield. Talam, though, is going to play some good defense here. Does make it happen. Sultani tried for the little awkward pop shot. But Talam is there, and MNT now having to play a little bit more defense than they were expecting. Team Saren, Sultani, can he get it to the midfield? He's going to just play it off for Hatem. We'll go for 1 fake, but Mawson again there to read it.
Sultani blocked by Totham, able to get to the double without anybody stopping him. But where he was headed with it was red. Totham now has a full tank of boost. He can be scary. Has control of this one, though. Also in the corner. Can he get this out to a teammate somehow? Not going to be easy. Nader blocks it, crossing in front of the net. Sultani electing to kind of play a delayed 50, waiting for a challenge. Basel gets around 1. 2 players up. How are they going to find a way to score with each other? Sultani's just trying to go solo. Hatem really just needed to stay down on the ground and potentially get a follow-up. Instead, he's going to get demoed. Going to allow NMT to go the other way.
Yeah, Basel, it was a great quality pass, but it was too good because both his teammates wanted it. So it's going to make it slightly worse for one of them. A little miscommunication, but Team Saren, though, they're all tied up in this game. It's exactly where they want to be. Try and get a late one to go to Champions Field.
Hatem waiting out for a defender, wants to make sure he gets it past somebody instead of just sending it in front of the net. Mindlessly, Sultani cuts this off. Basel will pop it up high. He's there to follow up around. Basel again, it's himself! He's the only one following up.
No one was in the midfield. I do not understand why. Mawson turns around. Oh, we had to avoid the bump there by Nader. And that is why I think it was his ball, but Basel was going in his direction. So he had to dodge him, and it just left it wide open. And Team Saren trying to force Champions Field. We got 1:15 left.
It's not often you see someone on almost 0 boost pass to themselves off the ceiling. He was on the ground, passed to
on the
ceiling,
floor. Yeah.
back to himself without any boost. But that is what the defense allowed him to do. They're in trouble now, though. They need to get this out and see if they can keep them from scoring for a minute. Totham couldn't get that touch.
I thought he would go for a back pass off the wall to himself, but couldn't reach it. Now M&T's got to get out of their own half and try and tie this game up late. We had Nader to Talam, who's got no boost. First touch, maybe not the best, and You see, great defense there by Team Saren, and now they're on the counterattack, trying to secure one more goal to send to Champs Field. Hatem, kind of by himself, is going to get some support by Basel there to throw it into the corner.
Nice couple touches, including a bump as well. It's going to allow them to clear this right back out. Basel moving upfield right now as he wants a game 7 for his team. Rotating back, you see Hatem floating up in the air, ready for the air dribble. He cut off the airspace and said, if you want to go up there, I'm going to be here. And Tottenham, even though we saw that, still tried to go there into Hatem, and he was able to cut it off. Basel now on offense, looking for another. They need to not throw the entire house at this, though. They have a lead. We've seen them do that before and allow counterattacks. It's got seconds left to go. The ball just needs to hit ground. Might be one last opportunity for NMT. The 50 is into the ground, and we've got Champions Field, I believe, again.
Oh, Natter, he was ready. He was waiting for that pinch out to him. He just barely couldn't reach it for the shot. And Team Saren did a great job in that final minute to waste a lot of that clock. A lot of slow aerial dribble plays to just waste it down. They might have been a little bit too far forward at times, but they made it work. And here we go again. Champions Field, we finally get the timeout, though, from NMT.
Yeah, Tottenham started with a goal, and it felt like it was just going to be the Tottenham show even on this Neo Tokyo. But another close series. We saw Game 7 in the last one. If I'm Stallions in R8, I'm excited about what I'm seeing because everybody's struggling to get past each other. These are teams that R8 and Stallions have normally handled quite well. Yep. Maybe they'd be worried if one of them looked like they were playing hot today. Maybe you could say all of them are playing hot, but these guys are battling and are neck and neck, just trying to get a chance to play one of those two teams.
Yeah, like it's also just because it's the lower bracket where these 4 teams had to win 3 matches in order to make it. Going to Champs Field is just very tiring, right? Like even once, and then you still have to play 2 more matches after it. But I bet you both these teams would take this any day of the week. They're in the LCQ. They're on their championship day, and they're playing for their lives on Champions Field. It doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I bet these guys have had some long Rocket League sessions before.
Oh, yeah.
Something tells me this won't be their longest one.
This is what it's all about, though. It's win or go home. This could be the end of your season, the end of 9 months of work, or you could win and still have a chance at that World Championship. 5 minutes to decide, or maybe more with an overtime, but I'm excited. It's going to come down to M&T. They call their timeout. They saved it for this specific reason, waiting till they've lost 3 games. Will it count for them?
And what we've seen from NMT so far is reliance on Tottenham. I don't think they necessarily need to. We've seen a couple good outplays from Moss, and he's had some counterattacks from net to goal, but almost all of their shooting has come from Tottenham. And
yeah,
you know, maybe they're trying to work that into it. Maybe in their talk they're saying, you know, let's keep Tottenham going. Let's play to the hot hand. Maybe they need to recognize that, you know, somebody else needs to maybe creep on offense and throw something that they haven't seen yet, because they've relied completely on Tottenham. It's been a little bit more balanced on the Saren side of the field. In general, in Rocket League, that's how it works. You know, you can't really rely on one player to hard carry. That player has to be really, really special. Tottenham has been that special for 3 games, but can he do it for 4 wins? That's what we'll find out here in Game 7.
Oh, yeah, here we go. It's Champions Field, and the lights are just a little bit brighter, especially when it's your last chance in the last chance qualifier. Who's going to play hero? Who's going to play villain? We'll find out.
It's going to be Saren who are on offense. Quickly, Sultani, ground pinch pass. Everybody is there to stop it. All of NMT camped in net, trying to cut off these first offensive opportunities. And they've done well to stop them, but they haven't been able to escape. This touch might be what helps them do that, as Natter there to follow it up on a little bit of boost he does have. Sultani will try and put them right back on offense. This one to Basel. Natter just waiting on the ground. Wants to challenge later, but just lets the ball fall to a Tottenham, who uses his boost to get to the corner. He uses ammo as well. They're not able to stop him. 50, not quite shootable though. Natter gonna have to try and play out of the corner. He actually got a decent shot of it, but Sultani's ready. Makes a save.
Yeah, Tom, though, like already, that was one play where he beats 2, just can't beat the 3rd defender. He's got another opportunity here, and the Musty, he goes low on the shot, confuses the defense, and Talami opens up the score early for NMT.
Wave dash onto the ceiling to get a slight bump forward to set up his opportunity to flick it in. Tottenham is playing on another level right now, and he got his team up early on Neo Tokyo. He did it by faking last time around, but then Saren brought it back. Can they keep this up? Will they play their lead at all? Mena's not really known for doing that. They just like to keep throwing everything at the opponent. Tottenham threw that down the field. We get a follow-up. Hatem waiting this out, making sure defender misses. Lawson able to get this around Basel Sultani kind of alone. He has a low boost attacker, but Lawson recognizing it's better to just go bump than to try and even make a play on the ball. This is creating to a scramble. Saren doing their best to get out of it, and they maybe just did.
Natter trying to get the clear, but he's got to do a weak touch. He's got to avoid another bump. It's getting physical on both sides of the field here. See Basel make a lot of these plays. Basel tried for the infield pre-jump, just barely can't connect.
Yeah, Natter was aware of that as well. Maybe that's why Natter missed, trying to cut off the angle that he saw. Basel would hit if he did connect. Sultani, an opportunity, does not go to the back wall. Instead, down to the ground. Hatem has that red. We've seen all of NMT push back into net quite a bit here in this game, but no goal yet for Saren, as Hatem, no challenge on his dribble. Takes it into the corner. Sultani doing his best to try and get something going. Preparing for the 50. Lost an opportunity to clear it out. He has all the boosts in the world and will very likely get it past the midfield line. He's got the ball to Toplum with boost in his tank. Interesting play there from him as he mistakenly read ball. Wasn't able to make anything happen and hands the ball away.
Yeah, kind of awkward on that sidewall, allowed a little bit more time for Team Saren. They couldn't get their boost, but they still got it cleared now. Sultani moving up the field. We have Hatem getting beat out by Maassen. This is a wide open net, and that is 2-0 NMT. Maassen, a great challenge in the midfield on the third defender with 0 boost and secures it. 2-0.
These challenges have been so good. I mentioned it earlier. Maassen is just reading where the ball is headed. Hatem, knew that challenge was coming. I think he probably felt like he could have gotten a better touch there, but Maassen still perfectly read. It'd be really nice if that went straight into the net for Saren, but it's not going to, as they'll need to find offense some other way. Opportunity now. Hatem soft touch. Cash reset is in.
Disgusting by Hatem. Look at this catch into the flip reset. Oh my lord! I don't even know how his card did that. What a catch. We talk about a Zen touch. That's a Hatem touch right there. That touch, that ball was glued to his card the entire way. Fantastic shot by him to put Team Saren back into this game.
He has had a few different pop-off moments. They might need another one from him, as Basel forced to make a reverse save. Saren in defense. Natter to the back wall. Hatem's awkward. Basel's going to cover it for him, as these guys look to clear out. Hatem waiting out. Toplum pass did not connect. Sultani, again, I think hoping to pass to his teammates, but just gave it off to Maassen. Fortunately, he was able to get at least one more touch. Not make it as clean as it could have been. Natter cannot win this 50 at all. Does lose it to his teammates. Hatem opportunity. Bump from Sultani. He tried to get Natter out of the way, but Natter still got connection.
Tom with just a big power clear, hoping to just give some time for his teammates to get some boost. There's not a lot on the field, though. Natter does not have a lot in the tank. Maassen with the miss, and Natter will just also have to power clear. There's just no boost on the field. Team Saren's got a chance. Throwing it at the net. Sultani trying to make a play on Toplum. Does well. Can try and get it midfield to Basel. He cannot get... Oh, he does get it back midfield, but Maassen will get the ball.
Yeah, Saren's trying to decide what to do with fully camped in NMT. Do they go to the back wall and not shoot as early in order to try and get around them? They just really have everything covered so well. Basel slow play. He's going to carry this round. 50, not strong enough. Toplum able to keep it out, and a quick play from him to get right there and beat Sultani to clear it out to the midfield. Still not going to stop possession, though. It's Hatem looking for a bump ahead of the play. Basel to the back wall. No one challenging him here. This is a sweet spot for Sultani, but Toplum again being the man that NMT needs. Not the best touch from Hatem. Maassen able to get a little bit on it and actually drops it over to Natter, who might field a 50 and end this possession. 30 seconds left for Saren to find something.
Yeah, Team Saren's got to send everyone. They have been. They just can't find that last shot attempt. See Hatem move forward. Now Basel will take it for himself for Sultani, but he does not have enough boost. Maassen easily wins that one out. To Tom with a miss, though. Natter having to play cleanup and does so just well enough with one last opportunity. Basel to Hatem. Maassen reads it. 2 on the clock. Can he kill it onto the ground? It is up. Basel will not get the touch, and Nader will put it down. NMT survive a brutal series that goes to Champions Field, and now they are into the Final Four for the Last Chance qualifier. They are 2 wins away from that World Championship.
What a huge game from Maassen. We know what to expect from Toplum. He was there making plays happen, but is the midfield play from Maassen that helped guarantee this for NMT. They probably came into this series feeling like it might have been a little bit easier, but an early test, and they are making sure that they're firing on all cylinders. They're going to need to fire on all cylinders. We have yet to see today the two big dogs, Stallions and R8. Those guys are coming up after this break.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand out with death, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
2 matches down, 2 trips to Champions Field. Incredible that we have made it this far. Again, all the way to Champions Field one more time. But this time, it is ultimately both times it's been close. Both times the favorite has come out on top. And now NMT has a match with R8 Esports. Stallion versus DOS coming up next, though. James, it's, I don't know. The Champions Field might be over at this point. Because the favorites are getting
you're cursing it, Wavepunk. I think that means now that we will get Game 7s for the rest of the tournament. Which
if you call it out, the reverse psychology on the Rocket League gods doesn't work. Okay, we didn't know. We're just getting it sweeps from now on. Let's talk about the last Game 7 we're going to see of the day here, Fear. I'm very excited we got to go there.
Yeah, before we get to that, we got NMT versus Saren. This was a great matchup. Got to be there live in person. I was expecting a much stronger NMT performance. I was thinking that NMT was on a tier above Saren. I thought they were going to walk through this one.
Well, what did you think about the last matchup as well? Did you think that like Dr. Node and all them were going to dominate?
You know, I would say Dawson Clean was going to be closer. I would have had that maybe been like a 4-2, 4-1. Clean's been playing pretty well. I felt like Saren were coming in today as the big underdogs, and NMT have even been another tier. But I mean, they performed well. There was a lot of great things to see from them. Maybe NMT not playing to their performance. They really needed Tahlam. They needed Tahlam a lot more than they maybe normally do. He was having to really clutch up for them, and we'll need to see Natter and Mawson get maybe even a little bit more involved if they want to stand a chance at actually being the team to go to Worlds.
How much of a chance would you give these guys? But against, like right now, I feel like we're joking around. It feels like it might be the Stallions R8 waiting room. Do you think that these teams have a legit chance at taking one of those teams down, or do you think it's got to be one of those teams?
I'm going to give you the full % chance for all of them. I'll do it all. R8 is probably like 75%, maybe even. Stallions makes up like another 20%. DOS gets a couple percent, like how much left? Like 5, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah,
and then you can give one
dish out.
Okay, then we give 4 of it to DOS and 1 of it to NMT.
1%. So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. There is in fact a chance. These NMT guys are winners. I mean, these guys who've been in Mena for a long time. They're really good players. They've been alongside the Twins and these other top Mena players who are now secured at Worlds already. These are the players that these guys have also elected to team with. I bring that up because it shows these are the guys also competing for the top. They've now combined together on a team that doesn't include any of those top Mena 4 players, but they're strong. They've won before. They've played on tons of lands in Saudi, so they're capable of doing it. It's just they're not quite the strongest team. There is at least a chance.
Well, I mean, mathematically, by the percentages you just gave, as well as by the history, the match where we have the best chance of having an upset is the one we have coming up here in just a moment. The Stallions taking on DOS will be our next matchup. Down to 4 teams. Only got 2 more matches before we're into the grand finals here. All right, we'll get to prepare for NMT. They'll get a moment of respite before they are back onto the field. Let's get into our next matchup here. They've played 3 times this season, Stallions and DOS. It is a 2-1 in the Stallions' favor. They haven't played since April in the Rlcs, so whether they are prepared for each other, if anything has changed, we're about to find out here on the most important stage, most important matchups of these teams' RLCS 2026 runs, and one of them ending here, James.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a shaky start to the day for DOS as well. So DOS, yes, they have gotten the plate today. Yes, they get that warm-up match, so to speak. But it was another Game 7. It was a grind in the early games. If you remember back in that series, it was not pretty for DOS. They managed to win the first game with just a single goal. They won it 1-0, but the first 4 games of that series, DOS offensively didn't really have much firepower. And against Team Stallions, that is going to be unacceptable. They're going to have to bring out the form they had in the latter half of that series if they hope to make this competitive against Stallions.
Yeah, I want to bring up Dr. Known, Ops, and Nush. Actually, a team that we saw a ton in Mena. A team of all young players who were coming in. Like when they first played, I think under Team Rock, they were maybe all under 15. They changed the rules and they made it so that younger players could play. They've been playing together that long. And then when they actually stopped playing together was a regional in which I think Nush might have like slept through an alarm and they had to DQ out of a round. After that, Nush, Dr. Known, and Ops broke up. I don't think there's bad blood, to be fair. I still see Nush, Dr. Known, and all those guys, playing in other tournaments, still hanging out with each other. But that was when they split, and DOS got Suspect to go from Dawn to DOS. And now Nush went over with some other guys. Twiz, a long-standing Mena veteran. He joins up with Taruk, who's also another up-and-coming guy, kind of like Nush, and end up actually having a team that is performing, better than DOS. But these are two teams that know each other super well. I mean, all these Mena teams do, but there's lots of history between these two teams. Maybe that helps Dr. Known and Ops in trying to make an upset over someone like Nush.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. The Stallions taking to the pitch for the first time today. Will they prove all of the predictions correct? We're about to find out. I'm pretty confident how this is going to go, but James, do you predict the upset? Does DOS make it 2-2 on the season, or do Stallions walk into the grand finals?
I think that it was or is the R8 Stallions waiting room in the grand final. We'll get one step closer here with a Team Stallions victory.
Okay. Fear?
I feel like if anybody's going to make a close game, it's going to be DOS. I think R8 are going to make that other semifinal look less close. But that being said, I'm still going to go Stallions. I still have to lean Stallions. They've had the better season overall. They kind of have a tough matchup, I think, with DOS. So DOS is, could be the ones to take them down. But I had Stallions at the beginning of the day. They have the best chance against R8. If they do make it, I'm going with Stallions.
I was saying earlier, I feel like the fact that there is only one prize on this tournament makes the goal a little bit more clear, helps unmuddy the waters of what you're focusing on, any sort of like hedging your bets and stuff like that, so you can just focus on just making it to the grand finals here. I don't know if any of that matters in a matchup like this. Stallions here going to be a favorite as they've advanced so many times this far in the bracket. I think they'll go again here. We do have them completely swept on the desk. A desk favorite, absolutely. Are they the fan favorite? How much are they the fan favorite? I feel like is the real question here. Quite a heavy percent. They've been really, really one-sided predictions all day, but so far, chat, none of us have been wrong. Will that trend continue here today? Let's see if DOS can get it done. They've done it once before on the season. This would tie the record and give them a shot at playing at the World Championship. Who will earn it? It's DOS versus the Stallions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 4 teams that all share one dream, and that is to make the World Championship. It's time to introduce Team Stallions, your number 2 seed, playing up against DOS, your number 3 seed. This one should be a battle. Game 1 presented by Progressive and Shogun. I'm excited.
Yes, Stallions are definitely the outside one for this particular tournament when you compare them to R8, but when you look like E-League as well, especially over in May, they are right there. Second place in that. Dr. Known has saved his own teammate shot. For those of you that want to know what DOS looked like earlier on, you just got a very good sight of it.
Yeah, DOS didn't look their best in that quarterfinal round, but at the same time, they got the reps in, right? They got 7 games in. Not only that, the next team that played also got 7 games in, so they had a little bit of time to get that energy back. That might actually help them compared to you go to 7, then it's a 4-0 and you have to play immediately after. So maybe that will help them, but Team Stallions, they are so incredible. We talked about it. Team Stallions and R8 Esports, they combined 32-1 versus every other team in Mena. That's not Twisted Minds or Falcons. As Trout tries for the shot, but he misses just wide. But that one time was back in early April where we saw DOS not only win versus Team Stallions a 3-0, they outscored them 10 goals to 2. So they absolutely know that they can win this.
Yeah, absolutely. The only issue is like no team that isn't RA, Twisted Minds, or Falcons have eliminated a Stallion squad so far this season. So this is a match that they will be expecting themselves to win. But the nice thing here for DOS might be is that this is going to be more their pace. They definitely seem to prefer reacting. Somebody's got to claim this. Somebody's got to claim it. Bumps will do so.
Interesting turn of events here. Nush with the flip. Truck has no boost. Actually makes a good save. Then he bumps Nush. Like that was just all.
Yeah.
That was just Team Stallions waking up, I think.
Truck's like, hey, you've got the 100 boost. I've got 0. Why am I on this? As Truck's looking for a 50 of his own. That's awkward for everybody. Follow up. Nush takes the shot. In comes Twiz. No, they've both gone for it. So, not the cleanest start here from Stallions.
Yeah, Nush is not having the greatest half minute, but he finally secures that goal to redeem everything. And we're all square at 3:08. Team Stallions, #1 offense in this tournament by far as well. Like almost 4 goals per game, and all 3 members are in the top 4 of goals per game in this entire tournament. So you expect Team Stallions to put up a ton of goals. So DOS is going to either have to play the best defense of their lives or have to match them on the offensive firepower.
Yeah, you just get a feel like that defensive ask is maybe going to be a little bit too much. That last goal had shades of what we've already criticized them for today, which is some of their defensive saves, they're not getting the ball to safety. You know, they struggle to keep the car next to the ball, or they struggle to keep the ball next to the wall. That was a lot better there from Dr. No. That's what you want to see more of. Backboard, Suspect on the follow. So 2 better ones, but again, that's just trickled straight out to the opponent. You don't want too many of those. Getting away with it, at least for now. Half the game gone in game #1. Stallions will want to try and put some of the mistakes behind them. As for DOS, they want to sort of see, all right, well, you guys are human here. We're going to get that pressure going.
Yeah, DOS is going to have to just find a way to see the orange part of the field, because they haven't for the last minute or so. Dr. Gnome finally with the clear, but Nush will throw it right back. Suspect will bring it back into the orange side of the field finally. And that was a problem for them when they played Clean. Those first 4 games, Clean had so much pressure on them, and it just found a way to win those midfield challenges. And DOS finally got 3 games in a row to secure their spot in this final 4 here. But it's a whole nother beast now with Team Stallions.
Absolutely right. Stallions will have a good eye out as well for those demo plays that possible, or at least attempting. Early jump here from Nush. Wants the 50 to get it down. Just ball outpaced him a little bit. Good demo as well. So that should be a nice bit of space, but you've passed into the Invisible Man. And thankfully, the Invisible Man has taken the ball. It has worked out just fine. Looking for the fake, but Ops is unable to try and get there.
I think we expected no one to have this bad of nerves, but it just feels like every single game 1 we've seen today, everyone's been slightly off their first time on this big day where, again, it's, 9 months of work comes down to one final day. It seems like that pressure is getting to a lot of these teams.
Oh, that's just on. Oh, they thought they could crowd the lines. Unfortunately, thought incorrectly. Nush just pops it, and yeah, that's all he needed. The rest of it was off the Goomba stomp onto Dr. Known.
Yeah, that was a good bump by Twiz. I missed that on the first attempt there. Dr. Known, he was on that ball. He would have made that save, but Twiz did find him, bumped him down to the ground, then followed it up by landed on him. So Twiz did very well there to get Stallions the lead, but still a little bit awkward on both sides of the field as we get through this game up.
Dr. Known's going to take it backboard. Almost managed to find a little bit of a psycho. A little itty bitty psycho, just a cute psycho. As Twiz is going to get rid. 30 seconds left here. DOS do not want to be starting this off the same way as they did last time. Trying to claw their way back. As Ops. Oh, as he managed to fight it. Oh my goodness, that was so close. And Crossbar does deny.
Team Stallions there, a little bit awkward again, kind of flat-footed on defense. All 3 members expected it to be an easier save than it was. It's almost giving him a chance, and now we get one final opportunity here for DOS. We see Suspect go over 1, can't be 2. Ops, can he follow? He cannot. Ops, can he follow? He cannot, but Nush will push it away and secure game 1 for Stallions.
Yeah, that's a brilliant follow there from Nush. His team really needed that because it was out in the danger area. The Stallions, they have done what they were supposed to do in game number 1, and they might be looking at that and saying, well, we can play better. So we've had a game like that. We've still won it. For DOS, it feels like so much of this right now is on the rotations of Dr. Known, who, again, I'm feeling so vindicated by Dr. Known right now, Gibbs, because after every single loss, he goes back to the menu, he blames the car, and he gets a new one.
Hey, we've all been there before.
Every game I've been there before, mate. This will be the change. This is the one.
That was an interesting game, though, because they did keep Stallions to only 2 goals. But the only goal that DOS actually scored was just a mistake that was very awkward. So it wasn't the greatest first game for DOS, but at the same time, like, Stallions are putting up 4 goals per game in this tournament, and they only got 2 here. Didn't have a ton of offensive shots as well. So that is a good sign, but DOS has to find a way to make their shots count more. They actually outshot Stallions here, but the shots just weren't of a high quality. So
yeah,
we'll see if they can fix it.
It's one of those ones where, you know, the shooting stat, especially in Rocket League, can sometimes just mean pressure.
Yeah.
Not necessarily high quality goal scoring chances, because I don't remember many of them, if I'm being fair to them. So, into game number 2. And already there will be pressure on DOS. You do not want to be going down 2 games to nothing. And as a team like Stallions, it'll be so important. Get something going early. Do not allow them to take the first 2, and that shot's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, it's a shot he wants back. Probably want to go near post there with a lot of power, but he goes outside and a little bit too weak. Now we'll clear all the way down the field to reset it for the Stallions. But Stallions, though, they did give up an opportunity here, so that's a good sign for DOS.
Perfect. And just dance around a couple of players. Dr. Known takes the shot first time. Love that pop. That's so good. Stallions, they've got options. Almost managed to just throw them all the way through the bodies, but now there's the breakaway opportunity. Ops on the way up. Nuss is just trying to get in the way. And he's done a brilliant job of exactly that. Counter-attack, at least taken away for the time being. Nuss very much out of the way of his own teammate, but it's straight into the path of another blue car.
I do like this team passing by Stallions when they're on defense. They're not panicking. It looks a little awkward, but they are on-purpose fakes or on-purpose pops to one another to create opportunities to leave their side of the field. So if they continue that, but also if DOS gets more pressure, they might be able to, you know, get in the way of a few of those passes and turn those into goal.
Oh, wow. Just in. First time off the challenge. I want to have a look at the at least the approach angle here. Suspect, have you stuck with the wall? Yes, you have. Yeah, that one's been happening for close to a decade now. It's not changing.
It's so hard because when you're on the curve, like if you drive through the curve, you just can't jump. Your car gets glued to that part of the wall. So you really don't have any other option besides not play it into that curve. So unfortunate for Suspect, he really couldn't do a whole lot about it, but DOS, though, again, they fall down early here. We'll see if Stallions, we still haven't seen them with their, like, dynamic offense. They're really just capitalizing on small plays here and there.
It's been enough, at least for now, as Crook's getting harassed over on the backboards. Back pass, Suspects might not want it, actually. Ops on the way. Dr. Known calls him off. It's a very early challenge, and Nush is doing so good in that position. Stallions, plenty to criticize so far, but Nush's ability just to go first man and take away the pressure has been key to his team.
Yeah, now he's playing that midfield role. Each one challenge, not the second. The Dr. Known gets the pass down, but no one available to dive that ball across the goal line. Nush in the air again. Trook beats out Dr. Known as well. Twiz might take over here. Just going to throw it on net very softly, but Suspect, an awkward rebound. No,
oh my goodness.
Somehow finds the follow-up, but Ops keeps it out.
Tell me if you've heard this one. Backboard from DOS, and they put it right into the path of an attacking player. They are refusing to fix this. Almost caught for it yet again. Dr. Known wants the 50, doesn't quite get it. Plenty of time. They need to get some follow-ups on those plays. Otherwise, you're just sending a play for nothing, really, but they're in a good starting position for those. Nush trying to get back to it. Can he get the pass? Oh, my goodness, unless Twist is going to get himself 10 cars higher, I don't think he can get to that one.
Again, like everything just seems slightly off by Team Stallions, but they're still up by 1. Now Nosh is trying to beat everyone out. Tries from the top left corner. Or is it just a bit too high? Clear comes out. Ops has an opportunity for a double tap here. Can't follow it up with Trook in the way. Suspect following. And we see DOS, you know, they have pressure. They just can't get that final shot. They finally get 1 on target, but it's still a little bit weak, and Twiz turns it away.
Yeah, really did not like that, and I disagree with the fake challenge first time. He wanted the ball to be free for him, and Twiz just doesn't have the boost to actually play it as fast as Ops wants to.
And Ops also didn't drive into the challenge either. He's trying to drive like towards the side the entire way. Like you really have to put power behind your car and dig that challenge back into a corner. But instead he just goes for the sideways hit where he has no momentum towards that ball. So it just lays flat into that midfield. And this could be another wide open net. And Stallions, they get one for free, and this is not what you want from DOS.
I mean, you take the 3 goals that have been so far. You've got the sidewall challenge, you've got the sidewall not a challenge, and you've got this for the 3rd one. I mean, Stallions would have expected to have to do more.
Yeah, again, Team Stallions, that #1 offense in this tournament, you expect great things out of them, but they've got 4 goals that are not very pretty so far. Like, all these goals are very defendable. And it just comes right off kickoff. Trook follows it up. Team Stallions commands and lead, but honestly, none of the goals are that impressive.
Oh, they'll take it. They're up to that 4-goal standards that you were mentioning earlier on. But they're the ones that are executing at the moment. Maybe not necessarily having to put the best foot forward. But the pressure as Trook had to stretch. Well, what's the answer here, DOS? Because very likely that they are going to go down by 2. It's almost certain that we're going to see a timeout called, especially after this. We'll commit. And even that is just gently guided straight back to the suspect. Okay, surely that's going to be something as Dr. Nolan makes it 4-1.
All right, Dr. Nolan has sitting on 5 shots. The only shots for his team. He does capitalize on this one, though. At least to get something back. Good midfield challenge there by suspect. Dr. Nolan getting up very quickly on very limited boost as well. So quality shot from him, but still down by 4.
Yeah, Dr. Nolan's been very proactive throughout the last series, throughout this series as well, as he's also been sent to Narnia. That has not worked out very nicely for him at all. But he sticks around, okay. Well, 30 seconds left. It's time to start typing it out, lads. Something has got to change. This is not working. Not very brave. Does well. Now they're on the breakaway, trying to add insult to injury. Ops is having none of it.
Yeah, they got to pull a fix here, but instead of typing GG, they're going to type TO as quickly as they possibly can right after this clock hits 0. DOS, just nothing really working just yet. Dr. Nolan, he does get one back. They might get back another one here by Ops, but it is in garbage time.
Okay,
Unless the
double diagonal,
all right,
kickoff,
okay.
Pinch into net, 1 second left. I think that's actually the only way this would work. They
double
maybe
diagonal.
Oh yeah. All right.
Double diagonal.
Boom.
Okay.
No.
At least let him try it. Come on, Stallions. Come on. Just let him try it, and you all pre-jump on defense to make him save. You know. All right, Team Stallions. They're up 2-0. This is the expected result for them, but again, DOS was that one dark horse that had an opportunity.
I'm giggling every time I see this now. Every single time DOS loses a game, Dr. Nolan is out of the lobby. He's having none of it. They've called the timeout. The suspect's also done it, so he's on Team Placebo.
And now he's got an extra minute to decide on the score. So.
He does. Get the good presets out. What's your placebo? I want to know people's placebos.
I don't have any. Like, I run an Esper with a hard hat.
You do run an Esper.
I don't have a placebo. I just play.
Yeah.
And then people get mad because they're like, "What is that car?" And then like I put up a hat trick on them. They're like, "Oh man."
Gibbs is a mentality monster. Okay,
yeah, exactly.
you can't ral him.
Well, we'll see what DOS has. Like, honestly, again, that game, I think that game was winnable. I get it was a 4-0. Like, it was a 4-0, but all 4 of those goals should have probably not happened, right? Like, I think those were definitely saved. Well, DOS, they put up 2. I don't really count those. I count this as a 0-0 for DOS, where they could have been in that game. And they have to take that into the timeout.
6 goals were scored, and Gibbs is saying that
yes,
was a
it's 0-0. I'm a goalie at heart, all right? It's a 0-0 game. But DOS has to go into this timeout and be like, we can play. We can play versus these guys. We just can't make these dumb mistakes, right? That's what they have to go in with.
Yes.
And they have to be more consistent.
Yeah, 100%. But that's also just been the story of their day. And they, you know, I was saying they needed that last game. Oh my goodness, they need this game. Yeah, you've already made a 3-game comeback today. A 4-game comeback against Stallions. Yeah, I'm not quite seeing it at the moment. As for Stallions, no notes, I guess, at the moment. They're doing what they're supposed to do. It's a little bit awkward, but yeah, I think given the way that the match is going at the moment, I think it's been impossible for it not to look awkward. So this doesn't look like their test at the moment, unless DOS can do something about it. We know they can play these teams close, but can they get it over the line? Can they find that performance? Not when we're in the best of 5, but when we're in the best of 7s and elimination is on the line.
Yeah, Team Sal's, I think, the only thing that they're probably like, hey, let's keep up the pressure. Let's keep the ball on their side of the field, and good things are going to happen, right? They're making a lot of mistakes. They seem nervous. So let's try and win those midfield challenges and keep that going. Because, again, they give up that 1 mistake goal in game 1, but outside of that, they haven't been tested that hard, and we see right away Team Stallions with some pressure again.
That's another good kickoff from Stallions. Seem to have quite a few of those in abundance, as that's a long clear. Stallions will not, well, DOS will not want to see another one of those in like they did in the last game. Belly flop pass from Nush. Truck with Twid in support. He's going to go for the bump. A little bit of KC going on over here. Straight back down. Oh, hello.
That was an interesting play by Truck, because I get the aerial fake into a shot for your teammate as he gets another opportunity, and Twiz finds the follow-up and scores. But Truck again here didn't have to do too much, just pushed it forward because the Nush was also in the way, and Dr. No an easy rebound to Twiz. But I was going to say on that aerial fake, like Twiz was on such an awkward angle that he was never going to get power on that shot. So I was surprised they went for that type of play. But again, it seems like it doesn't matter, really, even when their offense is not perfectly clicking. Seems like Dr. No will give them a freebie and they'll be up 1-0.
Just so many of these saves for DOS are heading straight into the path of the offensive team. Suspect gonna make life a little bit awkward. Nush, oh, that's a great first touch and bumped out of the way. Dr. No straight into the path of Suspect, who took a little bit too much time. Find the way out, and this has been where they've really struggled to have DOS. At least Suspect's managed to steal some boost over in the far, and can he maybe be found? There's Dr. No demoed for his efforts. Ops has got a little bit of time here. He's got Twiz on the way. Plays it past the first man. Fake challenge from Nush on the second, straight to the path of Suspect, who needed to test a little bit more. It was a bit of a snapshot. Ops on the way, and he's managed to turn it in.
That is more like it by DOS. 2 infield plays back-to-back and just trying to find the right position for the opportunities. Ops beats out Nush there, and they capitalize, and there we go. That's a momentum builder for DOS to try and work on through this game.
Well-worked goal as well. Ops has got 0. It's going to be up to him just to buy some time, get the rest of his team over here, make this awkward. He's done exactly that. Known with Quiz shrugging off the initial challenge over on the backboard. Pinch doesn't work. 2 players up. Nush does claim. The demo on the third man. Nush looks to try and do the exact same thing. Now Ops. A very early jump, so he says, I love some of that. You're going to jump and say hi. I'll give you a high five midair.
The physical plays are coming out. Ops with the demo, and then a bump as well. Doing it 2v1. Dr. No, the easiest goal of his career. And the physical play by DOS has now opened up the scoring a bit here for them, and they take the lead with 3 minutes to go.
Trusting some of that mechanical play, and then we do get the double commit, but hey, you can double commit as long as you're first. That is the rules these days, because recoveries are just so fast from these players. Very far gone from double commit being the absolute worst thing possible. Ops. Dr. No, I think we'd like to lay this one off. Does exactly that. half the game gone, and yet again, Goss, they like to punch upwards from the looks of it. Let's just put ourselves in a bad spot. Then we'll start fighting back. Lovely pass. Oh, Twist didn't take it.
Very puzzle in there. Twist didn't have a great angle, but it was a wide open net. He's just going to tuck that into the corner. Instead, the Stallions are still down 1 after what should have been goal number 2 for them.
I really want to see that again. It's one of those ones where you blink and it's gone, but you blink and you're absolutely certain you saw it.
Yeah,
challenging first time.
Yeah, it must have just been a miscommunication. Thought his teammate was closer, had the better angle, or thought they were still a defender, so he needed his teammate to do it, but that should have been known that there was no defender there. Just take the shot. Whoever's there first, just take it.
And there's another miscommunication. Twiz wanted. They'll play back corner, so Stallions stay in defense in a game where time is ticking away. Suspect ceiling. Oh, it doesn't get the reset. That's a bit harsh, but just didn't have the time to turn that one around. 90 seconds. Twiz has got 0 in the tank, so Suspect will take. Trying to make it awkward. Find somebody on the backboard. Not quite able to do so. Finally a breakaway as Orbs. Oh, he's caught out and he's got away with it.
Now Doss is getting some opportunities where they're getting away with some stuff to hold on to this 1-goal lead. Ops has an opportunity here, pops up to himself very slow. Militia up with him. Ops does beat him to the back wall, but Trook is there in support. Now he's got a little bit of space. He's going to go up with Quiz with a pre-jump. Doesn't need him. Throws it on net. And it gets turned away.
Push had to respect that that double can get hit as well. Awkward angles. Unknown. Backboard, 45 seconds. Can Doss get this one over the line? No, should have avoided. Oh, he just nearly got the demo, and that would have caused chaos.
He's been hunted all game for those demos as that front man, and just been a little bit off throughout, so not getting opportunities out of it. Now he's got a chance by himself with the aerial dribble. Quiz will take over and said it'll be Trook. Gonna try and feed the ball mid. He does to Nush, but Off somehow makes the save. The follow-up is also saved. And Doss holds on.
Nush has to try and get the 100 boost to turn. Leaves it to Twiz. Trook on the way. For Nush, he's going to have time. He's going to have space. He's getting the ball in the air. First touch wasn't too great. Trook tries the pre-jump, but it's not early enough. And Doss have got the game, and they're going to make a series of it.
Oh, Trook didn't need to pre-jump. There was no defender trying to race him for the shot. Instead, the defender went for the first play on the ball. If Trook would have saw him just a fraction earlier, he could have paused and waited for his opportunity. But instead, Doss, they get the win that they desperately needed. And again, it wasn't like it was more about mistakes by Stallions, who had like a chance to win this game as well. But Doss will absolutely take that after their horrible game 2, and they're right back in the series.
My first goal was just swarming them. Second one, they did square them up. I think that was very well done, actually. I'll definitely give that more towards the side of Doss outplaying, at least for their goals.
It was more the offensive
one in the most Doss way possible of, okay, we are surviving, and it's good enough, and we are still in this. And I can tell you right now, Clean will tell you, allowing Doss to survive in a series is very, very dangerous work.
Yeah, Doss only had 4 shots in that game, 2-10 for Stallions. And again, it was like those opportunities where we saw the wide open net that they just didn't take, and a couple other opportunities for Stallions to maybe make this a 3-2 game, a 4-2 game. But instead, Doss hold on in a low-scoring affair, and they need another one. Tie it back up.
Got to see that snap opportunity again at some point. I'm going to find an opportunity to have a look at that. That was strange. 2-1. Doss make use of their timeout. Maybe this is the preset for Dr. Node. He did not leave the lobby after that. That's the version of the Fennec. It's the ultimate Fennec. Take your screenshots. Lock it in, people. That's the one.
Never go to a lobby after a win. Never. Just queue up. Queue up immediately. Dr. Node has an opportunity here. Can he get the pass to Suspect? Cannot find the angle of the shot, so Nush will turn it away. Tries for the counter. It beats out Ops, but Dr. Gnome just barely back in time.
Dr. Gnome had to be very wary of that. He was already on his way for boost. Realized his teammate hadn't got to the ball, so had to turn. Nush towards the wall. Gonna keep following. Nice outplay as Nush is Got the mechanics on display at the moment. No goals for it just yet. Dr. Known outpaces. Nush leaves it for Twist. That's a brilliant leave as well. That's going to get rid of all the pressure. Send it to the opposite side of the field, but Dr. Known will claim. Dr. Known feels like he's involved in every single play at the moment for DOS. Has to leave this one for Ops. Just a little bit too heavy, though, of his touch. Opens up some passing lanes, opens up some space.
Nush going for another bump play here. Trook trying to follow it up with Suspect. Bailing out his teammate of Dr. Known and gets the infield pass into the shot.
Oh, wow.
Big time save. Can Dr. Known find the angle? He cannot. It doesn't turn into a pass just yet. It's open in the midfield for DOS, but they cannot find an angle on the shot. And Stallions survive the onslaught.
Yeah, and survive something, the only word for it. They certainly didn't defend against it. Ops just sort of turned away a little bit too early. If he just stuck around, if he just believed, probably could have been 1-0. Back down, Ops. Bounces out quite nicely for Dr. Known, but instead chooses to back away. Both of these teams very cautious about when they're going to launch that third man. Nobody wants to get caught out yet again. Nice boost steal, and that's a position now that Stallions could set up from, but the miss might take that opportunity away.
Yeah, now we're seeing Nush also kind of go back onto defense a lot more often. Last game, he was going for a lot of demos when he was on the offensive side of the field, but now he's turning back immediately. I think both teams playing just a bit more passive, don't want to give up anything free. That's why we're at a scoreless tie.
All right, Crook. Just managed to find himself an extra reset, but it's straight back down. Dr. Known with options, with people running ahead, with Nush just diving at him. Didn't even see that challenge coming. Was at least on target, but none of these are really threatening at the moment. Suspect with 0. I have no idea how Trook almost managed to get the read on that. He's now on the outplay. Should maybe leave this. No, he doesn't need anybody. Give Trook the ball, give Trook the boost, and Trook will give you a goal.
I actually love this play by Twiz as well. He jumps up like he is going to leave it. That might have thrown off Dr. Known very slightly, thinking Trook has no boost left, but Trook barely getting the touch and getting the angle to secure that goal.
Put him in a blender. And to figure out who's going to take it. Unfortunately, guessed wrong. Ops. Oh, he could have hit that a little bit better. Just mishit it on the way through. And as much as the last game was absolutely must win, 3-1. You know, I'm not going to say it about DOS. I've already seen them do it once.
Yeah, they already did it once. Yeah.
Let's not say that. But it's looking likely at the moment that they might have to repeat.
Trook here just dives into the corner with full boost. Just takes one quick touch on it. Dr. Known cannot get that bump. Desperately tried for it. Just getting beat on defense there was DOS. Trook will take it. 2-0 Stallions.
I think, especially from both teams, though, I love this kickoff play. Can they get the pass? Twitch tries to follow. What's known? Maybe looking backboard. Brook just covers those options. Yeah, we're seeing from both teams. Second man is very often playing the best possible scenario. And when that does not happen, the follow-up is very much, traffic lights. Oh, hey! Well, we've still got ourselves a game.
Trook tries to settle this down. Power clears it to the wrong team, Ops, and somehow finds Ingo. I think Twiz actually had the save, but Nush jumps up in panic mode, and Team Stallions give up a freebie here, and DOS right back in it.
He tried to bounce the ball into Dr. Known, who was taking the mid-boost. Very rare that you see anybody try and head that way. Twiz's got to go early, realize that he might be getting demoed as they are sending everybody. Who wants to be demoed? Well, apparently nobody. Trook on the way. Reset doesn't land in time for Ops finds his challenge. 1 minute, 1 goal. Suspect goes backboard. Twiz should be fine. Managed to catch the ball on its way down, so it becomes a lot more difficult to air dribble from the backboard when it does exactly that. Ops low boost. Commit quite heavily. Low boost! That is the heck of a play!
Low boost and found some space in this corner and uses it perfectly. The pass to Dr. Known, who's already up in the air. Bottom left corner, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, you've not got any boost, but I can use it for both of us. Just send it in the air and I'll have it. 36 seconds. And this just seems to be the way that DOS play today. They just stick around. You think they're done. They're absolutely not. And now they've got another opportunity. Truck just sends it. And it works out just fine. Now the counterattack. Backboard. Ops does not have the boost. He just hits it to his own teammate. That could have gone anywhere.
Somehow they get it out, and Dr. Gnome almost finds another one. Nush just gets back in time. Now here's an opportunity for him to go off the back wall. Instead goes for the pass. Stalls it out just a bit. Suspect going back the other way. Aerial demo doesn't land. Dr. Gnome cannot catch the ball, and we're into overtime.
A key one as well. Yet again, DOS have fought back. You will not criticize their heart and determination. Truck looking for that edgeable bump. That's another time that Stallions have gone for that. I'm going to claim fake. Now Nush can look for a player. But there's another bit of the reinforcements. Backboard. Truck gonna leave. No, Nush I think wanted it. Communication didn't come through in time. Dr. Gnome hasn't got the boost. And Truck back corner Barry. Straight up to Nush, but he's not giving Nush the easiest ball to play.
Team Stallions, a lot of dangerous balls there, a lot of dangerous commits, but they get the ball out. Twiz, the pass out to Truck, who hits it off the ceiling. Is it going to drop in? Suspect is there to turn it away. And he'll throw it deep. Dr. Gnome cannot reach it. Twiz gets the clear. Ops, though, great catch. Going for the dribble into the corner. Going for another infield pass. He fakes it. Gets the shot all by himself. And we're all square at 2.
Ops with the brace. I'll be doing that. If you go for the ball, what's the worst that can happen? Instead, plays a shot that wasn't coming. It's 2 each. And DOS have done it again.
Man, you have to say that nerves are a thing in the LCQ. We see it on both sides. We see some mistakes happen. But it's about, can you capitalize on them? And Ops did just that. Goes for the fake. It pays off to get the win. And in such a crucial moment in this series, you don't want to be down 3-1. Now, instead, you're tied up 2-2. DOS was down 2-0 in this game, and we started to call it, Shogun. And instead, they battle back in the final minute and get the job done.
That overtime goal just... I can't see any reason why you just don't play the ball there. There is, there's a mid-range where you can cover high and low. And he only covered high. And DOS 3, Stallions 2. Stallions thought they'd escaped. They thought they'd galloped away. Thought they could see R8 in the distance if R8 can get through. But we are, maybe that 1% comes through that we heard from Fear earlier on. Certainly, as we are seeing, anything can happen. Seeding when it comes to the LCQ is just a number.
Yeah, this looks to me like a 50-50 series at this point. We're down to a best of 3. Let's see what happens. Team Stallions and DOS, the 2 seed versus the 3 seed. This one's a battle.
So far, at the very least, Stallions have had the ideas for the kickoffs, not quite at the execution. What I do not like, though, from Stallions is the way they've defaulted to a lot of the edgeable bumps without any success, really, from it. They've tried 3. They've succeeded at 0. That needed to be better. That one certainly is.
See that from Suspect. He goes for the near post shot, I believe. Maybe it was a pass on purpose, and it works out. Dr. Gnome gets it. But Nush is one of those guys I've seen a lot on the offensive side of things. He will dive in front of the ball, then look for bumps and demos, and he's basically just coming up empty-handed time and time again. So I think that's why they have to go for these aerial bump plays, because they're not opening up the door, but instead, Twiz! No need for an aerial bump. Just do the flip reset yourself. Bar down and in.
Yeah, just mechs. Nothing else to it. That is really, really good. And Twiz has got a little bit of a reputation because he likes to delay them. He likes to take that ball down to the ground. We've seen him attempt a couple of ground pinches as well. You do get conditioned a little bit. And Twiz was able to use that, got himself some respect for some space. The Stallions fighting back. It's what Clean really struggled with earlier on. Once Clean started to lose control of the series, never felt like they were regaining it. Known. It's the 50. Does get it on Twiz's terms. And Trick will clear the lines.
So Suspect has to try and put him back to his corner, just barely gets enough on it, so there's no angle for a shot for Stallions. Twizdow's following it up, gets the dunk on Dr. Gnome. Trook now has an opportunity to take on Suspect, but decides against it. Nush taking over, go for the infield, and he gets the infield. No one's there though. Twizdow backward, pass to himself with the flip reset, tried it top right corner, barely missing.
That's dangerous though for DOS. They've got occasions where all three players are just sat there waiting. Can't be doing that, not at this level. Yes, the execution is struggling at the moment, especially for both teams. But you can't rely on that for too long. At some point, the play is going to happen. Back to the corner, Truck. First touch somewhat let him down. He's going to have to settle for a 50-50. Well, that definitely didn't let him down. Opens the ball up for everybody. Not to known. Oh, everybody hates that part of the corner. And it just became out who could read it first.
Dr. Gnome follows it up, though, right after. Keeping the pressure on here for DOS. This is a great sight. Keep it on the orange side of the field, especially with both teams playing with some mistakes on the defensive side. Trook, though, will take over and get a free clear. No one challenging early, so Trook will take it himself. Tried for the 50-50, but Dr. Gnome pushes it to the corner.
This has really turned into edgeable 50s from both teams. Trook's going to take his time. Let's see if we can add another one to the pile. Trook's at least got passing options over here, but just didn't, again, like the way that he was setting up. So at least you've always got the option. All right, well, I can still just take the 50 at the end. It's still going to be 1-for-1. We've not really lost anything. Trook's ceiling. Now this is going to be the chance for the Musty, and it's not quite let her rip.
Now Ops taking back over, going for the counter-attack play. Twiz was trying to take their boost, but they couldn't get the corner, so DOS is able to get out. Dr. Gnome trying to just float with the ball. Again, look for those 50-50s, but no one a bit on that play. But Ops takes back over in the corner, going to go for the shot himself, and secures it. Bottom right corner, phenomenal placement.
Just waited. Keep on waiting, and Ops is going to get there eventually. Twiz wants the 50 on the backboard. Nush wants to react. Neither of them get what they want. And DOS, from 2 games down, are looking to go into the lead of the series. Well, we've had our criticisms, Gibbs. To say that they are not resilient would be an utter lie.
Yeah, Team Stallions, again, they were 15-1 against all the opposition that was not, the top 3 teams in Mena. Their one loss was to DOS, and it was a 3-0 sweep. DOS trying to do it again here. They split the head-to-head throughout the Paris split, but Stallions made it a lot further in a lot of those brackets. But DOS, they don't care about any of that. This is the last tournament. This is their tournament lives. They're trying to get it done here and now.
Suspect, great leave. Ops on the communication. Suspect's going to try and get there. Couldn't find the pinch. Brilliant idea. Required a lot from them, but still very difficult to get rid of for the defense. And this is not where Stallions want to be. Straight back into the path of Ops. They can just recycle this. Nush has to get rid of it. Almost rebounds off his teammate. Twiz wants demo. He's got at least one player. Suspect on the turn. And helps his teammate out. Stallions are going to throw everything.
Great power 50 there by Suspect to keep that ball out. Now Ops has an opportunity. They're going to have more opportunities now in that midfield. The Stallions has to send everyone. So Nush will just throw it deep. Dr. Gnome, easy clear, out to Ops. But instead, Twiz will take over. Dr. Gnome follows it up, though. Trook, 0 boost on his own back wall. Trying to find a teammate. He does find Nush, who does have some boost, so he'll take it to the corner. But no one to follow up.
20 seconds, 1 goal. It was looking so easy for Stallions. They were winning at a canter. And now, 10 seconds away from having to play from their tournament lives. Twiz looking to try and create something. He's got options around. Trucks are around a little bit too late. 0, got to keep the ball in the air. Dr. Known, where can he put this ball down? Right there. DOS have double match point.
And DOS is doing so well when they have to play defense. They've been hunted so many times. Well, we saw it at the end there by Trook. He finally was like, all right, now I'm going to go for the bumps and demos. And they just keep coming up empty-handed. So then DOS has an opportunity to make the easy save, turn it into counterattacks, and make plays available. If they can keep this up and avoid these demos, then DOS might make it to that grand finals of this LCQ and be one win away from that World Championship.
It was the best they played as well. Looked like something they could repeat. And that's what you want at this level, is a style that you can repeat over and over again. Stallions, I mean, what's changed here, Gibbs? Have you noticed anything? What's suddenly not working?
I honestly feel like we talked about in the first 2 games when it was Team Stallions doing well. Like, I kept mentioning, I'm like, it still doesn't feel like they're winning these games, right? It was more DOS just kind of giving up a lot of weird goals and a lot of freebies. And I was like, I'm waiting to see this dynamic offense out of Stallions. And I feel like we have not seen that throughout the series. Now that DOS is playing better, we don't see Team Stallions really pressing any issue to go out and win the game. The 2 games they won, like, DOS kind of just fell apart and gave them those wins. Stallions, being this dynamic offense, the #1 offense in the tournament, have to find that form again. And I think a lot of that is a lot of these ground demo plays, at least, are just not connected whatsoever.
No. Yeah, Nush is sort of, you know, off on his own merry adventure on occasion, not finding anything for it. But I do agree with you. And it can be hard as well, especially when you do come into a series and you see your opponents, you know, not necessarily playing the best, and you think, okay, well, we can just keep the fundamentals going. We'll score off just putting pressure on. We don't need to put great shots on target. We just need to put pressure on, and the ball will end up in the net. And it's difficult when suddenly that changes.
Yeah.
And you've got to think, oh no, they're better now. We've kind of got to change everything. And they've just struggled to do that.
Yeah, it's just really interesting because I haven't seen those plays yet from Team Stallions. It could also be their opposition and who they played throughout this tournament, but they're still one of the better offenses in Mena just in general. And it's not showing up here so far, so they got to find a new dynamic to make it work.
Are we going to our 3rd Champions Field of the day? Or are we going to see Stallions gone? It's a great story no matter what. Truck, heck of a play to get it that far, but there's the demo. It's open, and Suspect doesn't get to claim it. Well, he did the work, but Dogs Unknown gets the credit.
And there's the ground demos we were talking about that Team Stallions can't connect with. Instead, this time they get hit with it. Suspect, great demo there to open up the score for DOS. And that is the worst, right after a timeout, to give up an opening goal like that, to lose any momentum that you're trying to gain back. Team Stallions is going to have to work for it. Twiz now, just missing the ball. I don't know, Shogun.
It's so difficult, but they've got to just, you know, put it behind them. It really is that simple. Twiz is on the way, but they're not the faster team at the moment. They're not the more mechanical team at the moment. They're not the team with the more chemistry. So what can you go to here, Stallions, as we've still got Nush looking for demos in the backfield? I don't know about you, Gibbs. I didn't hear any explosions.
He keeps hunting, and he just keeps missing. His batting average is not great right now. I feel like they have to change that dynamic. I get it, they are down a goal, but I would send him back more and just try and play that midfield possession game and not go for these downs at this point.
He's going to get it in like the next 20 seconds. We're going to say, oh my goodness, They stuck with it. They're absolute geniuses.
Of course.
It's the joy of a 5-minute game. Anything that does happen, it tends to be a big swing. As Not Unknown happy to take his time. Not Unknown is just, I think, led the charge in many ways of how DOS want to play this. Air dribbles to hit the 50, don't overcomplicate it. Shrug's got the demos. All right, well, here's how you do it. You just send somebody else for the play, but Not Unknown's got it covered.
And Nush has been doing a very good job on the defensive side when he's got to float in the air, go for those aerial dribble blocks. He's doing a fantastic job. Twiz has a chance there, but the defender turns it away. And I like this a little more. Now Truk is getting involved in demos. Maybe they are going to start connecting.
What's actually kind of nice here as well for Stallions is that we are actually seeing DOS happy to engage in this play style. It opens the game up. When you're a goal down, that's all you need. Yes, more chance for goals against you, but you need goals. And they need this game to be open. We're straight towards Ops. Not the best touch. And DOS have done this so many times. They almost put themselves in a position that they've put themselves in over and over again. This one to get away with, and they now require a save from Nush.
Yeah, Doss is just kind of flat-footed on defense, saying, you have to beat us. And to their credit, Team Stallions has not been able to, so it does put them in dangerous spots, but they have prevailed so far. More demos coming out. Now Nush getting involved in getting the physical play working on the offensive side.
Oh, surely.
Crook, Twiz. Oh.
Wow. That is unbelievable, that recovery, just to plant himself in the way. Otherwise, his teammate was stuck in the 2v1. And 2 minutes left. Stallions, the second seed. Can they hold on to their tournament lives? The demo plays, the triple bump. Well, they're finding success. Here's the other problem, though, Gibbs. They're finding demos. Where's the shots? Where's the follow?
Yep. They can't get the ball into that golden opportunity to actually shoot off of it. And also, Doss is keeping all 3 men back. So even if you do demo them, there's 2 defenders left on the back line. They're not sending anyone too far forward. See if that continues. Ops here, he turns away, just grabs that boost, trying to waste as much time as he possibly can.
Nush wanted to take the 50 on the backboard. Suspect, 2 great challenges in a row. Now leaves it for Ops, who just keeps slowing the play down. He is not playing in anything faster than second gear, and you're gonna have to deal with it. On the way up, Ops, great cover rotation. Crook, it's starting to turn into just throw anything you can and hope that it works. Backboard, Dr. No gets rid. Now Twiz, maybe a chance to follow, just too late.
Doss doing so incredibly well to not only play 3 men back, but don't give them any space for the infield pass. That is what Team Stallions desperately needs when 3 members are playing defense. It's either demo or that quick infield pass, but neither are working right now. Doss, half-minute left.
And these 50s keep going all the way to their side of the field. 25 seconds. Truck with Nush in support. Nush on the way, wants to find the set. No one getting to that one, though. Truck tries to keep the ball alive. Dr. No realizes no challenge first time. Everybody's so far back. 10 seconds, Gibbs, and our number 2 seed might be out.
And Doss is holding on to defense. Ops in the air versus Twiz. Twiz has an opportunity, cannot reach it. Truck up with 0 boost, throws it on net. Dr. No trying to kill it. Nush keeps it alive. Suspect puts it down, and Doss, they hold on. A defensive masterclass in Game 6 to move on to the grand finals.
Count them out at your peril. Doss have done it again. 2 games down, no worries. We'll go and get the rest of the job done. Doss are in the grand finals. We're going to wait up and see who they are going to be playing against. But oh my goodness, Gibbs, what is this team?
Oh man, I cannot wait to see them in the grand finals. But we got to find who they will play right after this break.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with the initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Pressure's starting to build, though.
Oh! It landed the bump, but saved it and
Twisted Minds are looking to finish. Oh, what a demo.
Oh, Stizzy, downfield, down the jack, open net, he doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass, up high, not over, 0 seconds, it's too late, on the ground, Harley Ports.
That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Dressed up for my funeral. I take you down. I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts set black as a bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dressed up for my funeral. Yeah, feels like I'm back in 14 with a chance for a grip tape. In my jeans, I was burning through a check. Putting gold up on my neck. Putting ghetto card on repeat, trying to ollie down the steps. I wanna find all the pieces so I can stitch together all of these broken promises that have stuck forever. Telling myself that everything will be fine. Get through it all every time. Out of sight, inside of mind. Everybody talks. Want more than I've got. When did I this all? Call me crazy or delusional. Dressed up for my funeral. I take you down. I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts as black as a bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dressed up for my funeral. Watching the time fade away. Turn the page. If I could find my way back, I tell myself it's a trap. Don't grow up, don't give in. Trust me, they won't ever win. All the highs, all the lows, all the pain they don't know. I take a bow. I've got everybody fooled. I've got them figured out. They don't know what I'm going through. They wouldn't last a day inside of my shoes. Broken hearts as black as a bruise. Living life with nothing to lose. Call me crazy or delusional. Dressed up for my funeral. Call me crazy or delusional. Dressed up for my funeral. Call me crazy or delusional. Dressed up for my funeral.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours.
They actually did it, folks. They actually did it. We were doubting them on the desk. You were doubting them in chat, but DOS take down the Stallions for a second time this season, and they are through to the grand finals of the last chance qualifier. It is the last chance. They're making the most of that chance. Only one win away from the World Championship. They're going to have a crazy time, though, here, Shogun. They're either going to have to go through R8 Esports or an NMT that just beat R8 Esports. I think we're set up for a good day.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, it does feel like the path has been cleared, but it's LCQ. They really, if anything, R8 now should be the least favorites to win this entire thing, because there's something about being a high seed in these events, Gibbs. It's an absolute curse.
Yeah, we saw early on in the series, we said it was a bit messy. DOS kind of giving up a lot of freebies for the most part, team styles, especially in this game too, where they go up 4-0, and all 4 goals were just nothing exceptional. And then we're just waiting to see if DOS can play back into the series, and they absolutely did. Such a big performance in Game 4 when they were down 2-0 to come back and tie that and win it back in overtime and win 4 in a row to take down Team Stallions.
It had to be the new Fennec. Dr. Known just keeps on looking. And, you know, it's like that one image of the guy with the pickaxe. There's gold, there's diamond out there. For those of you out there with your placebos, keep searching. It's definitely the placebo's fault. It's the settings, it's the car, it's not you. You belong in Grand Champ.
99% of Rocket League players stop one preset short of SSL. Don't be that one, folks. But what a run! What a way to take victory by the horns and direct it your way. And they're through the Stallions. An incredible season of Rocket League, but it does end here and now. We only have 2 matches left on the day. Finally, didn't go to Champions Field. It was starting to feel like we were gonna get 35 games of Rocket League today. Now, a maximum of 34 after missing Champions Field in one of the semifinals, but we'll see as we head over to our second semifinal. Only 1 spot left in the grands. Who's it going to be? I'm excited to see if Maasen, Talum, and Nader can make it through R8 Esports, who have been the favorite up until this point. We've been talking about R8 versus Stallions. It really sort of has, in my mind, been R8. More so than Stallions here, Gibbs.
Yep, 17-0 versus teams that were not Twisted Minds and Falcons in the Paris split. That also included, they went 5-2 against those teams as well. So R8 Esports, they were your representative for the Mena 2 seed back in the Paris major. They kind of faltered there. We thought they would do a little bit better, but they are back and they have to play in this LCQ because of that. But they're heavy favorites, especially now with Team Stallions out as well. And they did it last year. 2/3 of this team made it through the LCQ last year with Rock Esports. So they've been here before and they've done it before.
Yeah, sort of looking for their results as well. I mean, R8, they were in, I believe, the worst possible group, but 0-3 was not what they were expecting out of themselves over in Paris. They got a chance to try and put that right over at the World Championships, but yeah, I mean, I'll give it to you here, Wave, but I think we know where the people are going to vote.
Chat, let us know who you're going to vote for. Hashtag R8 for R8, hashtag NMT for NMT. Could not be more straightforward here. I'm curious to see how many fans the NMT boys have earned themselves
we can't
over
outdo
the season. But
100%, so we can't break new ground today.
It went from 100 to 80 though, right? Which
yeah,
would
but
be
it did
like
say 100, so, and
it did say
I'm selective, so.
Okay,
maybe they popped it up so fast we only had 4 votes in, and then that 5th vote got it to 20%. So
if we're being annoyingly technical, Shogun, it technically said extra 0. It was 0% to 0%. It never actually said 100.
Okay, yeah, you know, I'll concede.
Okay, so they were. Is 0-0 better or worse than normal 0? Let us know in chat. But most importantly, let us know who you think is actually going to win this match. Gibbs, who you got?
You have to go with R8 Esports. I feel like Talum's going to have a fantastic match here for them to have a chance. But M&T, I won't count them out. but I will give them a 5% chance. I think R8 Esports is fantastic, and they should win this.
Shogun?
I think it's about time that we actually saw something convincing. Everybody has struggled so far. R8's not going to struggle with this one, and I think they are just a level above, apparently a level above everybody, in my opinion. So they'll take this. I'll be shocked if we see 4-2.
Wow. And predicting it to be a one-sided matchup at that, not just the victory. Hey, listen, Stallions came in a little cold. They got beaten. R8 have yet to play today. It's not going to matter. I think they're still going to win here. R8 will move forward to take on DOS in the finals. That is my prediction. But will we be proven right? So far, we've gotten 2 right and 1 wrong on the day. Chat, you're right in that same boat. We've been on the same side the whole time. Oh, this one. Close. The closest yet.
People are so rattled after that Stallions
Nervous.
game.
Just like the players. Nervous.
I can imagine. I mean, I don't begrudge that all too much, but NMT, if they're going to win this, they need R8 to not show up. I feel there is, I think, a tier between these two. If R8 aren't playing well, who knows what's going to happen? Well, we know what's going to happen because we've seen it plenty of times.
It is the tournament where only winning the next match matters. You got to get through this one. Must stay focused on the opponent ahead of you to get to that match that actually carries with it the weight of going to Worlds. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out. R Esports taking to the pitch for the first time today, taking on NMT, who's coming in with momentum. One of them will get the opportunity to face off against DOS in the grand finals for a shot at the World Championship. Who will it be? NMT versus R8.
It's finally time to see the favorite of the tournament. It's R8 taking the pitch in this semifinal and up against NMT, a team of veterans who have been in the MENA region for a long time. Every last one of them older than every member of R8. We are into game 1, brought to you by Progressive Games.
Fair to say that R8 is the new kids on the block, Fear. And I think, you know, like Gibbs said, was really excited to see them on land, but they didn't get the result I think a lot of people were expecting of them. But online, they have looked unstoppable.
And, I was going to say they're going to continue that, but they get a goal line stop. Talem does on Mohamed Ghazi and Abdullah putting in some offense early. I am looking at Mohamed and what I've seen from him recently online. I've talked about who is the best player on R8. It's hard to decide at different times, at different tournaments. You might pick any one of the 3, but Mohamed, the youngest of them all, 16-year-old, seems to have maybe the hottest spark at times, and we'll look to see if he can do that. I don't think we saw him do that on land. I think the Mohamed that we see online was not there. I want to see a second chance for him to show just what he can do, and right now he is still online, but maybe that same level of pressure, that same level of moment here, as they have only this 1 life left, 2 series to win. So far, nobody on the board.
But still, these opportunities give a young player like Mohamed that opportunity to be forged by fire, to gain that necessary experience, so the next time you're on a pressure-filled stage, you can rise to the occasion.
It's only been R8 with that 1 chance. Stopped out early. NMT are getting pushed back to the back wall as Mawson forced to make another save. Low boost for all of NMT. Boom. Mawson trying to do well to stay behind the ball. But here's a big dunk. Natter, awkward, makes the play. Will there be any follow-ups?
Get that boost grab. Good stuff from Mawson to be able to get the boost. Also chases Mohamed out of the midfield. Abdullah there to try to get the contest. So far, NMT has not been backing down. R8, heavy favorites, maybe a bit nervy after seeing Stallions fall. That was certainly unexpected, and as we talked about a lot today, Fear, as I was talking with Shogun in the last cast, being the top seed in a region has not historically worked out well for the top seed.
Yeah, not in these 1 chance to win type qualifiers. Of course, over the course of 3 opens, we see that top team usually being able to figure it out, but it's so nervy, and they're going to go down early as Mawson gets the first goal of the series.
So we see NMT the first to strike, and I like that fake, perhaps scoreable from Natter there, but got bailed out. I'm sure he's thankful for Mawson on that.
What I like about that play is that in the previous series, Talem had to do what felt like almost everything on offense. Everybody involved from NMT, and it's actually going to be Mawson who scores again.
Wow, what do we see? And it looked like everyone was expecting R8 to run away with this one, but a beautiful play from Mawson. Chases that ball down, uses every last bit of boost to get back to that ball, and catches the defense sleeping.
NMT have spent, a good amount of their career as one of the top players in Mena. This is probably a rarity for them to actually be a clear underdog. Mawson's been on some top teams, Tottenham's been on some top teams. These guys have been around for a while and get the benefit of having, technically no pressure on them. They've been here before. It's the pressure on the youngsters on the other side, and it seems like the veterans holding it down so far. As Tottenham can get this ball taken from him, should be easy. Wait, what? Okay, it's okay. For a second, I got worried there, but Mawson maybe knew that was off the post. He's gonna let Natter take it away.
Maybe, but Abdullah, I'm sure, was not expecting that miss there. Fortunately for NMT, they had backup, and now a chance turned aside by Ghazi. Ghazi, not the best hit either.
NMT did get a warm-up. They did get a series before this. Sometimes, that can go against you if you get tired. I don't think this player is going to feel that after just one series. Maybe R8 just need a little bit to get going. No offense for them at all. They can breathe a sigh of relief if they just get the ball in the net one time, but they might not get that opportunity in game number one. Ghazi does get around Natter. Natter is forced to pass it back, but Ghazi first one to the ball and actually gets right back to this one. I'm surprised to get the follow-up touch, but no one around to finish it. And NMT tap it away.
Good effort there on the double, but no one was there for the shot regardless. As we approach that final minute, we see a counterattack goal. This is an opportunity for Abdullah. Goes for a musty shot. It's on target, saved high. Mohammed getting bumped off the follow-up as well. Offensively, R8 have been quiet so far. NMT have come out with all the fire.
Yeah, and you see guys just chasing down. They're throwing bumps, they're throwing everybody at the net. They absolutely have to right now. Mohammed's going to pass down to Abdullah. Shot is just wide. I'm not sure they can afford to miss these kind of opportunities with how little time they have left. They have tools to pick up. Couldn't connect on a demo on Tottenham as Ghazi taps his back, and this is probably just costing them too much of the clock in order to try and bring this back.
Yeah, that touch backwards wasting so much time. Still, though, they score with anything on the clock, an opportunity to do something off kickoff. But then another giveaway there, and that's going to make things difficult. And now it's going to appear to be impossible for R8 to come back. And not only do they lose this game, but not even managing to put a goal in. NMT make a statement in game one.
Yeah, this is the start that NMT needed. And one of the statements they're making is making me sweat here a little bit. You asked me earlier about percentage chance to win. I had given R8, 75%.
Do you want me to remind you?
Yeah, no.
It was
gave R8 a buck.
95% between Stallions and R8. Well,
I know.
I don't know if we should let you make the odds.
Yeah, you maybe shouldn't, or maybe we should just use this to show just how insane it is that these guys might, take it back. But this is really early in the series. This is really early in the series for NMT. R8 probably took a little bit of Stallions percent when they got eliminated, but even just this game, maybe NMT deserves more than 1%. Maybe they heard about the slight and they're locking in to prove me wrong, but these are good players. Mawson, been around a long time. We've seen him at LAN. We've seen Tottenham as well. So these guys are proven players. They're ready for this moment. They came out with, maybe it felt like, I'm looking at the shots right now. The shots actually look somewhat even. It didn't feel that way. It felt like NMT was
really did
chances. Other than maybe right at the beginning, there was one good chance for R8 that got saved. Other than that, that was like the only moment.
And as you know, Fear, sometimes a shot counts when it's not much of a shot. But I agree with you. We didn't really see much from R8, despite them having some shots on the scoreboard. Didn't really feel like there were any dangerous chances. NMT, you got to remember, though, they're coming off a 7-game series where they were able to win. They've already got to get used to the pressure a little bit of performing on the day. They're also coming off the high of that Game 7 win. So I think it's not a surprise to see them take this first game. I think if they were going to win 1 or 2 in the series, it probably would be happening very early, especially given the fact that they're already warmed up. But now the pressure is going to be on. All eyes on R8. Because like you said, Fear, and I'm with you on those percentages, expecting R8 to win this, expecting them to be the favorites to qualify for the World Championship. And, after that Game 1, though, I feel like you can throw everything into the wind.
Yeah, for sure. Until we see a goal go in, you might as well throw it into the wind. because they have not been able to find anything, and they'll have to do it here on Forbidden Temple. They maybe, coming into this as such a strong team, can afford to slip the most before finding their game, but can't take too long in these big moments on these big days. These are the days that you remember, the days you want to win, and they're going to let this 50 go into the nets.
And that is devastating. I mean, Natter doesn't even have any boost. Like, to concede a goal there is unthinkable. And so that is going to be tilting right out of the gate. Ghazi, unfortunate touch there. And now you got to watch to see if the tilt comes in at all.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The tilt, I mean, that's not what you needed in this moment. Maybe if you concede a goal, a hard-fought goal, it doesn't tilt you extra, but now you're just sending it into your own net. Maybe you can brush it off. Maybe you can say, we won't do that again, but so far, you've scored more on your own net than you've scored in theirs, so you got to do something different. Abdullah getting to 50. Natter, though, should be able to cleanly take this away. You see Muhammad try and get involved on offense. He will show you something you've never seen before, as well as everybody on this team. You need to see a bit of that, bit of confidence, even though they haven't scored yet. You got to remember how this whole season has gone. I mean, this team hasn't lost to anybody who isn't Twisted Minds or Falcons, and they would hate for the first time to be in this last chance qualifier.
Yeah, online there have been times where they've looked like the best team in the region.
Right.
So they are a little shaky starting out right now, but still plenty of time. Who will step up? You mentioned Muhammad. Very mechanical young player, needs to rise to the occasion now to help his team get back into form. R8, they've had some decent possession this game. Now an opportunity for a breakout. Ghazi tries to find Abdullah and will stay behind it. And now centers it, but see, Muhammad didn't want to dive in on that ball just yet. Now goes. And low boost for Mawson.
Potentially a tough situation. Natter has his reset. Abdullah going over the top of it. Actually just drops it down to a teammate. So Abdullah cut off the high angle. But it's going to be NMT who managed to stay in control of the ball. Muhammad, I should say, has had enough of it. Tosses it away. Natter and Tothland back. Tothland, we saw so many highlight reel goals last time around. This one should get saved. Almost had the dunk, though. Abdullah just barely got it around him.
Too close for comfort there. Some of these routine plays looking a little less than routine. Breakout play. Muhammad didn't have boost to deal much with that ball, but a strong shot on low boost from Abdullah gets turned aside, and that bounce catches Ghazi out.
Muhammad Shadow, he bought time for Abdullah. He was ultimately able to handle it. Ghazi's important 50. Really get something going here. Natter on no boost. Abdullah gets to go to the side wall. No more pressure on him. So he gets to go up in the air. Has a pre-jump. Yeah, now to stop him. Wait, no, never mind. I was wrong about that. 50 on the goal line. Nice save by Natter. Recovers before the attacker. They've stopped that chance. Mawson the other way. Had an opportunity. Puts it wide.
Abdullah a little bit far out. There's a demo. Natter hoping to get that ball middle. Take advantage of the respawn timer, but couldn't do so. Still scoreless. We have not seen R8 score yet. And just as I say it, they finally put in their first goal of the series.
It's going to be Muhammad. It's not going to be spectacular like he's necessarily known for, but he does dodge a little physical play there, and then physical play the other way as Ghazi bumps out the defender. Muhammad in the right spot. It doesn't have to be spectacular. You just need to make sure you're in positions to make plays when there's opportunities. The first time, that's what R8 does.
And it was a very nice bump because Mawson was ready to get that 50, and now double tap denied. Ghazi couldn't get the follow-up. But that bump's so good, opening up that shooting lane. And we're starting to see some signs of life from R8.
Yeah, this is the match I expected to see. Diving saves being needed out of NMT. And didn't see it there for a few minutes. R8 finding their offense. Muhammad's chain dashing, not going to do much. This great pass down. Ghazi needs to cover it off. That is not the easiest save. But Ghazi slows them down. Tothlam missed, maybe intentional. Trying to leave it for Mawson potentially, but Abdullah going to follow us up in the corner, and it should be R8 back on offense.
Approaching the final minute here. NMT have looked fearless in this matchup. And they continue on their way to achieving an upset. There's the shot. It's right out in the middle of the field, and a critical clear out from Abdullah.
That's so important. Scary chance there. Natter leaving this to the ground. For some reason, does not want to challenge. Just wants to let Mawson take it for free. Tries to not see a little bit more pressure on the ball. Very clearly laying down on the ground. Abdullah's low on boost. He gets to 50 high. Muhammad should be able to get it clear. Mawson looking to dunk it though. Keep it in play. Very low boost for all of R8. This is a critical last 30 seconds.
Yeah, Abdullah picked up 2 small pads, saving them. Does get that corner boost right on the respawn. It looks like R8 may have done enough to stabilize. Ghazi looking for a clear downfield. Abdullah waiting for a chance to jump in now. Potentially scoring chance. Didn't get the reset. Had Abdullah gotten the reset, could have made that chance more threatening. And now will they go for it on 0? They will. Backward pass. Mawson just off target. This kept alive. It's poked over to the side. Tullum back to Natter, and Natter couldn't get the shot, but we almost saw a 0-second game winner from NMT.
A really good opportunity. Did their best to keep it alive, see if they can capitalize. They don't. And now R8 have to use this gifted opportunity, try and equalize this series. They cannot bank on that going their way every time. Muhammad opportunity, rolls it. Mawson makes the save. He's on the goal line. Ghazi not able to pick up the boost. We'll see if that affects their extended attack here. So Abdullah gets undercut. Ghazi found some boost somewhere else because he's right back into play, but loses the 50, and now it's Tullum, who has been so dangerous. A bump and a shot. Abdullah makes the save.
Mawson's had a couple chances where couldn't get the perfect shot, but excellent effort from NMT. Saw Tullum do so much to get that opportunity, but now on the other end, Muhammad, the shot deflected high. Abdullah back to the middle, extra touch to Muhammad, and he will score it and win the game for R8.
We were looking to Muhammad to get going, and he's going to score the 2 goals for his team that get them started here today. But Abdullah doing a lot of the hard work to cut it across the nets. The tap in from Muhammad, and they're on the board. This is the R8 we were hoping to see. We saw some signs of it here towards the end of this game.
Lovely work from Abdullah there. Doing, like you said, doing most of the work to get that ball across net in a scoreable position for Muhammad. And that is the bounce back that people were expecting as R8's the tournament favorites to win this whole thing. Very slow start, fearless start for NMT. They won game 1. And even in this game, it seemed like they had some good scoring opportunities, but I think it was Mawson who was in that shooting position and just wasn't able to hit the mark.
Yeah, I think there's another Mawson moment. He might have had like a long shot clear that was just wide as well. So, and we saw at least a couple of those for R8. We're seeing opportunities both ways that haven't quite been able to finish. You know, Mena is normally just all of those types of plays go in, and you just have to get more of them than the other team. But, you know, a little bit of execution error, a little bit of great plays defensively from both these teams. But now's the moment for R8 to show that they can be built different, that they can be a team that will compete on land, because the reality is, you know, I think a team that's going to go far at Worlds does need to show a little bit of, you know, clear separation from some of these other teams in Mena. Mena's a very strong region, don't get me wrong, but R8 so far have shown that separation over the course of the season. They, like you said, maybe even the best team. You know, they just unfortunately had to be in this last chance qualifier. They need to remind us that they can look like the best team if they want to win here and if they want to play well at Worlds.
Just a reminder of the depth of Mena. Mena, probably the fastest improving region that we've seen. Mena continues to get better and better and better. You're seeing the depth on full display here in the LCQ. Now a chance for Natter. That shot splits the defense. NMT back on top.
Really important bump here. Mawson gets Abdullah, sends him flying away. Muhammad and Ghazi try and cover the hole that was made by that, but they could not do it. Abdullah was hoping for a couple touches in a row. He thought he was going to be able to touch it off the wall, control it, air dribble it away. That's why he touches it soft. If he knew he was going to get bumped, he would have wished he had not done that. And NMT able to take advantage for the first goal.
Yeah, that bump made about a ball-sized gap in the defense. And that was the gap that Natter hit perfectly. For a backboard touch. Backboard hit, rather. That's shut down. Abdullah contested. Very physical gameplay here from NMT. That bump opening up the score sheet. Now a chance on the other end. Abdullah will put this one in thanks to the pressure from Muhammad.
Yeah, Muhammad paying him back. Abdullah did the hard work in the last game. Muhammad definitely doing the hard work this time. He has left a ton of space, able to beat one and use a bump to beat another. Anytime you're beating two defenders by yourself, creating good opportunities, and Abdullah making sure to be around to take advantage of it.
Natter. Going for a flick. Ghazi tried to jump, ended up just wasting boost on that one. Another good touch. This is dangerous. Natter will jump on it. And NMT take the lead back again.
When I was talking about NMT, I was saying Toplum had to hard carry them in the previous game. We were going to look to Natter and Mawson to improve if they're going to beat a team like R8. Natter has arrived here in this series and is in the right spot, making the right touches, and getting his team in the lead.
You're right. They haven't really had to rely on Talim very much at all. Only 14 points so far this game.
You're point watching him. It's early in the game.
Just
Come
saying,
on.
I think it tells the story a little bit. You get 2 points every time you touch the ball. And so only 14 points. That's 7 times touching that ball. Meanwhile, you've got Natter over here already scoring 2. But like you said, you know, when you get to this level, you have to have everyone playing their best.
Ghazi with an opportunity to get this in front of nets. Muhammad not there fast enough. Abdullah going to play this up high, try and play keep away, set up an opportunity to actually pass back into Abdullah. Ghazi is the last back. Did not like that opportunity enough to try and dive in, though. So they'll extend it a little bit more. They do have time to work with as Abdullah looks to pass off the ceiling. Gets a reset. It's on target. It's bouncing off the post, just barely off. No one there to finish it.
We've seen that a couple times now where R8 has had some opportunities, had someone been there to take advantage of the missed touch from NMT, but R8 playing far back, being a little more passive on the attack. See Abdullah trying to slow things down. There's a bump off the ball. Talim up against Muhammad. Backward pass. Muhammad actually blasted that safely over to the corner. Perhaps R8 could have done more with that had he slowed down a bit.
I don't know if he's trying to go for a really tough angle to actually get that touch in the net. Much more likely that it's sent wide. But might be able to get another attack here going. Natter has no boost to work with, but Ghazi going to get bumped off, going to create the opportunity for Toplum to take over, take control. He puts one on target and forces a save. 2-1 lead. 2 minutes left to go. Muhammad, maybe with a bit of space, can get something going. That's what he's known for, but kind of loses the dribble here. Has to go for a physical play to make anything out of it. And a demo, and Toplum is taking it out to the other side.
There's the double tap, almost scoring it. R8 shaking a bit here. And now they're under pressure. Only 12 boost for Abdullah, 12 boost for Ghazi. Muhammad gets boosted up from the corner, but the ball's up and over him. R8 are under pressure right now.
Toplum, he got so many clips in the series before. Nice reset, wants the bump, can't get it. Abdullah gets there early enough and actually got over another midfield defender as Natter. This is best to keep this in play. Muhammad dropped to Ghazi. They're going to trade demos here, so brief 2v2 as Abdullah going to catch. He is good at 2v2, very high-rated player. It's back to being everybody on the map. Demo, chance, off the backboard. There needs to be somebody there. Muhammad gets the finish.
They finally do enough to break down the defense. The poke high, the demo, the double commit. Beautiful stuff. Muhammad just needed to make sure he didn't put that shot dead center. Ended up slotting it nicely. And that's great work from R8. Now they've tied things up.
Toplum trying to make some time off the kickoff, and he got an opportunity from Austin. Ghazi save on the goal line. He's back and in position. This 50 out to the midfield to Muhammad. Soft touch catch as he tries to take it over the pre-jumping Toplum. And Toplum does so well to get multiple touches in a row and drop it down to his teammate.
Chance for Natter again. Reset. Back to the middle. Toplum. For the sidewall, Abdullah picks it up. Will go for goal. And Mawson out to Natter. Natter with some space. Beautiful first touch on the sidewall. Going to go for a pass, but it looks like Toplum had pre-jumped, and the trajectory was not right. Had to bail out.
Yeah, pre-jumped so early, I actually almost thought he got bumped. Surely he didn't come up that early unless someone forced him to, but
it's possible.
Tough read. 2-2. Will there be a goal here in the final moments? That shot weak, easily saved by NMT as they try and counterattack. Ghazi's actually going to pass it back towards his own half, and Muhammad gets this up in the air. Not a ton of boost to work with, though. He's faking like he can go to the ball, but he can't, and a teammate will hit it to the ground.
T, swing game right here. Big chance for NMT to make a statement. They are the underdogs in this matchup. Feels like if they can get an upset in the series, surely this game will be part of it, but no, Ghazi slams the door on NMT and scores just 14 seconds into OT.
Ghazi hits this off of Abdullah. I don't know if the bounce would be any different if he wasn't there. Maybe he was just trying to use the corner and get it in front of the net, but he puts it off the back of his teammate and just sweet spots it right out to the middle of the field where he can get that follow-up. These guys are making team plays even when they don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, though. If he hits that naturally off the corner, it's probably not setting up so nicely for the shot. All right, taking advantage of that pressure. Great game from Muhammad. Really, all-around team effort from R8 to get this win. But NMT have been impressive. They have not looked intimidated whatsoever. I think, if anything, in this series, we've seen Mawson have a few chances that maybe if he's able to hit the mark, maybe if that shooting is just a little bit more precise, could have put NMT over the top at this point in the series. But, I mean, they're all playing so well. And, you know, NMT, they had chances to win this game. They're very much in this series. They are not being outclassed. They're hanging in there.
But they look like they're barely in the room that they're in. All of them, I guess this is R8. But yeah, I don't know how they get their backgrounds to be so dark. The monitor glow just on the face.
Very nice curtains. Very nice curtains.
Yeah. There's a bright room. That's Mawson on NMT. We can see it a little bit more. But I think NMT can feel good about how they've done so far. We're talking about an R8 team that, again, hasn't lost to any except for the top two teams already at Worlds. So that is a very dominant team. And NMT have clearly shown in this series so far, forcing overtimes, getting wins, that they are in this series and that they don't care how the rest of the season went. It's been a couple weeks since then. Now it's a whole new last chance qualifier, and they've been playing well.
And it's anyone's ball game. We already saw an upset today with Doss taking down Stallions. If somehow NMT manages to get this win, all bets are off on who's going. Very close call. Nice defense from Mawson to keep that one out. We've seen some decent back passing as well, though. Right now, we're seeing R8 look much more threatening on the offensive half.
Try to run ahead there on the bump. Defender escaping into the net. Still able to make the save. Muhammad faking Mawson. There's somebody running ahead to try and make a physical play. Muhammad didn't seem to be worried about going straight to net, though, and it felt like that last defender was being handled, so I'm surprised he didn't expect to be able to get some offense. Instead, just popped it up, and now they're in trouble. Wow. Last second save, having to dive across to get this one out. R8 and NMT back and forth.
Really close call. Good read here from Ghazi. Matter hit hard off the ceiling, and Mawson cleared down to the corner. Boomed back to center field. Natter trying to bring it down into control. Does get it by Abdullah, and will march downfield. Great play from Natter.
Muhammad now hoping to get a 50 here. Boston's midfield challenge game is so strong here. Maybe he didn't get the biggest win ever, but has put his team on offense. Taught him a redirect. My goodness, what a save from Ghazi. He was in a right position. That was tough to read. That redirect happened so close to net. Ghazi had the reaction time to keep it out. 0-0 still in this game as Abdullah trying to change that reset shot. Mawson makes a save.
Another save right off the bar, but things starting to heat up. Pace picking up. Shot up the gut, easily saved here by Ghazi. Ghazi gets the corner boost and will stay on it. Might be able to get a flip reset pass. Looking for some help. Finds it in Abdullah. Abdullah up off the ceiling now. Got a touch on the ball. I don't think he was expecting to do that. Kind of put it out of reach. Now infield passing play. That shot again saved. These plays are so close, Fear. Right on the limit to get those saves. And now, Ghazi, what happened there?
I don't know. I'm going Ghazi POV because he should have been back. Oh, we're getting a call for a pause. I don't know if there was something questionable happening there. I think we're going to need a review on this goal because Ghazi...
It definitely looked... It looked suspect from my position. Also, you know, I did see some indicators of latency, but I'm a spectator, not a player. But it definitely did not look normal. You know, a player the caliber of Ghazi, that is a routine play. That is about as routine of a play as you can get at this level. So we'll see if that goal stands. Would not be surprised to see it called off, just given the situation. But this is why you save the replay files. This is why you go back and look. You know, I know there are even some replay tools where you can analyze the player inputs as well to get a really good picture of what exactly is happening. So we will get back into the game as soon as we can. But when you're in these situations where it seems like latency or some type of technical issue results in a goal, it might take a little bit longer to determine whether or not that goal stands. So we'll get back into the game as soon as we can. But we appreciate everyone's patience at home as we try to uncover whether or not this goal will stand.
Yeah, for sure. This is as important as it gets. We talked about it before. This is everybody's last chance. It's a last chance qualifier. And this series, you know, the results of it, every last goal is so important to all these players. So it's definitely worth the time to make sure we get it right. And, you know, if I had to guess, I have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. It does seem like our guts and your gut as well was that should have been routine. I think we're maybe going to see a replay here of what happened.
The thing here is that when he's on the sidewall, you see how he's turning away from the play. I don't know. It's tough to say. It's tough to say. You know, like from that angle, maybe it should stand. This is why you'll have to get the replay file, look at all of the angles, look at the boost, look at the positioning. What you're looking for is abnormality in the positioning and in the inputs of the player.
And I imagine it's probably early, right? We just got a clip of the goal that just went in. My guess is Ghazi, you know, the backflip he did later. This is all post the lag, right?
Yes,
you know, he gets out of position. So the really important part is like on the back wall as he's positioning. You know, is there obvious lag there that throws him off from where he should be?
And when I was on his POV, it looked like the read was just way, way, way off, and that to me is an indicator that something had happened. So we'll see here. It looks like the decision has been made and the goal will be reverted. We're going to be starting from kickoff at 2:31 on the clock. So shout out to the admins for parsing through all of that, but it looks like the goal will be reverted and we are back to scoreless.
I don't think that NMT are going to be too tilted by this. Sometimes there's, you know, decisions in these worlds where you feel like you got scammed out of a goal. Like I said, if we were good enough at reading the play to know Ghazi something went clearly wrong, NMT know that too. They know they probably shouldn't have had that goal. It should have been a pretty routine save. So I bet they're not too bummed about it. Maybe they're just bummed that they had to wait and they maybe felt like they had momentum. But we're back into it now. Game is live. And we continue in game number 4. R8 up 2-1 here in this semifinal of the last chance qualifier.
A lot of pauses today, though. I don't know what you cursed it, Fear.
Did I say there was not?
I don't think I had pause. I don't think I had to deal with a single pause all season, and now I have one show with you.
Listen, if you had asked me before if we were going to have pauses in this show today, I absolutely would have told you that we would. It's like a tradition a little bit in the MENA region, but it's important to get stuff like that right. You don't want to have you know, silly goals that you didn't really earn, and I'm sure the players would agree with that. They don't mind it. And we are mostly playing Rocket League, though. 0-0. A couple different scoring chances. I wouldn't even necessarily say the lag one was one for NMT, though. As R8 back on offense. Mohammed maybe trying to play to himself here, I imagine. Once he gets past one, he's past another. Going slow enough, though, that people might be able to get back. He tried a little side flip shot to get it on target, but still did not get it in the net.
This could be a good chance for Abdullah. A clear look on the ball. Beautiful flip reset up and over one. Demo will relieve some pressure. Ghazi's going to take it all the way back. Picks up the full boost. Pinch pass over to the side. Abdullah there. Now ball out to Muhammad. Light shot on net. Talim does get back in time. We're starting to see R8 pick up the pace, and now chance. And Muhammad been just a little bit quicker. Might have been able to pull the shot right there.
I got faked out. I thought that was strong enough. Talim had been around, though. But it is still tons of offense for R8. It's Talim trying to find Mawson. Mawson doesn't have enough boost to really get up here and go for it. So Talim actually going to be the one to go up and get there. What Mawson just does is he just pretends like he's going to go and buys time for no challenge to arrive. Talim has to dive across the net. Does make this save. As we're now down to 30 seconds. A rarity in the MENA region. No goals. We could be heading to overtime. But it is NMT having to play in their own box a ton. This 50 gets them out for a second, but maybe not for long. Natter has to carefully guide this to a corner. If he didn't get that touch, he'd have been in trouble.
Yeah, Ghazi was right on his heels. Needed to get a good touch, found it. We're staying scoreless here, but still last second chance for R8. Infield pass doesn't find anyone. Abdullah keeps it airborne. Talim up against Muhammad. Muhammad's able to tap that down. We've got a 0-0 overtime. Golden goal. Chance for R8 to jump even further in the lead, or NMT can tie up the series.
Nothing special in the kickoffs. Both teams throwing standard strategies. We've seen Mena try out a lot. Maybe going for what they think is safe. Shot on. Muhammad is there to make that play. He's able to guide it away. I think they had an extra defender diving across as well. Muhammad tries to switch the possession, although instantly ball taken away from him and walked right back to the other side of the field. Natter is outplaying players on 0. And now he's got NMT in a good position. Talim has so many cars to get through, but he got through 2 of them. Abdullah there to slow him down.
Talim trying to kickstart this attack. Diving it into the corner. Mawson against Ghazi. Ghazi, despite having no boost, got a really nice 50, and there's a demo on Natter. Chance for Abdullah. Goes for a big booming pass, and it is out of reach from Talim. And the mid boost picked up by Abdullah as well. This is a chance shaping up for R8.
Everybody waiting on the ground from NMT all in this corner, but Mawson making a crucial touch. Buy time for everyone to reposition. Still on defense. Be a bit better spread out. Natter trying to get it away from Ghazi, who was falling off the ceiling. Couldn't get back to it. Abdullah 2 touches in a row, though. There's no follow-up. Natter on 12 boosts can easily handle this. Put into the corner. Muhammad wants to give it to the midfield. Talim slowing down. Flick as he feels a bit of pressure out into the midfield. It's actually going to be R8 who's on the ball. Ghazi has a chance. He's going to go high off the backboard. Does not get the shot. Abdullah playing it slow. Elects not to shoot and keeps the possession going.
Yeah, Ghazi opted to go for a fake right there. Maybe it was too difficult of a read. Still could fake out the defense by going for it. But I think maybe had he just gone for the double, I'd been able to finish it there. We've seen R8 look a little more threatening in this overtime so far. Natter, very difficult ball, will still get a touch on it.
Yeah, really impressive read. That is such a tough spot to read. He had it covered. 2 minutes into OT, 7 minutes of Rocket League without a goal.
Oh, could be it.
Opportunity right now, and he will be the one to equalize the series.
It looked like R8 was the ones who had the teeth in OT, but that bump opening up a shooting lane for Talim, and he hits the lower corner. Beautifully done. Great bump here from Mawson. Remarkable bump. And that is enough. And R8, you know, I think Ghazi had that boom to the backboard where probably could have attempted the double tap. Even if he doesn't score, likely could have got a rebound. Instead, went for the fake. And ever since that point, R8 were on the back foot in OT, and then that beautiful bump. Great stuff. And I guess, Fear, you know what? There's that old saying, ball don't lie.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring that up. You know, if you're an NMT fan, I said the players probably weren't too bummed about the goal getting taken back, but the fans never care. You know, if you're an NMT fan, you want that goal back. You don't care how it happened. Fortunately for you, the ball does not lie. They do end up getting the 1 goal and the only goal of the game. But, you know, R8 being a little bit hesitant on offense is not something I expect to see from them. But sometimes it's the right decision. Sometimes it's right to not just shoot every ball that you get. But, you know, R8 really trying to extend attacks more than maybe they needed to. Maybe that's something to think about going into.
The one play that I just I'm going to keep going back to was the double tap opportunity. I think it was Ghazi who had it, who got a booming touch to the backboard, and no one else was up. Like, it was pretty apparent that no one else was even airborne to defend it. And a lot of times when you're going for a fake double into a shot, you're faking so that the player who's defending you who's playing the shot gets taken out of the defensive equation. There was no one up that fake was going to take out of the equation. It was a tight angle. It was tough. Maybe he just thought someone else would have a better shot, but it was a scoreable ball. I think, you know, you need to have that killer instinct. It's been lacking a little bit for R8, that just flair, that, you know, almost South American bravado that sometimes you just need to have to put your team over the top, especially in these high-pressure situations. We have not seen that out of R8.
Yeah, it could be nerves, maybe a lack of confidence, because you know you can convince yourself the right play is to pass, because then you don't have to be the one to be the one to score. You know, you don't have to make the play, so you can convince yourself, oh, maybe I'll just pass, maybe I'll just let somebody else do it. But yeah, you gotta rise to the occasion. You have to be able to feel like you're the best player on the pitch and that you can make things happen. You don't want to be selfish, but you can't pass up clear opportunities. That was a good bump, and Mohamed is going to find a way in the top right.
Great shot here from Mohamed. Abdullah in the trenches once more. He's doing so much. Honestly, getting that out, and then you saw, yeah, the bump. That was huge work there.
In that corner, you have the opportunity to not really need boost. It's so much easier for the players to get those wall dashes around those corners to maintain speed. You see Blue using a wall dash to keep his speed up in order to make a play, whether he has boost or not. You know, in his own corner, he's not going to have boost here. He's going to get bumped off some boost in his own back corner. You're going to be forced to play a little bit of defense. Let Mohamed clear this one as Abdullah send this to the ceiling. That's actually a bit dangerous shot to be on target. Ghazi, fortunately, there to bail him out.
Well defended, but they'll have boost now. R8 on the counter attack. Ball will pinch all the way to the opposite side of the field. Abdullah versus Talim. Talim will win it by. Mohamed hits the corner, still in possession on the dribble. Pushing it now to the enemy backboard. R8 on the prowl. They got the first goal of the game. Got this lead. Can they hold on to it?
Mohamed actually could have a chance here. Mawson had no boost. You know, normally that slow of a double doesn't stand a chance unless that defender is truly on zero, which he essentially was. Ghazi double gets denied, or sets up a pass, I should say, then that shot gets denied by Abdullah. But it's NMT. We need to find a little bit of offense. This 50 just barely off the top. What a catch to adjust his flip, keep this ball in play and not let it pass them.
Beautiful first touch control. Still, NMT trailing. They are marching this ball all the way to the corner, trying to find that hole in the R8 defense. Abdullah, 29 boost, gets bumped, but not before he can pop that up to the midfield. Nader and Mawson both jump, so that's going to put the defense in a bit of an awkward position, and Ghazi pounces with a crazy dunk, and we'll get an insurance goal here for R8.
Yeah, I talked about Mawson's midfield challenging so far in the series, and on the day, it's been impeccable. This time he goes way over the top of Ghazi as he is not able.
That was such a smart play. I mean, you see how Ghazi sees the challenger coming. So for his first touch, gets it into a reset. Not only does he get the reset to allow him to have the jump, but he's also getting the perfect touch to get it past that first challenging defender, then immediately uses that jump to get a dunk. That was truly a beautiful play from Ghazi.
And it's a play that R8s are all capable of doing. These are the kind of players who can make those outplays all by themselves. Makes it tough to decide who is the player to look at on R8s. Ghazi playing well. We saw Mohamed having goals earlier. Abdullah always liable to pop off as well, as he's going to turn and challenge on this one. He's going to try and follow it up, do it by himself. Mawson forced to make the save. Talim up quickly to actually clear this one out. And Mohamed actually doesn't get a touch. Ghazi has to be careful here. Has to make yet another save. Slow play from Mawson. Gets it around the defender. Shot opportunity for NMT. Talim going high on the back wall and leaves it for nobody.
Tried to go high. Ended up not working out. Now R8 are putting pressure on the other end. Abdullah infield to Mohamed. Oh, Mohamed didn't want to dive in. Lets Abdullah stay in the play. R8 trying to stay boosted up. Now Talon Masin, but you can see the interception there. The boost advantage heavily in favor of R8, and this is going to be another opportunity to score, and Muhammad puts it away. A dominating game here for R8.
Ghazi fakes like he's headed up to make an aerial play, keeps Natter on the ground. Not that Natter could have gotten up anyways because he has no boost, but lands down and passes it off to a teammate. Great outplay from Ghazi. A little bit of comfort. You know, we haven't really seen any sort of comfort lead in this series, but R8 finally starting to show why they're the favorite.
And I've loved what we've seen from Ghazi. Ghazi has been the standout player for me, generating that last scoring opportunity, then that last goal that he scored. And now we see Abdullah capitalize on the pass from Muhammad. This game getting out of hand now. But Ghazi's been so good. That flip reset first touch control into a dunk. That was brilliant from Ghazi. And he's really contributed so much to this surge for R8. And R8, off the back of this performance, you feel like maybe this will just be a 6-game series here. They've looked great so far in Game 5.
Yeah, for sure. And Ghazi, you know, that was the player you were looking at in the last game and maybe didn't take the shot you wanted him to. He's clearly stepped up in this game, shown that he is ready to make the plays when he needs to. A lot of them happen to also be passes for teammates, but at least they're the right plays this time around, including that, you know, absurd dunk or goal he had of his own. So 4-0 going to keep NMT likely scoreless. They might get one garbage time goal here at 0 seconds, or they'll just tap it to the ground. Gotta think timeout, right? We haven't seen any timeout yet. This is not looking good for NMT. The favorites are on a roll. You gotta try and stop them.
And you called it. We see a timeout come in for NMT. Gonna see if they can stabilize on tournament point for them. If they lose this, they are done. R8 trying to get to the finals up against DOS, which I think, you know, coming into today, many people expected a Stallions R8 Grand Final. Well, we've already seen some upsets. We've already seen some craziness. Even in this series, I think a lot of people surprised by the fight that NMT has been able to put up. But in this singular game here, this was the matchup performance that you had expected, and it finally shows itself.
Right. It took a bit. Maybe R8 needed the warm up, but you have to, you know, expect it. If I was talking about the 75% chance for R8 to win before, and I was worrying about it towards the start of this series, you know, maybe I was wrong. NMT able to take game 1. They've reassured me that they're going to start playing like the R8 we've seen play all season long. I think they're back, maybe even higher, you know, in terms of chances to win the LCQ. It's a bit different once it becomes the actual grand final. But, you know, we're talking like this series is necessarily over. It isn't. NMT need to talk something over. They need to have actually, you know, made the changes necessary, but it's a snowball that is picking up some serious momentum here for R8. This is a pivotal moment actually to try and stop it. If they roll through on another game, then I'm rolling R8 all the way.
Absolutely. R8 on match point right now. Chance to end it on Neo Tokyo. We've seen very competitive series so far today. 2 best-of-7s to start out the day, going the distance. Our other semifinal going to game 6. This semifinal at least guaranteed this game 6, but a chance if NMT can win it to force another game 7 on the day. But these two have been very well matched. You're looking at the other games in the series. 3 of the games in this series going to overtime. R8 winning 2 out of 3 of those, but that is how close it has been. The only game really where it wasn't that close was the last one that we just saw.
And Mena is not necessarily used to this. You know, for a long time, they had one spot and that one team was clear, dominated all the way through. You know, they've been given more and more spots. As you said, they've been improving so fast. But we still, you know, kind of expect a domination, even from R8. You know, we were thinking they're going to walk through. Mena's used to that top player or that top team doing that. But I think the times are changing. I think the Mena depth is growing even more and more. I think R8 is the team that proved that when there were moves to pull in outside players from the region to try and get even better. And then, you know, a fully homegrown team in R8 proved that they made it, you know, without any extra help, and show that this region itself is getting even better and better. They have an opportunity to not just show that in the semifinal, but potentially at Worlds if they can stay alive. 30 seconds in, no goals. Although they are in the orange half.
We've seen the pressure from R8 early. Ahmed against Natter. There's a bump, opens up space, and now Talon will have a wide open net. Chaos on the back line for R8.
All right, maybe getting too comfortable as they're running upfield looking for bumps. And I think we might see another pause here. Ghazi is the one to make another head-scratching play. So I don't know if they're going to, say that Ghazi had a tough situation again, but that's a player that doesn't normally make that kind of mistake. But it's like, how many times can you give it to him?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to call because they've already called off one goal for the same player, for the same situation. I would not want to be an admin today.
We don't have to decide, so I'll be happy to report to you what the answer is in a bit. But yeah, this is when the frustration starts. I talked about it with NMT saying, it was a clear mistake earlier. Now their backs against the wall. They cannot afford to lose, a single more game. They've already had one of their goals taken away from them. Even if it's a clear mistake, which it kind of felt like it was again, Ghazi really shouldn't just be missing that ball in the midfield. This one's going to bug you if it does end up getting taken away.
Yeah, it is a tough one. Like I said, if you're an admin, this is where you really earn your paycheck.
Right.
It's moments like this. It's also the one moment you hope never happens. I mean, as an admin, as a spectator, you just hate being in this situation where you're not quite sure if the goal's going to stand because either way it goes, it's not going to feel good for somebody. But regardless, R8, they had a strong start to the game. They had good possession, but NMT keeps hanging in there. They are refusing to give up. I've loved the fortitude that NMT has shown us. And they said the goal is going to be reverted. So it's going to go back to 4:22 on the clock, 0-0. So we have another reverted goal because of Ghazi lagging. So hopefully that does not happen again. But what do you make of that, Fear?
Yeah, it's tough. The world gifted us an NMT win the last time this happened. So,
it's true.
Maybe the ball doesn't lie.
True. That is true. That is a great point. So even though the last one was called off, NMT, who had their goal disallowed, still won.
And that one
Make
went
of
to
that what you will.
OT. No more goals scored until overtime, in which they finally won. We'll see if that happens, or if a kickoff goal, this will make it hurt even more. If they're able to score just like that, R8 have reversed it the other direction.
That has to be devastating. Not only to have your goal disallowed, but then to get scored off on a kickoff goal. You saw it took a deflection there by a defender as well. And I am sure this one will be analyzed and talked about for some time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's the nature of this, beautiful internet connection that connects us all and allows us to play this esport in the first place. It comes with its hiccups. But, if you're NMT, you have to do your best to shake it off because you've been playing a series that has been very close. Just that last game was the first time you let it slip up, and there was no connection issues in that one. So you can play a close series against these guys. And you need to do your best to ignore all the outside influence, but R8 might be on a roll.
Yeah, Mohammed this time. Scoring again. Beautiful pass from Abdullah as well. Right on the money. Hard shot. And now R8 putting the pedal to the metal, leaving NMT in the rearview mirror. And you know what, Fear? I wish that I had admins in my ranked games. I'd win a lot more too.
It's tough. As I see this second goal, another great passing play, really good passing play from R8 on the kickoff. Another great one. R8 has been playing better. I mean, R8 has played the better series. At this point, they could have let that goal go in, and they would still have, of course, scored the next two goals maybe and been leading. So the reality is, it's not like R8 doesn't deserve this. I guess you never know how the momentum goes, but R8 has been playing against great series. I don't want to take anything from them. And if they continue playing like they have in the last few minutes, this is the team we expected coming into it, the team that maybe wouldn't have even dropped 2 games in the first place. So R8 are at least backing it up and showing that they are a top team, even with the internet troubles.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like I said before, I'm sure we will see a thread about it. Especially with all the replays publicly available. We'll find out one way or another. But regardless, if you're NMT, you have to fight through it. You were in that situation literally the last game. and they were able to pull it through. They can't afford to give another goal up, and what a save from Natter. But low boost defense being forced out. Ghazi trying to get this one into the middle of the field again. Resilient defense here. There's the infield pass. Natter, not much boost to work with. But down by 2. We're gonna need to see some magic soon from NMT.
Ooh, Muhammad got a little bit lost there on the back wall. Had a couple wheels off the backboard and might have been in trouble. Shot was over the top. Abdullah, great challenge as he looks to keep the R8 momentum going. They have scored a lot here in these final games. Looking to push it even more. They don't want to just limp through. Boston will let Natter drop this off to him. Into the air, stolen by Abdullah. Out to the defender's back. Reset might be a shot, but no reset. Falls to the ground. Natter makes a save.
Awesome.
Nice.
Has to defend. Lawson on the dribble. Has Natter off to the right. Goes for the bump. There's the shot. Well defended by Muhammad, who gets up high and is able to keep that one out.
Nice pass. Abdullah to Ghazi, this time covered. All right, finding each other. A little pinch to try and keep it on offense. Buy them a bit more time. Abdullah's going to be able to challenge first. Didn't make anything out of it. Muhammad backing off. That's Topham on 0 boost. Takes a shot. Muhammad knows that it's going to be one that he can control, one that he can save. That's this 50 from Moss. They're super strong to get Natter an opportunity to keep this going. They have to keep muscling it through every single R8 player here in this corner if they want to have a chance. Ghazi sneaks out underneath.
And Natter couldn't get that touch to dribble it up the sidewall. Was trying to get that around to take advantage of the boost. Couldn't do it. We are under a minute left to go. Down by 2. NMT looking to inch closer. But it's going to take almost a miracle for them to win this one. Cullen fakes it. Mawson airborne now. Mawson do around one, lands. Oh, tried to land on the ceiling, but the ball is cleared downfield.
Last 20 seconds, they need a goal. They need it soon. They can get the ball in the air off the kickoff. If they get one here, 50. Not able to be controlled, pushed too far out from Atalim, who had approached closely. Abdullah needs to make a crucial save. Natter, one last pitch towards net. Trying to get an opportunity. Bump was hoping to take defenders out, but the timer will hit 0, and the favorite of R8 will find their form. They look strong here at the end of the series, and they'll be the ones advancing to the grand final.
R8 getting the win. A little bit of a shaky series from them, but ultimately getting the job done. GG's all around. R8 will go to the grand final. We expected them to make it there. They were the tournament favorite, but they're going to be playing against no, they're not playing against Team Stallions. I mean, they're going up against DOS, who somehow upset Team Stallions. And we have only one series left on the day, Fear.
Yeah, you know, that number 3 seed last year was the sweet number. Maybe that could be DOS this time. Coming up next.
Heath, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside.
Prediction was it would be a one-sided affair, and while R8 did take the victory, NMT pushed them, taking them to 3 overtimes and 2 wins, sending it all the way there to Neo Tokyo. Ultimately, though, R8 shut things down, back-to-back shutouts at games 5 and 6 here, James, and they are through to the grand finals.
Yeah, they got the job done in the end. You know, they looked a little bit shaky at times, but I think that just goes to show you the nerves that all these players are experiencing today. And I've talked to pros before who say that the last chance qualifier tournament is it's the most pressure that they feel all year playing in this event. So you expect that you won't see the peak performance in a lot of these series. You're seeing the nerves play out, but they got the job done. So they're going to be going to the grand finals. Just one more series left for both of these teams, and the winner is going to be going to Worlds.
Fear, I mean, one of the games NMT got was game 1 here as we're watching the highlights, and you gotta wonder, was this NMT having a new game plan against R8, or was just R8 not quite up to speed with it being their first game of the day?
Yeah, I think it was maybe a little bit R8 needing a second to get going, need a second to shake off, some of those nerves. You talked about nerves. I think if there's anybody who's going to affect it, that's going to affect the most, it might be this R8 team who everyone is expecting to win. Everyone is thinking R8 is going to walk through this. They need to actually show that they can play to that level. They didn't do that at first. They started to pick it up. There were some hiccups here during the series, but ultimately, even the goals that got taken back were not real chances for NMT. They really hung on strong, found their form late, were able to lock in defensively and do the kind of blowouts that we've seen them do against teams not named Twisted Minds and Falcons throughout the series.
Yeah, and I thought Ghazi was brilliant. That play was so nice. Gets the flip reset, first touch control into the using the flip for the dunk. Ghazi getting Mohamed so many scoring chances as well. I thought he played a brilliant series and helped elevate R8 to get this win, but still, none of that matters now. None of the journey at all matters. Like all the previous series, throw them all in the bin. All you need to do is win this next one. DOS, a lot of people thinking wouldn't even be here, upsetting Team Stallions, had a crazy Game 7 series against Clean to start out the day. And so, with how things have gone, I don't think it's as easy as, R8 made the finals, they're through. I think we're in for a battle.
It'll be a battle, but if you look at the top left corner there, R8 and DOS already played in this bracket. That was a few weeks ago at this point, but went to game 6. R8 took it down. DOS has played 13 games so far. The winner of this bracket moves forward to the World Championship. They will play in that play-in bracket. The top 4 teams out of this bracket will then move to the group stage, the main event, where they'll get a few extra lives there after this double elimination effective bracket. The winner will be placed against TSM down there in Match D. That is the Middle East North African Last Chance Qualifier champion. Gets that matchup there, and a winner of that goes on to play those upper semifinals to try and get into the group stage. So that is what is on the line with this best of 7. It's time to get into it. R8 versus DOS, sort of a rematch from last year's Last Chance Qualifier here, Fear, with Abdullah and Ghazi taking on Dr. Known and Ops. That was Al-Qaeda and Rock Esports. Rock Esports did take the victory last time, but that being Abdullah and Ghazi, we'll see if they can repeat that history here in 2026.
Yeah, it's a new season now. A little bit of shuffling from the teams. R8 pulling in Mohamed to make a different lineup for them. I think that was huge. Mohamed played on some sleeping teams. Sleeping was the team name, in case you didn't know. He played on some teams named Sleeping and was that clear best player. They pulled him in. They recognized that. This youngster on the come up. I think that's a big deal. And that's why R8 has taken that next step to be able to beat some of the Titans in Mena. And these are players who have made it to LAN. They were at the last LAN. They were at the Paris Major, whereas Dr. Known, Ops, Suspect, I don't think they've made it to, even a play-in type situation for Worlds. So they're trying to get the upset right now. They're trying to show their faces on that RLCS LAN for the first time. R8 are definitely the favorites. Haven't lost this whole season, but in the LCQ, the grand finals, anything can happen. We saw that 3-seed win very often last year, and that DOS is that 3-seed. Maybe Shogun's still believing in the 3-seed all the way. He's got his opportunity to potentially, predict them here.
James, I feel like the upsets have been a thing this season. R8, though, I mean, 5-0. You got to feel like that's enough of of a historical advantage that we can look at and be like, yeah, this is gonna happen here again. The stakes don't seem that different from a normal league play event, right?
Well, you know, Wave Punk, I just, as soon as Fear said that DOS is the 3 seed, I thought to myself, it's over. They're going. They're winning. The 3 seed seems to always win these last chance qualifiers, but in all seriousness, you know, I think though we've seen this matchup before, even when we saw it, there were games getting taken off of R8 by DOS. So I think this is going to be this is going to be a series where I don't think it's just a 90-10 or an 80-20. This one is probably closer to a 55-45 in my book on who's going to win this one.
It's been pretty close so far all day for DOS. They've gone to game 6 and 7 in their matchups. Will we get the long distance? Will they find a way to sweep, or do they suffer the loss here? Let us know your thoughts in chat. Fear, what you got?
I think for me, I'd be really interested to see Dr. Known and Ops make it to LAN for the first time and watching those guys for a while. But I think what I maybe want to see even more and what I think is going to happen is Mohammed, Abdullah, Ghazi, another chance on LAN. It's a really strong team. I think they're going to look better than they did last time. I've got R8 qualifying for Mena.
James?
You know, I'm actually going to pick against the grain here. We've seen so many upsets in the last chance qualifiers. The numbers are going to back this pickup. You know, give me DOS. I think we'll see an upset. The 3 seed again will win, and they're going to qualify for the World Championship.
A team that's playing from behind oftentimes has momentum as they chase down that top spot. Can R8 hold them off? I think they will, and I think we'll see R8 advance. It'll be Abdullah, Muhammad, and Ghazi going to the World Championship. Can they make it happen? It says on Wikipedia, Muhammad is from Kuwait, one of the only players in this tournament not rocking the Saudi Arabian flag. You know he's got a whole country backing him there. What an accomplishment it would be if he can make it there. 51-49 though, straight down the middle in chat. It couldn't be closer. I'm excited about it. I hope you guys are excited about it as well. The last chance qualifier for the Middle East North African comes down to DOS versus R8. The winner will play at the World Championship in September. Let's get into it. R8 versus DOS.
There's a lot of repeat protagonists, but there is only spot for number 1. Who is going to the World Championship and who is going to have to sit and watch from home? Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. It's R8 Esports against DOS.
This is what you dream of. You come into the last chance qualifier to make it to the finals. You are 20 minutes of good Rocket League away from going to the World Championship. Who will it be? History is not on the side of DOS. I know we talk about a lot of these LCQ upsets, but R8 5-0 this season versus DOS in the head-to-head. Goes all the way back to Mena Open number 3. On top of that, last year when it was 2/3 of these teams, never mind. DOS, the underdogs, coming out on top. Ops wants to shut me down right now as we see some confusion on the back. Like Ghazi gets bumped out as well. Dr. Known doing some work. Ops finishing it off. DOS, early lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, history does not clear the backboard for you. You've got to go and do that. And R8 failed to begin. DOS has been the resilient team. There we go. You know, if anyone has followed their tournament so far, yeah, that one would not shock you. But
they find a way.
Now,
they find a way to win, right? DOS shows up and they find a way.
We'll not go as far as say they show up. Eventually they show up. Fashionably late.
Bumps going out by Abdullah now here as well. Muhammad will take over as that third man. No boost left in the tank though. He's playing slow in this corner. Trying to feed it mid. And Ghazi can't do too much with it. Dr. Known doing a good job bumping off the ball.
Here comes Abdullah. A little bit of time. Just could not quite hook his car around that ball. Now, as Muhammad misreads it, Dr. Known's just going to settle for the 50, especially when you're low boost. This is definitely the way to play it. Suspect calls. Just given the way that today's gone, even those looping balls that we normally say is so safe, just doesn't feel that way over the stakes of the LCQ. Abdullah clears. Just going to try and chase down, take what he can, and what he can get is a little bit of space. But you're seeing more hesitation today than we've ever seen from these players.
Yeah, you would expect R8, 2/3 of the roster that won the LCQ last year, to not be affected as badly, but we have definitely seen nerves from them as well. last time around, these two-thirds versus two-thirds. Not only did they beat him 4-1 in the finals, they beat him 4-1 in the upper bracket. But every time I talk about DOS being the underdog and they can't win, they find a way to score. Suspect coming out here with a great little dribble play as Abdullah goes up the back wall, expecting to go high. Suspect goes low.
That's something that DOS have improved on game after game. They feel like they start off the day just hitting the ball as hard as possible, not wanting the ball in their side of the field, and that was good enough. Now they're taking touches, taking their time, and also taking a 2-goal lead. Suspect called off by Ops. And right now, DOS are playing the grand finals with more confidence than they played the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they're playing absolutely great. That was the one issue with DOS is that they weren't really waking up early on in these matches. Abdullah now gets the aerial dribble, attempts, and gets it around Dr. No. He just can't do anything about it. He gets boxed out by Abdullah, so he peeks over Ops. Dr. No had to wait on that boost in the back corner, so he's late back. Abdullah scores to bring it within 1.
Could do a little bit of help though. Teammate 90 points for Mohammed. Gaz is on 48. Just not enough activity at the moment, and immediately put onto the back foot. Here's Ghazi. He's got boost to try and work with. A touch let him down just a little bit, but almost managed to pinch the ball into the path of Abdullah. Already up is Dr. Known. Backboard. Oh, just couldn't quite get it to drop down for Suspect.
The Ops is there, as the third man. A little bit of a heavy touch though, so Ghazi pushes it forward. Abdullah will follow this up and throw it on the net. Ops has to be sure to secure it. Mohammed almost makes the goal happen, but Ops does follow up his touch to make the save.
Oh, they've done that all day.
Yeah, the back wall
they are creatures of habit. Let's put it like that. Oh dear, Suspect looking to try for the follow. Mohammed does get rid. Ops against Mohammed here. Doesn't quite drop down for Abdullah. It's the second time now that second man has tried to at least predict where the ball is going and has got it a little bit wrong. Ops, oh what a pop. What can he do from here? Number 1, now looking for a block. 2 players committed, but that should be safe for now.
Suspect is just trying to throw it on target after all 3 members were involved in the last play. Suspect has some open space, but cannot get the redirect touch, so Mohammed will take over. The air dribble bump attempt, pass out to Abdullah. Cannot finish with Dr. No making the save.
Suspect bumped on his way to it. Might still get something here, but his teammate's already chomping at the bit to try and get back. Straight into the path of Suspect. So just over a minute left in game number 1. That's a nice position, but there's not much power on it for Abdullah. But they've got an opportunity to swarm. Good stop. 1 minute, 1 goal.
And R8 over these last 2 minutes have definitely taken advantage of the playing space on the field, but they just cannot tie this game up yet.
Abdullah rips it as Dr. No and 0 boost. His teammate Ops is on 0 boost. They need somebody. Suspect has got something in the tank. He's also got a demo. So they survive yet another wave. But for how much longer? They'll hope for 35 seconds and only that.
Dr. Known, full 100 boost in the tank and wins it cleanly to relieve some pressure, but right back at it. Mohammed throws it a little bit too early, though. Trying to get his teammates to follow up on it, and the pressure is still on.
Ghazi, plenty of time. What on earth would you have to bait for anybody on DOS to even look at the midfield? Right now, it's all about holding the back line. And the turn from Mohammed, too fast.
And the dam is broken. They held on for what felt like an eternity, but eventually Mohammed comes in for the infield pass, hits it bottom left corner, and R8 Esports ties it late. 5 seconds on the clock.
They had to. From the position he was in, getting chased down. They might even take it straight from the kickoff. Goes off the backboard. Should be close enough to not allow a shot. We have overtime.
And DOS, after that early lead, they desperately want this game won. They come in as underdogs. Again, 0-5 in the head-to-head. Can they finish it here? Ghazi takes control. Ops has to clear this away cleanly. Does so very well. Pass out to Dr. No. Takes control. A little early flick, though. Suspect in the air with Mohammed. Abdullah and Ops now fighting. Ops wins it. What can DOS do?
Suspect asks a lot of himself. Wanted to leave it for a teammate, but Abdullah got a bump. Good communication. Both teams doing a good job of letting each other know when they need a little bit more help. Soki. I was going to say Soki's getting this game number 1, but if anything, DOS have sort of proven otherwise throughout today. My goodness, would they like it? Mohamed picks up the 100. They've got the 2v1, and it's still not enough.
Great job by Suspect to just pressure immediately. Now Ops has a chance at a shot. He hits it high. Turns it into a pass. Abdullah's on the goal line, makes the stop, and will now clear it out. We're going back and forth. Dr. No boost. But Ops is there to support. He cannot reach him, and Abdullah does it by himself. And R8 Esports steal game 1.
Abdullah drops 815 points in game 1 to drag his team across the line. And R8 Esports had to fight for that.
Oh, Ops was like pixels away from getting a little bit of a heavier touch to allow that ball to hit off the post and out. It was mere inches away from being a save. Instead, like Abdullah does incredibly well, and R8 Esports takes game 1.
All right, so Gibbs, let's get the breakdown, shall we? Now we already know that these series, I don't know, game 1 feels very different to how game 6 seems to feel. But where's the initial heat going?
This is tough. This is really tough. I feel like DOS obviously played incredibly well early on in that game, and they got 2 goals very early. But after that, the back half of that game, R8 Esports was controlling the pace of play. They did exceptional for about the last 3 minutes of that game, finally tying it back up. And then, of course, overtime, like Abdullah barely secures that goal. But honestly, I feel like R8, it took them a little bit to get into it. By the back half of that game, they look like the better team in game 1. But as we've seen, DOS has been up and down all day, and they can definitely retaliate at any moment.
Yes, they've had them right where they want them. Now, just don't go and win that second game up here, all right? Otherwise, you'll be completely trapped. As for those of you that have not been able to join us for the entirety of the broadcast, DOS have already been down 3-1 and then won the next 3 in a row, and then 2-0 in the semi-final match where they won the next 4 in a row. When this team, I don't know, I don't want to say they necessarily click. It's just something about the way they play just drowns their opponents.
Yeah, I feel like it comes down to, you know, when they call their timeouts, they're trying to figure out how to game plan for these teams. And sometimes it takes even an extra game after that. But when they figure a team out, they figure them out, right? Again, 3 games in a row, then 4 games in a row. So we'll see the R8 Esports, obviously heavy favorites. Again, 5-0 in the head-to-head. And even last year in the LCQ finals, 2/3 of this team versus 2/3 of their team. They won 4-1. They beat them twice in that tournament, 4-1, 4-1. So everything says R8 should win, but there's so much pressure when it comes down to these finals. So,
And I think we've done enough of these in our career games to not necessarily fall into the trap of, oh, well, they beat them earlier in the tournament, so surely they're the better team. Rocket League maths tends not to be quite so simple. Nerves, the great equalizer right now. Well, Abdullah happy to break the tie because he was the difference maker. 800+ points in a game where Ghazi really, I feel, struggled to make a presence on the field.
oh man, it's going to be tough. That's so hard when you're the underdog, that to be up 2-0 in that game and then to lose it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. But at the same time, you have to be confident. You have to be confident going in, like, guys, we're toe-to-toe with this team. Everyone expects R8 to win, but we can compete versus them, and you have to take that momentum, even in a loss, and try and figure out. And we've had a little bit of time here, like after game 1, it's like a pseudo timeout almost. So that does help DOS a bit to kind of like hype themselves back up to get back into this match.
Certainly so. So, all right, taking the first game, looking comfortable, at least once they got things up and rolling. But for DOS, I mean, what have we seen for today? What can they put forward that can really make R8 scramble? I feel for me, the one thing that they've really got is how difficult they are to get demos on. We've seen so many teams try. They just feel like that's the answer, especially when DOS, typically with a lead, are so good at shutting up shop.
Yeah, like if they play 3 men back, it is very difficult to get by them. So if they do get these early leads, and we say that though, and in game 1 they had a 2-0 lead, but they couldn't hold out. But that's also because R8 is just a different beast. So I think DOS has to find a way to not have to play on that back foot so much. It's going to come down to those midfield challenges to just relieve some of that pressure so you don't get boost starved out and have to play defense for the last 3 minutes of a game, because it's just not going to work against R8.
No, we had a bit of a server switch. Now we have a map switch. Game 2. All right. I've got the first one on the board. And I do believe so far R8 have had a significant advantage when it comes to the kickoffs. They seem to have a few ideas, but Stallions also, I feel, were doing the exact same things as DOS, and that didn't matter too much.
We saw that last match too with R8, like even after those timeouts because of lagging and stuff, that like they'd come out and score kickoff goals right after. So R8 specializing in that, going the K-Corp route, and that's always a thing. Like if it's 1-goal game and you get 1 kickoff goal, then there you go. All that practice pays off. So let's see if that continues for R8 to hold that advantage.
Hamid might just take the hook shot. As Dr. Known clears the lines, straight back into his path. Dr. Known will be doing his best. Oh, what a curve rotation! That was instant!
Oh, this is just beautiful. Ghazi goes back on the back wall, but he turns around immediately. He sees Muhammad, has a passing lane to Ghazi. They both see one another, and those are the type of plays that will absolutely win you in LCQ. R8 on top.
Especially those are the two that were quieter in the last game. Ghazi especially barely managed to break 100 points in a 6-minute game. Getting that goal. Oh, wait a minute. DOS playing with fire. Didn't get burnt this time. As Muhammad now with the backflip. Well, we're straight back to the chaos.
Abdullah does take over though, and he is able to send it forward, but doesn't have enough boost to go for a bump attempt, so Muhammad will follow suit. Now Ghazi as well, gonna play it off the ground, try and do it himself. Suspect though, great defense. Abdullah again though, this is the R8 pressure. They're gonna go one after another. These aerial dribble plays, but DOS does clear it out. Knobs actually has an event going 4 boost to his name. He tries to play it slow, but Ghazi needs it.
Yeah, he would have liked the 50 from that one. Ops is up so early. Muhammad happy to see his teammate get the block, and now the shot as well. Well, the warnings have been there.
They sent everyone forward. DOS Doctor Known didn't know exactly where that ball was going to play off of. He didn't know if he wanted to play it or not. He was in no man's land, and if you're in no man's land, they're going to capitalize. R8 Esports up too early, and that's after a dominant back half of game number 1.
Yeah, they'll feel like they've got the higher XG possession territory. They just don't have any for the series. Going to try and right that as Abdullah avoids getting demoed by Ops. Who is now tasked with getting rid of this play, maybe moving it on a little bit further. Just feels like DOS are a touch stretched in game 2. Really trying to match the pace and not able to do it.
Yeah, it just seems like games.
What
a touch though by Ops. Somehow Muhammad gets a piece of it though to send it high.
Just yet out of nothing, really. Just caught it on the second half of the animation for the flip. Ops with, well, a lot of time. Abdullah skips past him. Reset to the far side as Muhammad does clear the lines. Suspect can't afford for that one to go on the top of his head. Instead, looks for the infield, but to who? There's no one there.
Oh, that's when you have to play it fast. You know R8's limited on boost. Instead, they turn the infield pass. Muhammad off the post. Ghazi, though, will secure the goal. And the counterattack with limited boost was because they left so much space. DOS left so much space on the offensive side open to allow for this counterattack, and R8 makes him pay.
Yeah, the pass down the opposite side of the field was a good idea. But if you've got no one there, it's just a bouncing ball for your opponents to work with. And even with DOS's incredible abilities, wait a minute. Wait, I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't finish the sentence. They can absolutely still do this.
Oh, what a touch by Dr. Known. Going low. Muhammad, that pre-jump was way too early on defense, and Dr. Known saw it the entire way, played it fast, played it low to bring us within 2.
The team just does not go away. Dr. Known off the reset. Ghazi can't get there. Dr. Known took it twice. The stopper is behind him. Ops with the follow-up.
Dr. Nolan's back. That's 2 goals back to back. He makes it work. Almost fails, but also got the bump. He got the bump on Abdullah as well. Ops secures the goal, and we thought, R8's going to run away with it, but within 10 seconds, DOS scores 2.
Oh, if you missed the day, there you go. That's the perfect way to describe DOS. Abdullah, cut of rotation from Dr. Node. He is firing on all cylinders at the moment, and they need him to because the team is in trouble. Suspect up. Dr. Node tries to call it, collides with his own teammate at the same time. Abdullah, first time challenge, straight to Mohammed. He's got time. He's got Dr. Node on the way. Backbone, looks for the bump, can't quite find it.
Back and forth we go. Now it's Ghazi's turn. He's going to go for the pass to Mohammed, who will secure the goal, and Dr. Node cannot stop this one. The defensive DOS just cannot hold on for this long, and Mohammed gets there with the aerial bump by Ghazi.
DOS just are getting caught flat-footed. This worked earlier. They usually work out of this as the series goes along. But if you have got 2 cars not moving on the goal line, guess what? You're not going to be on the goal line much longer. You're going to kick off. R8 will punish it. 2-goal lead, re-established. Suspect doesn't like that idea. Wants to try and get one back. Straight off the wall. And another great cut of rotation from Dr. Node. He wants his team to stay in this. Ops, is he going to go for the car? Doesn't matter. As they've got cars in the way every single time. Dr. Node's going to have to try and come up with something special. And he's done exactly that!
Oh, Dr. Node. What an absolute beast. What a fantastic pass. Passing to himself off the wall. Beats Ghazi, and Ops again with another brilliant finish to keep this game tight.
Feels like it should have been done a while ago. Always feels like that, doesn't it? Deja vu. Dr. Node pushes it straight towards Mohammed, but that's wasteful. Mohammed's put his team straight back under pressure. Now they've got the chance to break away. Suspect turns. Dr. Node up against 2. Can't quite get it past the first.
And R8 has to find a way to slow this game down. This up and down gameplay. It's not great when you have a 1-goal lead, half a minute left. Dr. Node, he's got a chance on the flip side, fakes it low, but Abdullah, fantastic save.
They've got the bump. They've got the bump on the 3rd man. Can they get anybody back? It doesn't look like it. 1 tap on the 3rd man, and there's no way to recover the rotation.
And we don't see the save there by Abdullah, but he had to be so incredibly patient versus Dr. Node on his flip attempt. Makes the save and controls it as well to go on that counter attack to give them another 2-goal lead.
It looks like they've survived, at least for now. You say that, 20 seconds feels like plenty of time for a team like DOS. No challenge coming through until the very last moment. Suspect, 0 boost, wants to try and find a way to get this to Ops. Needs something with time on the clock. Can Ops provide it? Up goes Dr. Node. Here comes Suspect. 1. They are out of time. No matter what happens with this play. They're not quite in, but all right. They went in, they engaged in the firefight, and they came out on top.
Man, R8, I thought they were going to run away with it. It was a great back half of game 1. They opened up game 2 early, and then DOS just, Dr. Node just comes in and punches them in the mouth for 2 goals back to back. DOS was hanging with them, but R8 find a way to take the 2-0 lead. When we talk about this head-to-head throughout the season, R8, they are 5-0. There's never been a sweep, ever, versus DOS. It's always been at least a 3-1 set or a 4-2 set or a Champions Field. It's never even been 4-1. So we know DOS can play against R8. They can hang toe-to-toe, but right now it's these little mistakes coming out that are keeping them from getting any game victories.
All right. It was the other duo. Abdullah was the star man in game number 1, but Ghazi and Mohammed really found their footing in game 2.
Yeah.
And that first goal, I think, just settled the nerves massively for Ghazi. Once he got that first goal, completely different player to what we got in game 1.
Yeah, had a hat trick there in game 2, which was a great sight for R8. Because if any of these guys begin to click and can carry a game at a time, like R8 is one of those teams that all 3 members at any given moment can take over a game, and we see it there with Ghazi doing fantastic in that match. A high-scoring affair. That's what we kind of expect out of Mena. We talked about it earlier, and we're starting to see those fireworks, which is great to see.
Yeah, very, very entertaining game of Rocket League. We've got a PC reset on this one. We're getting new ones each time here, Gibbs.
Well, Dr. Nolan was like, hey, I don't want to change my car only. Now I got to change my PC. So I'm going to restart it, see if
He's
that
got
helps.
the other PCs right there, ready to wheel on in.
Swap them out. Placebo.
They're not even like any different hardware. It's just a different color.
It's a
that's
different
the next
like
level.
HDMI cable. You know, they just pop a new one in. It's fine.
That's the absolute next level of placebo. My LCDs weren't the right color. The green LCD is slow.
This is going to be tough, though, now for DOS. I feel like, you know, they're down 2-0. They felt like they could have won game 1, obviously. They were up 2-0 in that game. Game 2, they had their moments, right? They had their moments where they battled back. They know that they can play with R8. It's just, you have to do it for the full 5 minutes of a game. And they have not put that together yet. We saw in game 1, the first half, fantastic. The back half, not great. And then this game was just all over the place. They had about a minute of great action where they actually capitalized and scored a bunch. But besides that, it felt like R8 was relatively dominant in game 2. So put it together for the full 5 minutes, DOS, and take it 5 minutes at a time.
And for the first time, DOS have played against a team that, once rattled, managed to fight back. That's not what they've seen during their quarterfinal game. It's not what happened against Stallions. You know, once the mistakes started going and the tide started turning, they just took over from there on. It didn't really seem like it was going any other way. Not for R8. That's a different level. That's the level you've got to be at if you want to go to the World Championship. And R8 will feel like they deserve it. They feel like they're owed it.
Yeah.
Given that they were able to qualify for Paris.
Yeah, and they want to prove to the world that they can play better. I think a lot of us thought they could possibly come out of their group as one of the 2 or 3 seeds, and instead they got 4th, so it didn't work out for them. But also, for Dr. Known and Ops, it's like they were here last year too. They were 1 win away, and they failed against Abdullah and Ghazi. So a little bit of R8 might just be in their heads as well.
A great read straight away from the corner. A little bit of a stop-start series. Already seen it can be very difficult just to maintain that momentum when you've got a series like this. It's difficult for anybody to maintain momentum when that ball's in the corner like that. As Suspect looks for the player, but he found the post as well.
Ghazi hustles back and gets in the way of that shot to clear it all the way downfield. Allows Abdullah to get 100 boost and get on that back wall. He can secure this out. Actually kind of an odd touch by him, but it does clear out to the midfield.
Everyone's just letting Ops play this. Happy to give him the set. Nothing beyond that, though. Suspect for the sidewall. Ops, he's got Dr. Known over in the midfield if he wants. Instead, he goes for the bounce dribble. It's back out. Suspect can't quite turn his car around in time, but it's so difficult to play. And Suspect couldn't find the boost to put it on target. Ghazi clears the lines. Reset on the counter-attack. Can't find the bump.
R8 was flat-footed on defense, and Suspect had an opportunity, but just couldn't find the angle. And DOS is still looking for that lead since game 1, but unfortunately just fell just a bit short. But again, confidence builders. You have to think about it as an underdog. That is a great first minute of play by DOS.
To this point, they're running out of time. Cannot afford to lose this. I don't care what your reputation is today, DOS. A best of 7 reverse sweep is silly even by your standards. Mohamed just plays to the side. He's got only 1 more to try and get through. Look to try and just delay the flick. Abdullah's on nothing here. Suspect didn't quite realize it, and that's made his way out.
Yeah, Abdullah had to go all the way back to the back corner to get any boost, and they kind of threw off the bump attempt that they had in that 2v1, so Abdullah will get the clear. Now Suspect again taking control. He's had a lot of the control throughout this game so far, but no goals just yet for DOS.
Dr. Known tries to go underneath. Ghazi's got it covered, but that boost total is not looking pretty. Ghazi's now got 100 for it. Ops has played around him, and I don't like the second man positioning right now from DOS. As they go psycho, that's usually how those tend to look. Well, he's managed to get the setup and almost given up the goal. This time, crossbar bails them out. Maybe let's leave the psychos in for ranked.
Abdullah, that was a golden opportunity. Had an easy shot as long as he puts it below the bar. Cannot hit it. So now both teams kind of getting away with 1 so far as we're still scoreless.
Danone's got basically nothing in the tank. Still happy to stick around. Another attempt on the bounce dribble. This one doesn't work either. Off the wall, Danone. Straight into the path of Abdullah. They both collide in the corner. Suspect's just shrugging everybody off at the moment. 2 minutes. 2 massive minutes for DOS's tournament. They've got to be the ones to score.
Great control by Ghazi. Went for the shot by himself instead of the midfield pass. Didn't want to give them a big clear, but Dr. Known gets it anyway. We'll get the clear on 0 boost. Just going to pop it up high over R8. Ghazi is there to meet it. Him versus Suspect. How will he do? He does exceptional. Actually demos him out. Gonna do a solo midfield play. Cannot get it there, but Mohammed follows it up. Cannot find the near post angle.
All right, are playing for challenges to get that ball back into the midfield. And waiting around for it, slowing the play down. Ghazi already on his way up. Might just go for the bump himself, but Ops avoids it. Keeps his team at 0-0.
And DOS now with that team bump has to play a lot of defense here. And Mohammed wins that midfield, but Ops will get the clear out to Suspect. Ghazi fast in the midfield though to meet that challenge. Abdullah will control to Mohammed. What can he do? Can he get the double tap shot? He goes for the infield pass. Probably went for the shot, but could not hit it.
Don't like giving that amount of space though. Eventually they are going to start hitting those. Great double block from Ghazi. Suspect, first one to it. Can go even further. Now the roles are switched. At least only temporarily. Ghazi realizes he's got time and space. They keep going backboard. They are inviting the shots, but DOS are surviving.
Ops, great goal line save, but they have to hold on 20 more seconds until overtime. They don't have any boost on DOS, not a lot at least. Ops throws it deep to relieve some of the pressure, but Ghazi right back at them. 10 on the clock, they just want overtime. DOS trying to survive, it's getting ugly in front of their net. Mohammed has an opportunity going for the pass off the backboard. Ops will be there to intercept. DOS put the ball on the ground and get to overtime, and they do.
To go to quadruple tournament points, or to just stay alive in this series. What's it going to be? Mohammed over the top of one. It's backboard. The follow. Abdullah's taking his time. Ames lines it up and hits it straight into the car of Suspect. But they are not free just yet. You will never escape R8 in this position. They're seeing the chances, but Abdullah's dived in massively. Suspect can escape.
Suspect another opportunity. He's had about 3 in this game. He cannot find the back of the net though. Ops, he has a chance. We'll just throw it into the corner, and Abdullah, great clear for them to relieve some pressure. Ghazi versus Dr. Known. He wins it out to Abdullah, who has a chance to do it by himself, but great save by Ops yet again.
How much longer until R8 find their way through? It's not going to be from that play. Time and space. Pass to Suspect. A little bit too loose though. Abdullah might skim. Takes his time against Dobbs, who can't do a thing to stop it.
Abdullah just gets in the face of Suspect. Did not care about him whatsoever. And Jess Ops is flat-footed. Doesn't know which direction to defend. Abdullah gets the goal, and R8 Esports are 1 game away from going to the World Championship.
Timeout called at the last possible moment. Is it too little, too late?
Oh, man, like Suspect
in that game.
I feel like with Suspect, he had 6 shots on net. He had, I would say, 3 or 4 pretty good scoring opportunities. And I'm not saying score all of them, but to put 1 in the back of the net, I think he will be hurting after that game, expecting that he should have scored at least 1 of his many attempts.
But all right, they'll be looking at this thinking, well, how did we only get 1? How did that get to overtime with no goals? But they are taking their time, and for DOS, they're just really struggling to get out their side of the field. Feels like they can do it, but they can do it for 2 seconds, and then they've got to deal with it all over again.
Yeah, we saw that again in that final minute where they were just playing defense, hoping for overtime. That's what it felt like as we see the Texas hats coming out maybe a bit early. I'm not sure if we want to curse it just yet with the little cowboy hats coming out, but at the same time, this is the confidence going in, trying to get the win. Oh man, it's been brutal for DOS. I feel like again toe-to-toe at times in these games, but just cannot find a way to capitalize. Every time these teams have played, they have never lost in a sweep. It's always either been a 3-1 or at minimum a 4-2 when it's a best of 7. So DOS normally plays better than this, but for right now, maybe that moment is just too big.
The big difference between these teams for me is they are both getting opportunities where the ball is bouncing in a nice position, unchallenged, but time and space to work with. Absolute gold for a Rocket League player at this level. R8 are creating big problems in those situations. DOS are creating air dribble 50s that they are second to on the follow-up.
Oh, and then when there is moments of flat-footed defense, it does feel like R8, they find that one extra touch to get it out of their half, right? Where they can then breathe just a bit more. We're talking about DOS playing a lot of defense. When they're flat-footed on defense, they can't get the ball out, and it's multiple attempts where they don't have a lot of boost and they are sitting back. Well, R8, they find a way to get that one extra touch to just get a little bit of breathing room, to get a little bit of boost, so they're not in the same spot again when they have to play defense. And it seems like that is a big difference so far.
Champions Field feels like it's so far away. Dallas feels so far away, but when you get a little bit of luck like that, maybe you can see it.
The pinball wizard coming out here. Ops somehow gets the goal. Abdullah to Ops, the suspect, maybe. Who knows who touched it last? It says Ops. It didn't look like it, but that is exactly what DOS needs to begin this comeback.
Strong kickoff from Mohamed. Suspect's the one that I think me and you are both going to be looking at here. What can he do when he gets a little bit of time? Dr. Known's in a lot of pressure. And he's still the only one back, really. Suspect's picking up a couple of 12 boosts, doesn't get the 100. Nice delay. Abdullah is causing some real problems over here. Needs the help. Mohamed does arrive. There's Ghazi straight into the path of Dr. Known. Has done well when he's played a little bit more ball chase. Just go and attack the ball. Be an annoyance. Just can't do it, though, because R8 are the faster team.
And when you have to play so much defense, you're just not going to have the boost to be able to ball chase either. We see Dr. Known there with 0 boost on his back wall, so all he can do is power clear and hope.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And great stop to keep that one out. Bit of class here from R8. Finding opportunities, inventing new stuff. Here comes Ghazi. There's nothing too fancy about that, though. Hit the ball really hard.
This is the difference between the Stallions and R8. If you just play 3 men back, trying to play defense to hold the lead, it is not going to work. Abdullah, fantastic aerial play to get the pass down to Ghazi, and R8 tie it back up early.
Just causing problems and doing it in a way that doesn't cause them any real issues in the long run. Abdullah, he is running roughshod on this field at the moment. They're trying to add another one. Horrible boost timing there for Mohamed, so he's going to have to leave it for Ghazi. Abdullah takes it, pass back, looking to try and lay over to Mohamed, and Ops has cut rotation very nicely.
Yeah, great play there by Ops to just be in the passing lanes. R8 sent all 3. They are going to take risks when they feel like it's necessary, and it didn't backfire there.
Into the corner. Not too much to be created here, really. As that 50 bounces straight out. Now from here, Ops wants to try and get something to drop straight down, and it has done so!
Oh, Suspect!
But nobody claims it!
The Suspect couldn't read where that ball was going to go. Another opportunity wasted by him. Can he bounce back and get this team a lead? He needs some confidence right now.
Again, they go backboard, and again, it has nothing. Abdullah wants the player, wants the 2-goal lead. Squishy save from Ops, keeps it at 1 each.
Ops had to avoid a demo, had to go for the squishy save, or else he was done and dusted. So brilliant play by him to keep this tied.
Every mistake might be the last mistake here for DOS. All right, they have got plenty to work with. They can afford mistakes. They won't want any. For DOS, it has to be perfect from here on out. Abdullah on the way, goes to Ghazi, looks for the first-time shot. Suspect leapfrogs the demo. He's going to try and stick with it. Now they need someone to keep it out, and they have them.
Ops Ops again on the goal line, making a desperation save. How many more do they have in the tank for DOS?
Chance to get out. Doxanone just launches his face at it. They wanted the demo on Ghazi. Wouldn't have made a difference. Abdullah had him covered. Tried to fake it. Everybody's hitting the pull. No one quite knows what's going on. And it might work okay here. At least they've got players back. They don't have a reset, though, on Suspect, who can just stick around, play annoyance, whilst the rest of his team gets back in position. Ghazi crushes through that 50. 90 seconds on the clock. Maybe 90 seconds between RA and Dallas.
Can R8 find that last goal? They have a lot of pressure. DOS, though, doing a great job being on defense with the save. Suspect another opportunity, but Abdullah, he squanders it. He's got to beat one. Ops, brilliant on defense yet again.
100 pops up eventually for Abdullah. Just over a minute. Demo's coming through. Dr. No can't afford a mistake. And unfortunately, it's provided one.
And R8 is 65 seconds away from going to Texas. They feel it. They feel the energy in these games. They feel the momentum on their side. Can they hold on?
Just that one demo at the worst time for Dr. No. He was hoping that there was going to be somebody back. There wasn't. They've got 1 minute. Dr. No trying to find something. Gets the 50. Suspect straight to the path of Abdullah. Obbs scrambling. Tried anything. Keep his team in this game. Find some way to get a goal. It's a long list of things that have got to go the way of DOS. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's happening at the moment. 40 seconds.
DOS has to find a way out of their own half, but Ghazi's going to play it slow in the corner, drain as much time as possible. Now it's Abdullah's turn. Gonna play it slow, just go for 50s, put it back into a corner, turns it into a pass to Ghazi, but Ops again on the back line, playing fantastic. Now Suspect, can he redeem himself? Can he get the pass mid? He cannot. Ghazi, a little confusing on the defensive side, but Ghazi holds serve and gets the save. 10 on the clock for DOS.
Straight out. They go, pop it up. Doxano's got to recover. He's not gonna get anywhere near it. R8 will march on. They showed their faces in Paris, but they didn't show their best. They will go to Fort Worth to show exactly that.
It's going to be redemption time for R8 Esports. Congratulations to them, your last chance qualifier champions.
Now, you can definitely wear that hat. We will see you at the World Championship. All right, off through to the play-ins. And they won't be the only Mena team over there. It will be Team Falcons. They're in the same part of the bracket as well. There's a very good chance we could see them playing against their own region in round number 2. But today belongs to R8. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, let's not forget that, they dominated Falcons throughout split number 2 to make it to that Paris Major. And again, Paris Major didn't go their way, but they get another crack at it at the World Championship. Congratulations to R8.
And we have still got so much more to come. South America, North America, and Europe. This is going to be a great week.
One of the most action-packed weekends in Rocket League of the Rocket League calendar year here, and the champions of the day. R8 Esports will play at the World Championship. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Fear. I think it was over the moment he put on the hat. I think Ghazi put on the hat, and that sealed the deal.
I think he waited at least for it to be over before he put on the hat. I would like to see the hat right away. show me that real confidence from the very beginning.
Yeah. I don't know. I think pulling it out before the series is over is kind of that is confidence. That's enough confidence for me.
It was close a few times. There was a few moments there where you seemed like, oh, maybe this is going to go back the other way. We're going to have a close series. But then R8 reminded us of who they are, put the score up to 6-0 on the season against DOS, and they are through as the third representative from the MENA region.
Not just 6-0 against DOS, undefeated against everybody except for the other two Worlds teams. I mean, There is so much pressure coming in today to keep that win streak going in your final chance, the last chance qualifier. We've seen last season tons of number 1 seeds, number of favorites coming in the last chance qualifier and, faltering, but not this R8 team, not this R8 team that's looked so good. I'm really excited to see them again on land. I think we're going to see a different team than we saw on land last time. They backed it up here in the MENA region, and they're showing just how good they can be.
Yeah, and I think Abdullah starting the series with a bang. You saw R8 was losing in that first game. They battled back to get overtime, and it was a sick flip reset from Abdullah that I think really set the tone and the trajectory for R8. They get the job done. They looked great doing it this last series, finished with a bang. We talked so much about how they didn't lose to anyone, but on the day, on this last chance qualifier day, it doesn't really matter what you did in the past. You saw how the nerves affected Team Stallion as they lost, but R8, they are the real deal, getting that job done, and they're going to get to use those cowboy hats.
The 4-0, maybe not telling the whole story, 2 overtimes, but both of them honestly short. Well, who are we kidding here? In both games 1 and 3, pretty cleanly won those matches. R8 is through to the play-ins of the World Championship in September in Texas, and they will be playing TSM, the first of our LCQ teams to fill in the play-ins bracket. And we've got a matchup set up here. I mean, James, it's people will talk about like, oh, does this? I think this counts as going to Worlds. To make it all the way to the play-ins, to be in the building, you can consider yourself a world champion contender to be in this bracket. This is where the World Championship starts.
Yeah, you're getting an all-inclusive trip to the World Championship. Doesn't matter if you play in front of a crowd or if you're just making it on the studio days. You have made it. This is a huge achievement, and also it's going to be some incredible competition, more experience for young players like Muhammad. But this R8 esports team, I think with the more experience they get, the more opportunities for international lands, the more deadly they become. We know that they have what it takes to beat an S-tier team like Team Falcons, and if they can take them down, in reality, they can take anyone down.
It's one of the most global World Championships we've ever had, one of the fiercest in competition, as well as the contenders continue to stack up with their qualification now. Mena has 3 teams here for your Twisted Minds, Falcon, and R8 Esports, all going to be representing that region, and the World Championship just continues to heat up as we're going to add more teams to this list as the weekend goes on.
Yeah, not only do we get the last chance qualifiers, sorry to step on your toes.
It's okay.
Up here, but we also get that tiebreaker. The OCE tiebreaker is the first time we'll ever get to see something like that. For Worlds. So all the pressure is going to be on. That is going to be one match that you do not want to miss.
Yeah, that's why you see those OCE teams grayed out still. It's going to be one of those two. But as the question about Mena fans in general can feel really good about the teams that they're bringing in. Falcons, Twisted Minds, R8. This is looking like a stacked region. There's really a world in which we see all of these guys push deep into the tournament. And maybe, start conversations. When there was one Mena spot, everyone was saying, give him a second, give him a second, give him a second. Well, they've got a second, and now they've earned a third through LCQ. They have an opportunity to push really far, and maybe you'll say, Mena needs a fourth, Mena needs a fourth. So they've just been really on a run, and they could have a great World Championship if R8 plays to the level we've seen online.
No region has taken more advantage of the globalization of RLCS than the Middle East, North Africa, as they continue to send some of the strongest teams. And R8 Esports get to call themselves world champions. They will, or world champion contenders. They will be in the hunt for that title come September. Imagine though, what a script that would be, folks. Hey, you know what? Come back and clip it. Maybe it'll happen. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can be in the building when. Screw it. R8 Esports is crowned world champions. I'm just going to tell you right now it's happening. We'll see if we get there. It's going to be an exciting day. We got 3 more spots, though, to secure up here during our LCQs, and then also that tiebreaker from OCE we were talking about. Tomorrow, we will find out the 3rd South American team to be playing at the World Champion with their last chance qualifiers kicking off at the times you see on your screen. Hopefully one of those time zones is relatable or translatable to the time zone you live in at home. We'll have North America's time on the 25th on Saturday. Then we will have the European last chance qualifiers, followed by the OCE tiebreaker at the end of that show. So many teams to send through tomorrow. Friday, July 24th, South America's broadcast kicking off. As you can see at those times, they'll have their first match on the day will be at 12 p.m. Pacific time for you North Americans. And these are the teams that are remaining here, James, in the competition.
Yeah, one of my favorite teams Fortnite. Oh, this is it's the Sam. I thought we were gonna cover North America. Fortnite flick. But yes, Sam. You know, Sam is a region I think we hope to see more of, especially with how early they were added into the RLCS and how good their initial teams were, especially with what Yan was able to do back at Gamers 8. Was expecting Sam to really be that contender to win the first major from a non-North American or European region. Well, haven't seen that as much. So this is an opportunity for some new names, or maybe some old players that we've seen compete quite a bit have a chance to make some real waves at the World Championship.
BS Plus competition sitting there in the semifinals, waiting on the results of the final matches. But teams like Plot Twist going to be trying to come for them there. We'll have all that action tomorrow. So go get your rest. Get yourselves ready to come back tomorrow. Watch this same action. Different teams, different region, different story as we send another team to the World Championship. That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. Again, gameplay tomorrow kicks off at noon Pacific Standard Time. Hope to see you guys there for the last chance qualifier for South America. Thanks for watching.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Pressure's starting to build, though.
Oh! It landed the bump, but saved it, and
Twisted Minds are looking to finish. Oh, what a demo.
oh, Stizzy, downfield, down the jack, open net, he doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass, up high, not over, 0 seconds, it's too late, on the ground, Harvey points. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.